నమస్కారం అండి. ఎందుకని మీ మాట వినపడలేదు.
నమస్కారం అండి. చాలా
చిరావురు
బాగుంది.
శివరామకృష్ణ శర్మ.
అవునండి, అక్కడ బాగుంది మీ దర్శనం. సుప్రభాతం మీకు. థ్యాంక్ యూ అండి. ఆయన వస్తున్నారు కదా కావూరి వారు?
వస్తున్నారు.
అలాగే జూమ్ లింక్ ఆయనకు కూడా పంపించాను, ఈమెయిల్ పంపించాను.
పంపాను.
అలాగే. అన్మ్యూట్ చేసుకోండి శ్రవణ్ కుమార్ గారు. ఓం శ్రీ గణేశాయ నమః. శ్రీ మాత్రే నమః. శ్రీ గురుభ్యో నమః. Welcome all. It is such an honor to be standing before you, presenting Upaasana-SMRITI Virtual Annual Summit. Samaṣṭi, the Connect, Forging Pathways from Sanatana Dharma to Human Excellence and Well-being. Greetings once again. Sabhaye Namaha. We have Sanskrit comparing by Dr. Sri Bhashyam Shravan Kumar Garu, please.
अहम श्रवण कुमारः, डॉक्टर श्रीभाष्यम श्रवण कुमारः. नमस्सभाये सर्वेषां स्वागतम्.
This is segment 2, Scholars in India. It is January 21st there and 20th from California, the streaming host here. A small notification, this is a watch live session on YouTube, streaming live on there. A link is shared in the chat and please pass on to your family and friends. This is for the speaker's notification. And people watching in YouTube, please pass the word. We had a wonderful, invigorated session 1, segment 1 in the morning. It lasted for 7 hours. There were beautiful speaker lineup, and this is going to be wonderful. We are waiting for the segment 2 to unravel. Welcome all again. Now, focusing on the summit, the agenda, topics for today, as stated prior in flyers and the project, Upaasana-SMRITI has 4 channels, Veda, Vedanta, Jnana, Anubhava. Exploring effective knowing and learning strategies and foster a culture of awareness, Anubhava, we bring in a better understanding for the impact of ancient knowledge for successful living and being.
इयम् अन्तर्जाल संगोष्ठी अस्ति. यूट्यूब माध्यमेन प्रत्यक्षेण सञ्चाल्यते. यूट्यूब सम्बद्ध अनुसन्धानं प्रेषितमस्ति. कृपया अस्माकं कुटुम्बजनेभ्यः बन्धुमित्रेभ्यः च लिङ्क् प्रेषयेम, मा विस्मरेम. अस्याः संगोष्ठ्यायाः मुख्यांशान् श्रद्धया अवलोकयेम. मुख्यशीर्षिका अद्यतनी शीर्षिका फलके सूचिता अस्ति. अयं प्रकल्पः उपासना-स्मृतिः समितेः पक्षतः प्रसार्यते. समावेशस्य नियमाः अत्र परिष्कुर्वन्तु. कृपया सर्वे जून् समावेशं प्रति आगच्छन्तु. युष्माकं ध्वनिवर्धनीः मौनमुद्रायां स्थापयन्तु. केवलं वक्तुः सम्भाषणमेव सावधानेन शृणुयाम. प्रत्यक्ष प्रसारसन्दर्भे अस्माकं मैक्रोफोन् अन्म्यूट् मध्ये स्थापयेम, मौनमुद्रायां स्थापयेम, योजयेम. धन्यवादः.
Yes, like Shravan Kumaru suggested, please all, house rules here, please all on Zoom here today, mute your microphones. Only speakers during their slot times go live, unmuting their microphone button. Thank you. And as established, we have timekeeping for each speaker to respect all others in the lineup and viewers online. We have a bell and a call out at 13 minutes approximately, and final bell and gentle reminder to close and end at 15 minutes. And we hope we'll keep the sabha going, the summit, Samaṣṭi, the Connect. Goal here today at Samaṣṭi, the Connect today, the summit here, prepare to be inspired. Get ready to embark on a journey of inspiration and growth. This is a gathering of scholars, thinkers, and seekers of Sanatana Dharma, and today we are unitedly understanding better our ancient Indian Bharatiya knowledge systems. At Samaṣṭi, we are diving deep into the collective knowledge, sharing invaluable insights, and fostering connections that can supercharge us. Let's ignite our awareness and shape the future together, leading to human excellence and well-being. Shravan Kumar
एषः
Mahathir.
सनातनधर्मस्य विदुषां चिन्तकानां साधकानां च समागमः अस्ति। तथा च अद्य वयम् एकीकृत्य अस्माकं प्राचीनभारतीयज्ञानव्यवस्थाम् अधिकतया अवगन्तुं यतिष्यामहे। समिष्टि इत्यत्र वयं सामूहिकजनस्य गभीरं चिन्तनं कुर्याम, अमूल्यम् अन्वेषणस्य सज्जतां कुर्याम, विविधान् सन्देशान्, आदेशान्, उपदेशान्, मार्गदर्शनान् च शृणुयाम, श्रावयेम, सूचयेम, अवगच्छेम। वयं मिलित्वा अस्माकं भविष्यत् प्रेरयेम, सचेतयेम, भाविभारतस्य सुन्दरम् आकारं च दृष्ट्वा दर्शयित्वा मानवम् उत्कृष्टदशां प्रति नेतुं प्रयत्नं कुर्याम।
Dhanyasmi. We now have prayer. No, I did not choose the file. Video, it is an audio file.
But you need to start.
SWASTI-Vaachakam by Sri Narendra Mahodaya Kapreji. Please, let's all listen and receive blessings. Let me say his name again. Mahodaya Sri Narendra Kapreji from India.
Om Swastino Mimita Mashvina Bhagaswasti Devyaditiranarvanaha Swasti Pusha Asuro Dadhatuna Swasti Dyava Prithivi Suchetuna Swastaye Vayumupabrava Mahaisomo Swasti Bhuvanas Yaspatihi Brahaspatim Sarvaganam Swastaye Swastaya Adityaso Bhavandunaha Vishve Devano Adya Swastaye Vaishwanaro Vasuragni Swastaye Deva Avan Prabhava Swastaye Swastino Rudra Patvahasaha Swasti Mitra Varuna Swasti Pathye Revati Swastina Indraschagnischa Swastino Adite Gridhi Swasti Pantha Manuchare Masurya Chandramasa Aviva Punardadata Janata Sangame Mahi Swastyayanantarkshyamaristanemim Mahadbhutam Vaya Sandevata Anam Asuragnamindra Sakham Samatsu Brahadyasho Nava Mivaru Hema Amho Mucha Mangira Sangayanja Swastya Atreyam Manasa Chatarkshyam Prayadapanisharanam Prapadye Swasti Sambadhe Shwabhayanno Astu Harihi Om.
Thank you, Narendra Kapreji. This was such a great blessing for all of us. We now move on to our next segment, bringing highlights of Veda Patashalas session. Upaasana-SMRITI picked a few Patashalas in this summit. We have a listing of Patashalas with the name of the Patashala, founder, the contact person with their contact numbers, and their goals, objectives, and vision. Please pay attention. Any of you who are interested in reaching out, please let's all help make the Patashalas thrive and prosper for the humanity.
वयम् इदानीं वेदपाठशालायाः इति मुख्यसत्रम् आरभामहे। उपासना-स्मृति इत्यनेन अस्मिन् शिखरसम्मेलने कतिपयानि पाठशालाः अस्माभिः चिताः सन्ति। तेषां नाम, संस्थापकः, सम्पर्कव्यक्तिः तथा दूरभाषासङ्ख्या, उद्देश्याः, पाठशालायाः लक्ष्यानि चिन्तितानि।
There is a bit of a delay here. Pardon us. Trying to find the Patashalas file here. Mhm. 1 second. I'll try to get this. Share. No, not this. It is slide.
Where is the slide?
It's in segment 2. Veda Patashalas. Yeah, this is the one. Corrected. Yes. Veda Patashalas, Spotlight and Highlights segment. We are all at an yajna. If you look at the picture, there is a set, a subset, and another subset. We have heard rishis perform yagnas, and we are also performing a kind of an yajna here. Well, it is an yajna, not a kind. The sabha here has been a day-long yajna. Morning session went beautifully. So this can happen only when Patashalas can thrive. Yajnas for the betterment of the world, of humankind, humanity, our health, well-being, harmony happens because of Veda Patashalas and their striving to thrive in the present times. So please make a note of some Patashalas. If you would be willing to sponsor, contribute in several ways that you can. So in the morning session, we highlighted Mahaganapati Vedic School from Chidambaram. The founder was Sarveshwara Dikshitar. The details were shared in the morning session. And moving on in the second segment, we have listed few schools. First one is in Bangalore, Weibo Lim's Shruti Gurukulam. Founder, Dr. Rangan Ramakrishnan. Their mission and vision stands for the spiritual welfare, Nishrayasa, and social upliftment, Abhyudaya, of mankind and beyond. The best path to walk is the path of Rama, the prime life maker and repository of human values. Aspirations to become Rama and be with him is a work in progress. And what a day. We are doing this yajna very adjacent to what is happening in the sacred Bharath very soon, in few hours, the Janma Bhumi, Rama being revived, and he has always been with us. And it's a sacred moment for everybody. So wonderful. Patashala 2, we have Sri Mahadeva Veda Patashala, Achalpur district, Manchiryal, Telangana. Founder, Sri Garikapati Mahadeva Sastri. This was founded in 1952. Instruction happens for Krishna Yajurvedam. Name and phone number of the contact person, Sri Duddilla Manohara Avadhanulu garu. He is the Pradhana Adhyapakalu and Nirvahakalu. Cell number 984-972-2541. Goal of the Patashala: by training Vedic scholars and with Vedic chanting in every village, they all achieve prosperity, which in turn contributes to the well-being of the country. This is our goal, says Sri Mahadeva Veda Patashala members. 3. Sri Devi Veda Vidyalayamu, Sri Sailam, Kurnool district, Andhra Pradesh. Founder Acharya Divakarla Venkatavadhani and Sri DSMV Prasad Rao garu. Name and phone number of the contact person, Dr. KKV Sharma. Cell number 9849722541. Objective of the Patashalas, it's a beautiful phrase they have, Vedas for peace. Sri Devi Veda Vidyalayamu, Sri Sailam, one of the Dvadasha Jyotirlingas in Andhra Pradesh, aims to preserve and disseminate this age-old Vedic knowledge that has withstood the test of time. With spirituality as its basis, this timeless wisdom will spread peace and blessings, centering in India and extending to the rest of the globe. Moving on to Patashala 4, highlighting and spotlight on Vidyaranyam Veda Patashala, Telangana. Founder Sri Madugala Shashi Bhushana Somayaju garu. Name and phone number of the contact person, Shirisha Pingali. She is the CEO. The phone number 8977006075. Goal of the Patashala: Vidyaranam is a progressive Vedic center that focuses on developing well-rounded Veda Vidyarthis. The Veda Patashala, founded in 2015, now has 100 Vidyarthis, which is a great number, and being run in a 7-acre lush green campus. Goshala with 50 Gomatas is maintained for organic dairy products. Patashala's goal is to provide a platform that can produce Ganapatis that not only can pursue Vedic track, but also have an option to get into mainstream education and career tracks. Following our Vedic tradition, students are offered free education, food, and stay. Patashala is seeking support from dharmic warriors in maintaining and developing this institution. They have a presentation here, their curriculum, unique approach. Please reach out to them. You can get more details. And the founder, Sri Madugala Shashibhushan Somayaji garu, he has a mission, goal. There is a humble beginning story. More about him, please reach out. Patashala 5. Om Prachya Vidya Parishad, Sri Lalita Tripura Sundari Shakti Pita, near Narsingh Ghat, Ujjaini, Madhya Pradesh. Founder Sri Anant Sri Vibhushit Naishit Brahmachari Swami Sri Raghavanandaji Maharaja. Name and phone number of the contact person, Sandeep Kumar Sharma, 8120309220. The goal of the Patashala, located at Sri Lalita Tripura Sundari Shakti Peeth near Narsingh Ghat in Ujjain, is dedicated to Vedic education, adhering to the traditional Gurukul system. It provides an immersive learning environment for 40 students. The curriculum includes an in-depth study of the Shukla Yajur Veda, Madhyadin, Shakha, and Nyaya Shastras. The ashram is renowned for its comprehensive approach to Vedic scholarship, combining rigorous academic study with practical application and spiritual growth. So there is a lot more. The school, they have educational achievements and Ganapatis, Samhita Path, preservation of ancient texts. They are curating. This is wonderful. And with this, our session segment on Veda Patashalas is concluding, but this yagna is never ending. We always recognize Patashalas. They are in need of us. We are in need of them. So let's continue reaching out to them, and let's all be connected. This is our request, humble request. And with this, we move on to our talks with keynote address by esteemed Dr. RVSS Avadhanulu Garu, Vachaspati, Samskrita Mitra, Sanskrit Seva Vrati, retired Deputy Director of Computers, NIMS, Hyderabad. His topic today is Depth of Ancient Indian Knowledge Systems in the Context of Modern Sciences, Methodologies in Sync with the Present Artificial Intelligence Age. Shravan Kumar Garu.
नमस्कारः. इदानीं मुख्य सम्भाषणं वाचस्पतिः, संस्कृतमित्रं, संस्कृतसेवाव्रती इत्यादि बिरुदाङ्कितः, भाग्यनगरस्थ निम्स संस्थायां कंप्यूटर् विभागे निवृत्तनिदेशकः च डॉक्टर RVS अवधानुलु महोदयस्य मुख्यभाषणं. विषयः नवीनविज्ञानशास्त्रे प्राचीनभारतीयविज्ञानशास्त्रस्य योगदानं, गभीरता, प्रस्तुत कृत्रिम बुद्धिमत्ता रीतयः च.
Namaste. You can start now, sir. You should unmute. Please unmute. Yes, thank you.
Just a minute. Just a minute. Am I audible?
Yes, yeah. Please.
Om Sri Mahaganathipataye Namaha. Om Sri Mahasaraswatye Namaha. Om Sri Gurubhyo Namaha. Hari Om. Om Gananam Tva Ganapatigum Havamahe Kavim Kavihinam Upamashravastamam Yeshtarajam Brahmanam Brahmanaspata Anashranvannotivis Sedasadanam. Om Prano Devi Saraswati Vajebhirvajini Vati Dhinama Vitriyavatu. Om Sharavindu Samakare Parabrahmaswarupini Vasarapetanilaye Saraswati Namostute. Om Gurur Brahma Gurur Vishnu Gurur Devo Maheshwara Guru Sakshat Parabrahma Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Respected organizers of this meeting, first of all, let me thank all the committee members who have given this opportunity to me to make a small presentation on the subject of the depths of ancient Indian sciences with respect to the modern sciences. I would like to make a PowerPoint presentation, madam. Just I'll be entering through the share screen. Okay. Is it visible, please? Yes, thank you.
Yes.
So this is the topic given to me, and actually some of the subjects of the ancient Indian knowledge systems that are extensively covered, they include mathematics, physics, chemistry, metallurgy, medical sciences, aeronautics, engineering, music, philosophy, Jyotisha, grammar, astronomy, earthquakes, agriculture, town planning, navigation, etc. So many subjects are covered. Not only these, some more subjects are there. Remote sensing, spectroscopy, isotopes, computers, genetics, imaging technology, etc. Actually, to make a very small introduction about the works we have been doing for the last 5 decades. Actually, I started this work in 1970. Almost 54 years I am on this subject. When we started, Madam, just first of all, the time given to me is 20 minutes only.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now it starts now. Okay.
Yes, okay.
When we say these things, actually some credibility is expected from the US and the scientists throughout the world. What great mathematicians of this world of the last 2 centuries they have told about India and its contributions. This sentence actually about Einstein's statement. We owe a lot to Indians who taught us how to count, without which no worthwhile scientific discovery could have been made. This is a great statement he has given about the ancient Indian knowledge. How to count means immediately comes the number systems. The number systems actually here just only one sentence. Everybody is familiar with the Rudrabhishekam that contains the Namakam part and also followed by the Chamakam part. There the Abhishekam is performed by everybody, and then we use the mantram Ekachame, Tisrashchame, Panchachame, Saptachame, Navachame, Ekadashicame, Triyodashicame, Panchadashicame, Saptadashicame, Navadashicame, Ekavigumshitishchame, Triyovigumshitishchame, Panchavigumshitishchame, Saptavigumshitishchame, Navavigumshitishchame, Ekatrigumshitchame, Trayastrigumshitcha, like this goes on. So that actually involves number systems. This is the subject what he may be referring. There are several more mantras are there, particularly the Yajurveda, Krishna Yajurveda, Taittiriya Samhita, 7th Kanda, 2nd chapter, contains plenty of information about the number systems, based on which only he could make a statement of this. And as on date, nobody could fix up the date for the Vedas. So that's so ancient is the subject of mathematics. The other reference, the great mathematician of 19th century Laplace, he says, how grateful we should be to Hindus who found this great decimal system, which does not occur to the minds of such mighty mathematicians as Archimedes and Apollonius. When he mentions about the decimal system, again, this also we find in our Vedas, particularly in our Mahanyasa Purava Rudrabhishekam, we will be chanting the mantras related to Lord Shiva. And particularly in the Mahanyasa Pata, there is one great mantra is there. Ekacha dasha shatancha sahasram chayutancha niyutancha prayutancha arbudancha nyarbudancha samudrancha madhyam chantascha parardhascha tanme manas Shiva sankalpamastu. The Shiva sankalpas are very famous there in this mantra. This refers to Ekacha, Dasha, Shatancha, 1, 10, 100, 1000, 10,000, lakh. Like this, it goes up to 10 to the power of 12. That is 1 lakh crores. Uniquely for every the place value system, they have their names actually. These are the references given by the great mathematicians of the world of the 2 centuries previously. That immediately gives a picture about the stature of our sciences. And the Encyclopedia Britannica says, if there is a country on earth which can justly claim the honor of having been the cradle of the human race, that country is assuredly India. Now immediately comes, when you said ancient Indian, what is ancient India, first of all? How many people are having the idea about our ancient India and present India? Let me give you the quantitative figures. The total area of ancient India is more than 72 lakh square kilometers. This figure, most of the people may not be having it. Let them note it. ancient India size is more than 72 lakh square kilometers. The present territories of India is 32 lakh square kilometers. That is, as on today, the India today is of 45.5% of the ancient India. So when you are mentioning about ancient India, that covers several other countries of today, which were part of our ancient India, but as on today, they are not with part of India. It's not just this existing India taken back to several thousands. No, it's not like that. Several thousands of years ago, the India size was starting from Afghanistan and up to Cambodia like that. And the research was going on and the scientific searches were done throughout the world, actually, in all the segments of this country. That is, first of all, the size of ancient India. Let us remember it. Then, actually, we have written a book, The Science and Technology in Vedas and Shastras. This deals with about 17 subjects. This was published and it was reprinted several times. It contains all the subjects which I was mentioning earlier. Similarly, one more book is there, which I have published, that is Computer Science in Vedas, also titled Vedas and Computers. The details I will cover subsequently. These are the outstanding references for projecting our ancient Indian sciences with respect to the modern sciences. Now, another important book everybody knows, the Vaimanic Shastra Aeronautics of Bharadwaja. It is existing for several thousands of years. And here, actually, I would like to say simply, now entering the subject, the concepts of computers are observed in Sri Vishnu Sahasranam Stotra. Concepts, the words actually what we are having in Vishnu Sahasranam Stotra, the 1,000 words, they are not just in praise of Lord Srinivasa or Vishnu, Sri Mahavishnu, but they simultaneously indicate the scientific aspects also. Similarly, we find the concepts of computers in Vedic Mimamsa. Here actually you see, to start with this Vishnu Sahasranam Stotra references, the basics of our computer, we say command. Equivalent word is Spashtakshara, Radha Spashtaksharo Mantraha. Command means the word should be action-oriented, unambiguous. That what exactly is given by our Spashtakshara. Similarly, the speed of the systems what we are having, the computers, Vegavan, Amita Ashanaha, that Vegavan, the word, actually that also indicates, Namaskar sir, Aravinda Rao. Thank you, making your presence. Then memory, Sumedha Medha Jodhanya Satya Medha Dhara Dharaha. The word Sumedha indicates the memory actually. And actually, Sumedha, the Bhashya says, is unlimited memory. Whereas all our memories we may having, previously we were having kilobytes about 50 years back, then megabytes, then gigabytes, then terabytes, but still always we are having some bounds. But whereas the memory that is indicated here is unlimited. Similarly, about the word program itself is found. Mahakramo, Mahakarma, Mahateja, Mahoragaha. Similarly, about the storage, Amita Ashanaha. Similarly, about the cabling systems, Sutantu Stantu Vardhanaha. Very briefly, just I am mentioning the name versus the scientific aspect, what is mentioned here. Similarly, the Vedic Mimamsa Shastra. In our darshanas, we are having Pura Mimamsa Shastra and Uttar Mimamsa Shastra. What for actually the Mimamsa Shastra? For what purpose is developed actually? The Pura Mimamsa Shastra was developed by Maharshi Jaimini and Uttar Mimamsa Shastra was developed by Vedavyasa. The purpose was, so the Vedic statements, actually they have the varieties of statement. Sorry, I will show you. Yes. Vidhi Vakya, Namadheya Vakya, and there are 5 types of statements are there in the Vedas. Then how to arrive at the meaning of the statements? That what we call it as a statement recognition and then decoding the Vedic statements. Actually, previously, there were some contexts where the same mantra was given different interpretations. Then which interpretation we have to accept? There was a need for this Mimamsa. Actually, the subject of Mimamsa is called as Vakyartha Vicharana Shastra. This Vakya Ardha Vicharana. How to arrive at the meaning of the statement. That actually what we do in the statement recognition process in the compilers. I happened to develop Fortran compilers during 1971 to 79 period actually for TDC 312 and TDC 316 computers. The methodology that we adopt in these compiler systems is identically the same as what actually has been explained in our Mimamsa Shastra. Actually, the methodology given in Mimamsa is much more exhaustive than the previous compilers that have been developed, that were developed, and that are being developed also. And also the subject of Mimamsa stands with the Pramanas, which we call it as means of proof, and Vidhi and the Nishedha sentences, that is injunctions and prohibitions, and the Lakshana also. That is normally a statement what we find is having three types of meanings: Vachyartha, Lakshanartha, and Dhvanyartha. Today, even with all the advances in the computer technology, we are not able to totally translate the statements related to the Dhvani. Very partly only we are able to read the meaning of the Lakshana. Of course, the Lakshana, the Vachya statements could be done. Like this, the subject of Mimamsa has a profound influence for further development of the computer science. That much I can immediately say. Now, let us take up one more subject, remote sensing. Remote sensing normally, previously in India in 1970s, the NGRI, National Geophysical Research Institute in Uppal area of Hyderabad, they were engaging the Dakota plains for carrying out the surveys of the lands actually. Suppose if you take up the undivided Andhra Pradesh, they were using this plane for scanning from the sky, starting from the Adilabad district up to the Kadapa district. That information actually was brought in a cassette form that was fed into the computers previously, and then subsequently that is analyzed. Whereas nowadays with the satellite systems we are having, but the fundamental principle, whether it is a Dakota plane or some other the modern satellites, the principle is the remote sensing. That aspect as really is given in one mantra in Yajurveda, in the 4th kanda of the 1st chapter also. The mantra runs like this: Akramya vajin prithivim agrimichya ruchatvam bhumya vrutvayano bruhi yatah khana matam vayam. Actually here, one Yajmani who wants to perform a sacrifice, actually he needs one particular type of clay. Whatever clay is found that should not be used for this performance of the yaga. One particular type of clay is defined. How to get it? So the Yajmani, the worshipper, makes a prayer to one angel called as Vajin, Adhisthana Devata. He says, hey Vajin, you are having three types of powers. One is you can fly in the sky. Second is you can release a beam of rays onto the earth. Third thing is you can walk on the earth. Now actually if you see, hey Vajin, Prithivim Akramya, that is you spread over with your richa, that is with a beam of rays, you spread over the entire earth, whatever you can, and then identify the place where I will be getting the particular type of clay that is required for this particular yaga. And that's not sufficient. You come down from the sky, walk on the earth, and then physically verify, that is confirm it, where I have to dig it. Bhumya Vrtvaya, you move on the earth, and then tell me, Yataha Khanama, where I have to conduct the digging process. This exactly is the principle even today that is being used for mining purposes. Suppose we want to find out where are the gold fields or silver fields throughout the territory of India. We cannot go on digging everywhere. That is done through the remote sensing first of all. That information is passed on the geological survey. They will be physically conducting the testing, and then that will be conducted. Then subsequently, whether it is economically viable or not, all these aspects they follow. But fundamentally, the principle is the remote sensing that is mentioned in our Vedas actually. Actually, this is the race of the start first of all. They start from the flying the satellite nowadays. It reaches it touches the earth. Then they get reflected. That is again recorded in the satellite system. That recorded waves again they are brought down through NRSA. Suppose National Remote Sensing Agency is there. They will be decoding it, and then they will be finding out. This is exactly that is the meaning conveyed by the mantra. Now, the different types of another topic, the medical instruments that are required in the surgeries, actually extensive list of items. They're given in Atharva Veda and also in Susruta Veda, Susruta Samhita and Charaka Samhitas. These are some of the instruments that are mentioned there. And this is a spectroscopy, a machine of spectroscopy. Spectroscopy is very important instrument in the in understanding the interstellar systems actually. Even particularly you take up the sun. Normally we are familiar only with the VIBGR, the 7 colors. No. The sun radiates several varieties of radiations actually. We call it as EMF, electromagnetic wave spectrum. If the wavelength is very big, we call them as radio waves. If it is slightly short, we call them as infrared. Then starts the VIBGR pattern, the range. Then preceded by the ultraviolet. Further followed by soft X-rays. Then gamma X-rays. Then cosmic rays. All these things actually, they are to be analyzed using some instrument. And these were mentioned in Atharva Veda and Rig Veda also. Tavam vastu unyushmasi gamadhyayatra gavo bhuri shrunga ayasaha. Bhuri shrunga means where the number of peaks are more, where the number of crests in the waveform they are more. Highly dense, the waveforms that are existing, which are originating from the cosmic regions. That is the mantra giving the description of the cosmic rays and gamma rays. How to identify? Yes, this kind of instrument was used in our ancient times. Similarly, the science, recently we started working on the earthquake systems also. Predictability of earthquakes, we call it. We have not yet completely unmasked the subject, but we are in the process. And the source information we find in Bharath Samhita of Varahamihira. The science of earthquake, normally, all the calamities like floods or cyclones, they go at least few hours time in advance with the modern technologies, so that we can make some preparation for safeguarding ourselves from the calamities. But whereas earthquakes, they don't give any lead time. Instantaneously they occur, they carry out the destruction, massive destruction sometimes, and then they disappear. Maybe they may be repeating next 1 or 2 days also. But the first stroke is not expected actually. But whereas that is the symptoms of the earthquakes could not be identified with the modern technology earlier. But whereas in our ancient sciences, Varahamihira says, you will be having some symptoms, and he has listed out the symptoms also. The symptoms of the earthquakes, which may occur after 3 weeks. And what type of symptoms we will be finding today, that he has given a mention. Similarly, after 2 weeks, when earthquake is going to occur, then what type of symptoms you will have? Those things actually they are covered in the information. He called as Mayu Mandala, and then Agni Mandala, Indra Mandala, and Varuna Mandala. Actually, here the symptoms. 1 week in advance we can predict. If you follow, already if you are having a trained mind of observing these things, yes, definitely you will be having that kind of information with you. But 1 week is plenty of time for taking necessary precautionary steps against the earthquakes actually. Similarly, whereas Sage Parasara, it seems he has written one book called as Samasa-Samhita. It seems this book was giving symptoms 2 months in advance of the occurrence of the earthquake. Unfortunately, we are not. This book was used by Bhattotpara, but it's not traceable in the recent times. Similarly, about the imaging technology also, we were having references, particularly in Sundarkanda of Valmiki Ramayana. We have Chayayam Grishyamanayam Chintayamasa Vanraha Samakshiptosmi Sahasa Pangokrata Parakrama, he says. Yes, my image is captured. Actually, the movement of Lord Hanuman was stopped totally by Simhika, not by physically holding his legs or feet or something, but by just holding his image. That is, whatever the imaging technology we are having, that was in advanced condition, and that was mentioned by Sage Valmiki actually here. Similarly, we are having ancient Indian mathematics, now known as Vedic mathematics, and let us know the names of the people who contributed by this subject, for which the whole India is famous. For last 5, now I got a a reference book which gives the history of Indian mathematics of the last 5,000 years. The mathematicians' names that were mentioned there: Lagadha, Pitamaha, Vyasa, Atri, Narada, Marichi, Angira, Paulisha, Yavana, Shaunaka, Kashyapa. These are most of the names of the rishis. Surya, Shakalya, Vasishtha, Parashara, Garga, Manu, Lomasha, Shyavana, Bhrugu, Paulasya, Polaha, and subsequently Aryabhata, Varahamihira, Bhaskaracharya 1, Bhaskaracharya 2, Vishnugupta, Siddhasen. Some of the names are not known even today for most of the modern mathematicians. Working in the universities as professors: Siddhasena, we have not seen his books; Manitha, Srijit Bhaja, Kalyana Varma, Simha Tirakasuri, Kalakacharya, Mahaviracharya, Bhattotpala, Devaswami, Jeva Sharma, Satyacharya, Pruthi Yashas. Like this, we got a long list of mathematicians who worked on this subject. But another segment of mathematics is geometry, that is popularly called as Shulba Sutras. Previously, we were having thousands of books on these Shulba Sutras. As on today, only 7 varieties are available. The others happen to be Bodhayana, Apastamba, Katyayana, that is Vadhula Shulba Sutra, Manava Sutra, Maitrayana, Varaha, Vadhula, like this. Similarly, the service rendered by our holy Jagadguru Bharati Krishna Tirtha Swamiji is, actually everybody should bow their heads for his contribution to this book of Vedic mathematics. And one more question, the last question is, who must have invented the first equation of our algebra, A plus B whole square? Who must have invented? To whom the credit should be given? Actually, the history goes, in 17th century, Pascal actually has developed one book, and that's called as Pascal's triangle. People normally think the coefficients that are occurring in the A plus B whole to the power of n, the binomial theorem, we attribute to Pascal. No. But whereas, because they are already known in 15th century in Europe, no, they are not the originators. In 14th century, the coefficients of this A plus B whole to the power of n, they are known in China, written by one author, Chu Shi. His book is The Precious Mirror of Four Elements. Therein all these coefficients were referred. Chinese civilization also is very ancient. No, they are not the original people. The coefficients are known in India in 12th century. I'm going back in the history. How under the name of Bhaskaracharya too, who has written the great book Siddhanta Siromani, part of which is Leelavati Gantam. No, he is not the first person. One more person. His name is not known even to Indians also today. The great mathematician of India in 10th century is Halayisa. He has written a book on Chandas Shastra Vyakhyana. He has written. Therein all these coefficients of this A plus B whole to the power of n are found. No, he is not the first person. There actually it is almost the Vyakhyana is just like a guide. There must be original book. That original book was written not in AD period, but BC 8th century, Sage Pingala. There he has mentioned all these coefficients in the Chandas Sutras actually. So that's why I say one more thing. And actually he has utilized the binary number system, which is the fundamental technology that is being used in our most modern, even our smartphones also. So we should call him as, yes, we may call Charles Babbage as the father of computers, but let us start calling Sage Pingala as the grandfather of computers. With these few words, I would like to conclude my speech because the given time is completed. Thanks, madam. Thanks for all. Namaskar.
Thank you so much. You have taken us on a ancient journey here and brought us a quick look, and along with it, you brought a great deal of responsibility and accountability on all present generation and future as well. We need to preserve this and be a better spokesperson, stand out for ourselves. Thank you so much for all the work you have done. Namaste. We shall move on to the next speaker, talk 1. Dr. K. Aravinda Rao garu, IPS, Trustee of Advaita Academy, retired Director General of Police, will now present Upanishads, the Descent of the Vedas, Significance and Essence. Aravinda Rao garu, please. Shri Bhashim garu, okkasari, please introduce in Sanskrit.
Namaskaraha. Idanim Dr. K. Aravinda Rao Mahodayah, Advaita Akademyaः संस्थापकन्यासी सेवानिवृत्त महानिदेशकः पुलिस विभागे. इदानीं महोदयस्य प्रसङ्गः भवति उपनिषदां Mahatvam Saram cha.
Thank you. My namaskars to all. The time is about 15 minutes. So first I want to share where is a share button.
It will be
I
under.
want to share a small.
There is a bottom panel.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it here. Where is it elsewhere?
It should be at the bottom.
Participant shares. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
Because the time is short, I just wanted to share this the PPT. So thank you, Satyavani-ji. It was a delight to listen to my friend, good friend, who is also an encyclopedia, Mr. RVSS Avadhanulu. So today I'm very happy to give a small presentation on the Upanishads. First, I will straight away go to the subject. What is the nature of the Upanishads? So when we talk about Upanishads, we have an idea that it has something to do with religion. Upanishads have nothing to do with religion. Upanishads are a very systematic inquiry into the nature of reality. Veda, in fact, it is a continuation of the Vedas. It is a continuation. It is not as though Vedas are different and Upanishads are different. Vedas, they have got 4 parts. I'm keeping in mind the modern audience. So I'm just starting from the fundamentals. So Vedas usually are divided into 4 levels. That is the first portion where the mantra portion, which is called Samhita. The second portion, which is called Brahmana, that is where the mantras have to be employed and how they have to be employed, etc. Then Aranyaka, some Upasanas and things like that. And Upanishads, where the philosophical questions are debated. So that is what we see in the Upanishads. And these are also called Vedanta, because the end portions of the Veda plus Anta, Vedanta. So when we say Vedanta, we are referring to the Upanishads only. And they are totally different from religion, because religion is something which is of the nature of one person coming and saying, okay, I have got the truth, I have got some communication from God, you have to jolly well listen to me. So that is the nature of religion. That is, I tell you, listen, you have to believe. Whereas here, it is not like that. Here there is a debate, there is questioning, and then there is reasoning and whatnot. And as I said, it is an inquiry into the nature of reality. That reality which religion calls God. And the nature of Jiva. Jiva means all the beings, not only human beings, but starting from an ant or much smaller thing to right up to the giantly creature, and right up to what we call Hiranyagarbha, the first, the Prathamo Jiva, as Vedanta says. And Upanishads, they are not by one person. There are hundreds of rishis. They contemplated thousands of years ago. They contemplated the nature of what is the reality. And then in their contemplations, what we call tapas, so they got some vision. And that vision is what we see in the Upanishads. And in fact, I can briefly refer to this line called Tapasa Brahma Vijijñāsasva. In fact, this is a word told by a father to a son. One son goes to the father and asks him, "Oh, father, tell me what is Brahma." So the father says, I cannot straight away, it is not something to be told straight away like that. You have to think. You have to think and you have to realize it for yourself. And what is the equipment you have for that? You have got your own mind and the senses. They are the only equipment you have. The Annam, Pranam, Chakshus, Shrotram, Mano, Vachamiti. He says, that is the line from this Taittiriya Upanishad. Your laboratory. Your laboratory is your own mind and your 5 senses. You are seeing the external world through these, and you withdraw them from the external world and you try to contemplate. Then you will know the truth. So that is what he says in that. Tapasa Brahma Vijay. Tapas means alochana. Alochana means thinking. By thinking, you know that ultimate reality. Then these debates and questions are allowed. And you see, ample examples of this in Upanishads. All these debates and all that, particularly in the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, where this in the court of King Janaka. King Janaka's court was a seat where all these philosophical debates took place. And some people think that it is a radical departure from the earlier portions of the Vedas. It is not so. Earlier portions of the Vedas, they have got their own importance. Even in the earlier portions of Vedas, there are philosophical passages. It is not as though there are no philosophical passages in the earlier portions of the Vedas. Samhita portion, there are several philosophical passages. Like even straight away from our Purusha Suktam is a very important example. It comes to my mind. And they are meant for this. What all yajnas, etc., which are told in the earlier portions, they are meant to discipline a person. Basically, say an indisciplined person is transformed into a disciplined person, and he is made eligible for the next higher level, that is called Jnana Nishtha, as Shankaracharya calls it. So that is the reason why one Upanishad calls the earlier portions, whatever has been told in the earlier portions, as Apara Vidya. Apara means lower, and Para is higher. Higher is Para Yaya Tad Aksharam Adhigamyate, he says. That is that by which that Akshara, that is that imperishable Brahman is known. So that is the nature of the Upanishads. Then what is the message of Upanishads? The message of Upanishads is what is called, you see, what does religion say? Religion say, oh, there is a God, a person who is there sitting in heaven. So he is sitting on a golden throne, etc. And he is sitting there and then, say, monitoring us and then controlling us, and he is giving us rewards, punishments, etc. So that is our idea of God in religion. But here, what is the nature of ultimate reality? So the Upanishad says, all the Upanishads say the same thing. One Upanishad, for example, it gives a very small definition. That is Satyam Jnanam Anantam Brahma. That is again Taittiriya Upanishad. Satyam Jnanam Anantam Brahma, translated into English, is infinitely existing consciousness. Infinitely existing consciousness. It is an impersonal entity. It is not a person. And the pronoun used to refer to that is it. So that is why it is said Tattvamasi. Tattvamasi means that thou art. It does not say he, you are he. It doesn't say that. So it is not masculine or feminine or anything. It is an impersonal entity. So you are using a neutral gender pronoun, which is it. So whenever you say refer to Brahman, you say it. And there is a manifesting power in that supreme consciousness, what we call supreme consciousness or Brahman. You have to give some name, so we called it Brahman. So that supreme consciousness manifests as the whole universe. So the debate even now, which is unresolved, is whether intelligence is something which is coming from the matter, or matter is something which is a manifestation of that intelligence. So that is the debate even now which is going on, and the scientists, they are grappling with that problem, and then different people have different opinions on that. So what Vedanta says is that consciousness is primary. It is not that matter is primary, consciousness is primary, and consciousness is having that manifesting power, which is something inexplicable. How does it manifest? So they say they accept their helplessness, and they say it is inexplicable. So that is why it is said Anirvachaniya. Anirvachaniya means indescribable. That is something which cannot be defined. And they called it Maya. Maya doesn't mean illusion. Maya doesn't mean, normally in normal English we see, we understand it as illusion. It's not illusion. Something which cannot be explained. But it is happening. So the cosmic order, but we are also seeing the universe, and the universe cannot be negated. So there is something which is a tentative reality, and there is an ultimate reality. And this cosmic cosmos, which we find, is a tentative reality, which is called there is a controlling power for that, and that controlling power is called Ishvara. Ishvara does not mean the husband of Parvati. Ishvara is a technical word in Vedanta. And Ishvara, if we look at the whole thing from the point of view of a Jiva, is also called Hiranyagarbha. Hiranyagarbha is the first Jiva, it is said. And all the God forms, such as Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, etc., they are all visualized in that Hiranyagarbha. These are all the cosmic functions. Cosmic function of creation is called Brahma. Cosmic function of sthiti or sustenance is called Vishnu. And the cosmic function of resolution is called Shiva. So all these are visualized in Hiranyagarbha. Not only these, but things like Indra, Varuna, Agni, etc., they are all visualized in this Hiranyagarbha. And all the beings also emanate from Hiranyagarbha. All of us emanate. Agnehe Vispulinga Haiva, says one Upanishad. That is a huge forest fire. You visualize a huge fire, and that forest fire, some small sparkles. In Telugu, we call it Menugurlu. the small sparkles come out. So like that, all the beings have emanated. And what is the nature of Jiva? What is the final nature? What is the ultimate nature of Jiva? It is, in essence, he is the same as the supreme reality. There is no difference. The same essence. When you say that infinitely existing consciousness, Jiva is not outside that infinity. There cannot be anything outside infinity. So that whatever is that infinite, it has to be his own nature. So that is why he is the same as Brahman. But he is unfortunately identifying himself with the body-mind complex, which is what is called a matter. We saw that the same consciousness is appearing as matter. So that matter is also a part of Chitna, is also Brahman only. It is not something which is outside. So we are identifying ourselves with the body-mind complex and thinking that I am this body-mind complex, I am so and so, I have got a social identity, etc., etc. But when you come out of all these, opinions, all this superimposition of some identity, there is an identity which is superimposed on us. And when we come out of that, then we realize that our real nature is that Brahman. Then what are the other points we see in Vedanta? We see that many people think that Vedanta condemns rituals and all these things. It is not so. Vedanta does not condemn rituals. It doesn't condemn other, philanthropic activities. All these things, they are accepted, karma. And that is what we see in Karma Yoga. I can't go into details. And Upasana, karma comes first. Then again, there is a Saguna Upasana, a god with a name and form, that is also accepted. And if you keep an idol in front of you as an alambana, that alambana also is accepted. And various types of levels of bhakti are accepted. And yoga basically dharana, dhyana, samadhi, all those principles are essential, not only accepted, but they are essential. Dharana, dhyana, samadhi, all these three things are called Trayam Ekatra Sanyamaha. These three things put together, what Patanjali says, Dharana, Dhyana, Samadhi are the final steps. These three steps together, they are called Sanyama. And that Sanyama is very much required. It is essential in that spiritual path. So Vedanta does not reject anything. It places everything in its place. If we read Upanishads, we have got a labyrinth of books in Hinduism, thousands and thousands of books. And you will know where we can keep them. It is like pigeonholing, where you have to keep this Lalita Sahasranama, where you have to keep Vishnu Sahasranama, where you have to keep Ramayana, where you have to keep some other text, etc. If we have that whole picture from the Upanishads or from the study of the Vedas, then we will know that. Then what is the highest goal of mankind or human being? The highest goal is realizing that supreme reality. Because our essential nature is that, unfortunately, we are more worried about the superimposition which is on us, and we are identified with that. So just shake off that superimposition and realize that Brahman. So that is what is the highest goal. And this realization involves two simultaneous processes. That is, one is Shravana Manana Nididhyasana. That is, for a modern listener, I can say that the essence of Vedanta has to be heard from a teacher. The most important instruction is that, however intelligent we are not supposed to, we cannot read and understand. Suppose I say, oh, I am a very bright person, I can read and understand Vedanta. It's not possible. We have to listen from a teacher. So, in fact, that was my experience also. Everybody thinks that I have read Gita, I have read this, I have read that. But then they cannot understand various technical terms. So we have to listen from a teacher and then understand the whole purport of it. That is called Shravana. Listening is understanding the whole meaning of the Vedanta is called Shravana. And we have to contemplate on that. Whatever doubts arise in our mind, all those doubts have to be cleared. So that is also very essential. And we have to internalize it. Internalizing is called Nididhyasanam. That is also called Atmanusandhanam. Atmanusandhanam means, suppose the Upanishad says, you are that. So then we have to think, how am I that? Am I really qualifying to be that? Am I pure enough? Is my mind pure enough? So that is the reason why purification of mind is one level and knowledge is one level. If we are only scholars in Vedanta, scholars in this, that, etc., you are only a scholar, Vedanta scholar, but not, you cannot be called a jnani or a realized person unless the self is purified. For this self purification, there are several books. For example, Vedan, this Jivan Mukti Viveka. If we see Jivan Mukti Viveka of Vidyaranya, he tells various processes of this self purification. Gita also tells various processes of self purification. And self purification and knowledge, they are called two wings of a bird. The bird can fly only if it has two wings, both the wings. With only one wing, it cannot fly. So that is how, and Shankaracharya says in a beautiful poem, Vairagya bodhau purushasya pakshivat pakshau vijanihi vichakshanattvam, he says. That is Vairagya, that is disciplined mind, and the knowledge. These two are the two wings of a bird, which enable this sadhaka to reach that the mansion called, the top of the mansion called Brahma. So the second one is purification. These two lead to realization. It is also called enlightenment. You call it moksha, you call it liberation, etc. Liberation is liberation. The word liberation itself implies that there was a bondage earlier and you are getting freed from that bondage. Moksha also is from the same root. Moksha is release from some sort of bondage, some bondage. So then what is, this is my final slide. What is the social impact? The social impact, you see, when you have a vision, a broad vision about what is ultimate reality and what is human being, and that broad vision determines our ethics. Whatever our knowledge of reality determines our ethics. So the philosophy of Upanishads have given us a very egalitarian, a very liberal and inclusive vision. Examples of it you see in the Gita everywhere. Everywhere you are supposed to see the divinity in everybody. And for example, he says, yo yam tanum bhaktaha shraddhayarchitum ichchati. Tasya achalam shraddham tameva vidahamyam, he says in chapter 7, Krishna says, whoever in whatever forms worships me, so I conform to him in the same form. So you worship in any form, that is answered. Then again, he says in the 9th chapter again, ye pyanya devata bhaktaha yajante shraddhayanvitaha. Even if you don't worship me, you worship any other god, I am not jealous. You are worshipping me only. So that sort of say vision we have. And that is the reason why we have harmonized various traditions such as Vaishnava, Shaiva, Shakta, so many traditions. And if you see the story of Shankaracharya, that history of Shankaracharya, he is one man who went around the country and then debated with so many people. He standardized, or rather he identified certain prominent traditions, and then he rejected certain non-Vedic traditions like sacrifices and human sacrifices and various such things, and also certain Vamachara, etc. So he harmonized various traditions. He is called, that is the reason why he is called Shanmata Sthapanacharya. And Upanishads, for example, they made the world realize the greatness of Indian thought. For example, when we talk about Vivekananda, who went and spoke in Chicago, what did he speak about? He spoke only what is there in the Upanishads. He did not say anything else. He did not talk about, say, Varalakshmi Vratam. He did not talk about Rudra, Homam, some other Homa, etc. He just talked about what is the ultimate reality, what is our vision, and what is how liberal, say, philosophy we do have. So, in fact, my feeling is all these Western ideas of liberalism, etc., not only my feelings, some other people have also noted, the Western ideas of liberalism, etc., they have come only in the 18th century. Till that time, they never had any idea of liberalism and inclusiveness and all these things, they never had. So, only after interaction with this Indian philosophy and also this Chinese civilization, they got this, that is why there is a word called 18th century enlightenment. That 18th century enlightenment is only after interaction with these two civilizations. And I feel that we are able to hold our heads high because of Upanishadic thought only. So we've had Upanishads not been there. And if we had only various Vaishnavism, Shaivism, Shakta, etc., we would have been quarreling among ourselves. So that is how this Upanishadic thought has brought a lot of peace and harmony in the society. And it is also the sort of guiding light for the whole universe, for the whole world. So with these words, I close my talk. Thank you. I think I have taken about 15 minutes.
Thank you, sir. A beautiful message. We keep hearing about this. I am hearing myself. We keep hearing about this message. You have reiterated. This is so beautiful. And I really like that your statement of keep your heads up high, hold your heads up high. This is such an important message for the younger generation. Building better self-esteem is what we have to inculcate in them better. It's a need of the countries now, whether the global countries.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, one and all.
We now have Dr. Nagaraja Rao Garu, Karanam, and looks like he is not online, but I'm checking. Gauri Mahulikar Garu, do you think you can go now? We can wait for him. He's being delayed by 2 minutes. Ma'am?
Yes, I think, yeah.
Oh,
Thank you.
wonderful. Sorry, I put you on the spotlight, but I just wanted to
No,
keep
it's okay. It's okay, no problem. No problem.
Thank you, Dhanyasmi. 1 second. Let me introduce you. People should know so much about you. Srimati Gauri Mahulikar is our next speaker. She is the academic director, Chinmaya International Foundation, Veliyanadu, Ernakulam, Kerala. Her topic is so wonderful because it is full of wonder. It's bringing the emotion of wonder, the interconnected feelings of wonder and gratitude, draws on the emotion of wonder at creation and gratitude towards the creator, which results in worship. And she has a lot more to say. Please, ma'am, you'll be introduced by Shravan Kumar ji as well. After that, you can start your talk. Thank you.
नमस्कारः इदानीं गौरी महुलीकर महोदयी शैक्षणिकसञ्चालक चिन्मया इंटरनेशनल फाउंडेशन वेलियनाड एर्नाकुलम केरल महोदयाः विषयः आश्चर्यस्य कृतज्ञतायाः आन्तरङ्गिकभावनाः सृष्टौ सृष्टिकर्ता प्रति कृतज्ञता च यस्य परिणामः पूजा भवति इति अंशमधिकृत्य भाषणं करोति महोदय।
Namaskar.
Hari Om. Namaste. Good morning for Indian audience and good evening for the overseas audience. Ya Devi Sita Pankaja Sanavara Seenaksha Malakara Veena Jankriti Nashta Sarva Jadata Smera Prafullanana Ya Vakyartha Pada Pramana Vibhava Ya Sarva Bhashatmika Tam Vacha Madhi Devatam Bhagavati Vande Sada Bharati. Hari Om. My topic is an interplay of two emotions, wonder and gratitude. This is like awe and appreciation and admiration, an interplay of these two. We feel that these are psychological feelings, but there is a very intricate intellectual process. I found out while I searched some of the sites on psychology that this is not just a mental sankalpa vikalpatmakam manaha. This is not just a mental feeling. There is a lot more process of intelligence. Before the feeling of wonder is created in our minds. Basically, the extended, what you can say, the definition of wonder is a feeling of astonishment, a feeling of amazement, curiosity, surprise, marvel, and admiration caused by something beautiful, remarkable, awe-inspiring, and incredible. And what is the process there, At the very outset, our mind is captivated by something which we have not seen. Adrishta purvam rishitosmi drishtva. So something adrishta purva basically. So something amazing which we haven't seen earlier. Then it causes a heightened awareness and mindfulness it triggers a positive feedback in our mind. Then it connects us with something greater and higher, ultimately to the creator who created this entire thing. So thus the mental feeling undergoes an intellectual process. For example, when we see a nicely made honeycomb, a beehive with perfect hexagons, they are fitted like a puzzle, every hole fitted like a puzzle. We are amazed at the skill of the bees. And their systematic teamwork astonishes us. An ancient Roman scholar, Marcus Terentius Varro, named this honeybee conjecture in mathematics. The incredible hexagonal structure of the beehive requires less wax and there is no gap left, vacant in between. If you arrange it in squares or rectangles, etc., there will be some gap because the beehive shape is different, but the hexagons are perfectly fitted and no gap is left out. So the logical reasoning made the feeling of intellectual this wonder. At the end, we start thanking the worker bees, and which is just a small creation, an insect by the Almighty. Now I feel sometimes, the more when do you have this feeling of wonder? The more bored you feel, the more monotonous daily routine, then you go out in the nature and then only you realize in the concrete jungle of the cities, you can never come across these wondrous moments or wow and aha moments. For that nature connection, which we have lost today, we have all lost today, but that is a must, I feel. And then only the more the boredom, the more is the feeling of wonder in our mind. And the more the feeling of wonder, more our heart is filled with gratefulness and gratitude for the creator who created all these things. So the daily alarms, the doorbells, and all should be replaced by the chirping of the birds and humming of the bees and the sound of rhythmic waterfall, and all that would compel us, oblige us to appreciate nature. Wonder is called Vismaya in Sanskrit. And the definition of Vismaya given by Vishwanatha in Sahitya Darpana is very wonderful. The Vismaya's definition is wonderful. He says, Vivideshu padartheshu lokasima ativartishu vispharaschetaso yastu savismaya udartaha. Vividheshu padartheshu, the various objects which are lokasima ativartishu, which lie beyond the human capacity and human apprehension. Vispharaschetasaha, the expansion of your psychological mood, our mind gets expanded, so that vispharaha chetasa, that is called vismaya. And etymologically and grammatically, it is V upasarga purvaka smi dhatu and erach is the pratyaya and all that. So whenever we see something like this, the mind gets expanded, then it engages us all the more, it attunes us and makes us grateful. In a common language, it's a wow moment. Okay. So nature has tremendous treasure with it, and it can, because it changes every moment. And as Mahakavi Magha says in Shishupala Kshane Kshane yan navatam upaiti tadeva rupam ramaniyataya. The thing which gets renewed or appears to us new every moment, that is the most charming and wonderful thing. And it is only the nature, the Prakriti, which doesn't stop amazing us every moment, everything, every time. And therefore, when I'm coming to the Rishi Runa because of the vast corpus of Vedic literature a little later, because let us first appreciate Prakriti for that. There is another word in Sanskrit for wonder is Ashcharya. Ashcharya, A plus Chara and the Pratyaya and all that. Ashcharyavat pashyati kaschidenam, Ashcharyavat vadati tathaiva chanyaha. That is how Atman is described in Bhagavad Gita in the Bhagavad Gita by Bhagwan. Okay. And Shankaracharya comments that 1 in thousands is able to apprehend this Ashcharya, this Atman. So this is not a very common feature. Everybody doesn't have that Ashcharya. But when I chose this topic, this was, like we have lost wondering at things. So we should reconnect and inculcate that feeling once again, because that only and that alone will have that feeling of gratitude in our minds. And therefore, when Arjuna says, and when Sanjaya also repeats that, Taccha samsmritya rupamatyadbhutam harehe vismayo me mahan rajan, etc. And adrishta purvam rishitosmi drishtva, that is what Arjuna says. In the Mahabharata, Ashcharya, in the Yaksha Prashna, this comes. What is the Ashcharya? And when Yaksha asks this question, Yudhishthira's reply is, Ahanyahani bhutani gachantiha yamalayam. Every day, people die. Yamalayam gachanti. Sheshaha sthavaramicchanti. Kim ashcharyamata param. And yet the remaining ones who are still living, they feel as if they are immortal. And they go on doing things as if they are never going to die. What is more wonderful than that? Kim ashcharyamata param. So this is a contrasting thing. Ahanyahani bhutani gachanti yamalayam. And still we fail to understand what is the fickleness of our life. And
We lost you, ma'am. Oh, this was so beautiful. Can you please log back in? Audience and viewers, please bear with us. Please unmute, Gauri ji.
dropped because the network is very unstable here.
No, this was so wonderful. Please continue.
Yeah. So there is an arrangement of this 1, 1, 2, then 3, then 3 plus 2 is 5, then 5 plus 3 is 8. So every successive number is the addition of the previous two numbers, right? So this is called Fibonacci number pattern. But before Fibonacci discovered it in some 12th, 13th century, we had it in our mathematics, and I have quoted few like Gopala in 1135 and the Jain polymath Hemachandra in 1135 and 1150. And so this is, I mean, this is not a platform where I want to say that this was discovered by us. But then what I wanted to point out is that pattern. And this pattern is not only found in the sunflower. We can see it in the branching of the trees, in the way the florets of the cauliflower are fitted into the big flower, there is also the same pattern. So this is what, we should feel admiration for, and for creating such wonderful things, and that too in a systematic, orderly manner. We have to thank the creator for that. Take, for example, our human body. It's a self-repairing machine. No other machine, gets self-repaired, but the body heals by itself. And the autophagy nowadays, for weight reduction also. So body has its own mechanism. And such a wonderful body from top to toe, whatever we eat, the rasa goes and flows everywhere, you know. So this is really a wonderful thing, and we should be thankful for the creator for creating this. And now I come to the Rishi Runa. I mean, we all believe in the Pitru Runa, Rishi Runa, and the Deva Runa, the Runatraya. Here I want to talk only about the Rishi Runa because this Shakti, not Shakti, the Upasana, the Smriti is for the Indian knowledge systems and the Bharatiya Jnana Parampara. And what a wealth, what a treasure our Rishis have created for us. So even if we go on counting, as Aravinda Rao Garu was saying just 5 minutes before, that there's a labyrinth of
We are having some technical issues today. Please unmute again.
one lifetime is yeah, I got disconnected. You know, I have joined on my son's this thing, and he is getting some calls, so the hotspot is getting disconnected, and therefore I think I will end here. So the more wonder you must, we have lost that wonder, and we feel amazed. We should feel amazed. We should be startled, astonished, and then feel the gratitude, have nurture the feeling of gratitude towards the rishis, the ancestors, the Apaurusheya literature, and towards the creator who created this big Samaṣṭi. That is the way you have put it today. So I think I should end up before it gets disconnected again, because he is getting calls continuously and my laptop is getting connected on his hotspot. So thank you very much, and sorry for all these interruptions, you know, in between.
That
Thank
was
you.
so beautiful. It's such a soothing message. You really took us on a different turn. You know, we have this vast amount of knowledge, but you really brought the wonder aspect, and this is going to give a better perspective for all of us. Thank you so much for choosing this topic and for the talk. Namaste ji. We now have Dr. Nagaraja Rao Karanam Garu. He has done MA in Sociology, History and Political Science, PhD in Management, Advanced Diploma in Vedanta. Will be taking us on a journey, Yatra, the importance of Tirtha Yatra as per Hindu philosophy. Shravan Kumar Garu.
नमस्कारः स्वागतम् इदानीम् अस्माकं डॉक्टर नागराज राव करणं महोदयः एते महोदयाः समाजशास्त्रे इतिहास एवं राजनीतिशास्त्रे MA उपाधिं प्राप्तवान् प्रबन्धनशास्त्रे विद्यावारिधिं प्राप्तवान् वेदान्तशास्त्रे उन्नत डिप्लोमा अपि अस्ति इदानीम् एते महोदयाः अस्मान् यात्रायां नेष्यति हिन्दू दर्शन अनुसारेण तीर्थयात्रायाः माहात्म्यम्
शुक्लांबरधरं विष्णुं शशिवर्णं चतुर्भुजं प्रसन्नवदनं ध्याये सर्वविघ्नोपशान्तये सदाशिवसमारम्भां शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्परां नारायणं नमस्कृत्य नरं चैव नरोत्तमं देवीं सरस्वतीं व्यासं ततो जयमुदीरयेत्. Namaste to everyone. Today the topic that is chosen by me is a Tirtha Yatras in Hindu philosophy. Tirtha Yatras is a very good topic in the sense that everybody would like to go to Tirtha Yatra, come back, not understand the significance of the Tirtha Yatra sometimes. So Tirtha Yatra has a lot of significance. It is basically the purpose of Tirtha Yatra is a purification physically and also mentally. Manusha Yagnam, Daiva Yagnam, we call it. So we have to mentally purify ourselves. This is the idea of this Tirtha Yatra. To become eligible for higher lokas and all these things. There is a discussion in Mahabharata when we come across Mahabharata. There is a Tirtha Yatra Parvam is there in Vanaparva. Vanaparva is a good book, very vast book in Mahabharata. In that we come across again one more chapter where we come across the Tirtha Yatra Parvam. Similarly, of course, Tirtha Yatra has been mentioned in many other places in Hindu, what is called books, sacred books, it is Puranas. We come across in Padma Purana, we come across in Matsya Purana, Vishnu Purana, like that many places we come across these things. But here basically I would like to concentrate more on Mahabharata, which is Panchama Veda. So here there is a discussion. The discussion is that Tirtha Yatras are great or Yajna Yagadas are great. This one discussion will come across in this. The discussion is revolving when Pandavas are about to go for Tirtha Yatra. At that point of time, Dharma-Raja will be asking Lomasya Maharshi, so please elaborate. Then he will be narrating a story of Pulasya and Bhishma Samvada. There Pulasya Maharshi will be telling one aspect. Rushinam paramam guhyam idam bharata sattamam tirthavi gamanam punyam yajnena pi vishishyate, like that he will be telling. So here the thing is that here, this is a very sacred thing which I am going to tell you. The thing is that going to Tirtha Yatra will be giving much more punyam than performing an yajna, like that it will be telling. Maybe in Arthavada, but still what we can presume from this is that Sanatana Dharma is such that it wants to accommodate all types of people, whatever according to their capacities and all these things. Everybody can't do yajnas. That is one of the things which we have to understand and which we have to accept, because only people with a lot of money, people with a lot of materials, lot of commitment, what is called lot of contacts and all those things, only those persons only can do this, perform this yajnas and yagas. But ordinary people, majority of the people of ordinary folk, they can't do all these things. What to do for those persons? Is there any greater thing can't they achieve? Because of this reason, it has been designed that Rushinam paramam guhyam idam bharata sattama tirthavi gamanam punyam yajnera pi vishishyate, like that he will be telling. So it is greater than this yajnas. So you go for Tirtha Yatra and come back, that will be giving you a lot of what is called purity of mind, Chitta Shuddhi will be getting, like that. This is the idea that has been given. One more aspect of this Tirtha Yatra, why it is so much important and why it has gained a lot of currency according among the people is that one thing is that here this reading of Vedas or performing of yajnas, these type of things are meant for certain types of people only, not for all the people. So here, this is who are eligible for Tirtha Yatras. Anybody is eligible for Tirtha Yatra. There is no caste bar, there is no restriction, nothing is there here. Anybody can go for Tirtha Yatra. Even the person who has committed a lot of sin, that type of person also can go to the Tirtha Yatra. Only thing is that he should have the bhavana, Chitta Shuddhi should be there. He should have purity of heart should be there. Purity of mind should be there. If that is there in the mind, he can go for a Tirtha Yatra. This is the idea that has been given in the Sanatana Dharma. So the Sanatana Dharma wants to give, it wants to accommodate all types of people here. So this is why this Tirtha Yatras have gained a lot of prominence and significance. What are the Tirthas we are having? And believe it or not, in Puranas we come across a lot of Punya Tirthas will be coming across. Mahabharata itself, we come across at least some more than 200 Tirthas are being mentioned in Mahabharata. And this is very famous Tirthas are Pushkara Tirtham, Varanasi, Prayaga, Kandulika Ashramam, Kanva Maharshi Ashramam, Vayati Patanam, Bhadravatam, Arbudam, Pinga Tirtham, Prabhasa Tirtham, Varuna Tirtham, Dwaravati Tirtham, Vasudhara Tirtham, Sindhuttama Tirtham, Bhadratunga Tirtham, Vitasta Tirtham, Manimantam, Devika Tirtham, Kama Tirtham. So Gaya Tirtham, Saraswati Tirtham, Naimishakunja Tirtham, Matanga Tirtham, like there are so many Tirthas are there. So here, why these Tirthas? Normally people believe that after seeing all these things, we normally tend to believe that Tirthas are places where there is some places, significant places are there. So there is a lot of some ancient significance is there for that. Some spirituality is connected with that place. Like that, we will normally, that normal human mind, we believe like that. But Tirthas, it's not like that. Tirthas is even for going to a greatest sage. Sitting with him is also a Tirtha Yatra. That is the idea that is given in different other places of Hindu philosophy. Even if you go to a sacred person, sit with him for some time and come back. That itself is a Tirtha Yatra. Not necessarily there should be anything, all this. Any other place should be there, or any mountain should be there, any river should be there, nothing is there. And here one more aspect of the Tirtha Yatra is that the Tirthas, what we mentioned so far, so many Tirthas we mentioned, all these Tirthas, one way or another way, they are having what is called Sthala Puranas. Significance is there for all these things. Some people normally believe that the Sthala Puranas are not to be believed upon because educated people are not. Some educated people feel that Tirthas, this whatever sometimes people will be telling. So this is the place where Agastya has seen the marriage of Parvati and Shiva, like that it will be coming. This is the place where something has happened. This is the place where Bhagirath has come and initially Ganga has fallen down. Like that, this type of things will be telling. How can we believe it? These are the things. But here, what we have to understand is that if you go back to the Sthala Puranas, sometimes the Sthala Puranas are most ancient also sometimes. Paramacharya Chandrasekhara Saraswati, he wrote a book that is called Hindu Dharma. One book is there. That is published by Bharati Vidya Bhavan. Still available in Bharati Vidya Bhavan, the book is available. In that, he is giving importance of Sthala Puranas. Some place or other place he will be mentioning about what is the importance of Sthala Puranas. He will be telling one episode he will be quoting. I will just see the time. It is still there. Another 5 to 10 minutes. Okay. Then he will be giving a small anecdote. He will be giving. Thing is that sometimes this Sthala Puranas are so ancient that sometimes we can't even imagine. So he was narrating a small episode, what is called one anecdote he will be mentioning. Thing is that when Vibhishana went to Sriramachandra for his coronation, after his coronation he wanted to come back to Lanka. When he was coming back to Lanka, then he asked Sriramachandra, why don't you give me something which I can remember all the time? So he gave, Sriramachandra gave him a Ranganatha Vigraha, he gave, take it and put it in your Lanka like that. Then he was bringing, with all devotion, veneration and all these things, he was bringing it back to the Lanka. When he was coming back, suddenly it has fallen down from his hands. When it has fallen down in Kaveri river area, it has fallen down. Immediately it got installed there only. So he could not take it out. Then Vibhishana was very unhappy. He was almost weeping at that point of time. Then Ranganatha, in order to please him, he turned towards the south, facing Lanka, Sri Lanka like that. That has been mentioned in the Sthala Purana of Srirangam, it is mentioned. Okay, fine. Sriranga it is mentioned. No. This Sriranga is also mentioned by Ajvars, you believe it or not. Pashurams are there. In the Pashurams, Ajvars were mentioning this episode again. When they were mentioning this episode, who are Ajvars? Ajvars are the saints who are there. It is traditionally, it is believed that they were there in the last few years of Dwapara Yuga and first 1000 years of Kali Yuga, they were there like that. Traditional people will believe. But normally, present historians, they say that it is around 6th century and 8th century AD, they were there like that, people will be telling. But in spite of that, this Ajvars history, traditional history, if you take back Ajvars, they were there in those times it was there. When it was mentioned in those times, the Sthala Purana of Sriranga must be much more older than that. So this is from that time onwards, the tradition continues even by today, and we believe that this is an important place which is got connected with Sri Ramachandra. That is why only you just observe wherever PM Modi is going, wherever he is going, Nasik he has gone. Nasik is a place where Surpanaka's anecdote is there. He has gone to Srirangam. The anecdote of this Vibhishana is there. Like that, he is going to different places where Lepashi has gone, very recently he has gone, where Veerabhadra, that Jatayu, what is called Maranam. This type of things are connected all these places. So it is so beautifully connected that people will be having some sort of devotion that they will be getting here. Not only devotion, they will also be feeling that they are actually something, purification has been happening in their minds and also physically and mentally they will be getting something rejuvenated, they will be getting. This is the idea here. So here, that is why only this, how the Tirtha is defined is that Tiryate anena iti tirtham, like that, or Trayati anena iti tirtham, or Samsara Sagarat Tarana Upaya Bhutam tirtham. Like that, so many definitions are there because all these things are getting connected in this way. So Tirtha Yatra is like that. But who is eligible for going to Tirtha Yatra? I think another 5 minutes, I think it is there, I believe. Another 3-4 minutes is there. But here, who are eligible? Everybody can't go, please. Everybody can't attain what we can call Tirtha Phalam. But only few people will be getting Tirtha Phalam. That is more important here. Tirtha Yatra is meant for all people. Everybody can go. Anybody can go. But thing is that everybody can't get it. Even those persons who are sitting very near to the Ganges and taking daily baths, they also can't get Tirtha Punyam. But only few people will be getting. Who are those people? And Mahabharata mentions very, very beautifully. They will be mentioning 2-3 shlokas, very beautiful shlokas. They are there. Yasyam hastaucha padaucha manaschaiva susamyatam vidya tapascha kirtischa sa tirthapalamashnute akalkako nirarambha lagvaharo jitendriya vimukta sarvapapebhyaha sa tirthapalamashnute. So these are the things they are mentioning. Akrodhanascha Rajendra Satyashilo Dhrudavrataha Atmopamascha Bhuteshu Satirthapalamashnute. Like that they will be mentioning. So here broadly what they will be mentioning is that you should have Shama Dama. These two things should be very much important. You should have control over your senses. You should have control over your physical body. And these two things are very much important. You should not be very angry at any point of time. And you should have Satyashila, Dhruda Vrata, and Atmopamascha. You should be seeing all the persons like same, like you, as you feel yourself, that you have to see in other persons also. This is the idea of the Tirtha Phalam. Why this is all this mentioned? And you believe it or not, Yudhishthira, when he was about to leave for Tirtha Yatras, he will be advising all the people, those who eat Mamsahara, those who eat what is called too much of eating, those persons please drop here. Why this Mamsahara is Nishidha? It's not like that. Mamsahara is basically, it's not bad, it's not like that. Thing is that if we take all those type of foods, you will be Rajasa Guna will be there in our physical body. When Rajasa is there, you can't concentrate on the God. This is the only idea. This is the idea. Because of this reason, many persons will be doing fasting while going for the real Tirtha Yatras. Why Narendra Modi is doing 11 days more Upavasa? This is precisely the idea. Because you should purify yourself. Purification is more important. Where whichever is that is being told in Tirtha Yatras or any other matter in Hindu, the philosophy is very much clear. Apparently, it looks like going to some place, pilgrimage, coming back, and all these things. But the implications are very much serious. Thing is that here, what they are mentioning is that physical purification, mental purification are more important. Akrodhanascha, that is also more important. Wherever you come across Bhagavad Gita or any other place, this Krodha Yeshaha, Kama Yeshaha, Rajoguna Samudbhavaha, they will be telling all the time. So whenever Rajoguna is there, you will not be concentrating on anything. You can't appreciate anything. You can't get any punyapalam out of that. This is the idea of Tirtha Yatras. Tirtha Yatras, many Tirtha Yatras, there paucity of time, another 2 or 1 minute is there. I will be closing this my subject. This is the importance of Tirtha Yatras here. And with this, I take leave from all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. That was such a beautiful talk, taking us on a journey and a responsibility of a Tirtha Yatrin. So very nicely delivered. Thank you. We will move on to the next speaker. We have Dr. Sivarama Krishna Chirravuri garu. He is a PhD in Telugu and Sanskrit, retired head of Telugu Department of Andhra, Jatiya Kalashala, Machilipatnam, Andhra Pradesh, and serving at the Public Free Repository of Homeopathy past 50 years. I'm sorry, I read the profile of Kavuri Ramaprasad garu. It was so interesting. Dr. Sivarama Krishna garu and Kavuri Prasad garu worked together. The script was produced by Dr. Sivarama Krishna garu, and Kavuri Ramaprasad garu was supposed to deliver it in English because this platform was in English. They worked together, but unfortunately, last minute, I just came to know that Prasad Garu is not coming on Zoom today. But instead, so graceful, the Pandit, Dr. Sivarama Krishna Garu, is so ready to share his original script, which was written by him in Telugu. Now it is even more beautiful that he's going to render the same in Sanskritam. We are all blessed to hear from the author's speech himself. And so let's listen to Sivarama Krishna Garu. He is also a scholar, PhD in Telugu and Sanskrit. Sivarama Krishna Garu, please unmute after Shravan Kumar's Garu's introduction of you. Shravan Kumar Garu.
Namaskaraha. Idanim Dr. Chirravuri Sivarama Krishna Mahodayasya Prasangaha Bhavati. Telugu Bhashayaam Likita Patakata Asti. Ete Mahodayaha Telugu Andhra Bhashayaam Samskrita Bhashayaam api Vidyavaradhim Praptavantah. Ete Mahodayaha Idanim Itihasam Najanati Sahayat Mahat Papam Prapnoti iti Bharatiya Bhumim Uddishya Vadati. Mahodayanam Prasangaha Shrunumaha Idanim.
One quick note, his topic, a great sin which history doesn't know, has been ascribed to the land of Bharath. Sivarama Krishna Garu, please deliver your message.
Sabhaye Namaha.
Thank you.
Sabhaye Namaha. Sarvebhyo Namamsi. Prachina Bharatadesha Charitram Pathyabhageshu Yojaniyamiti Vishaye Kinchitu Prastuyite. Bharatadesha Charitra Granthe Bharatadeshaha Bhaugolakaritya Samskritika Paddhatyava Sanghika Sthityava Rajaki Vidhanenva Kadapi Ekatva Napunot Angale Paripalnath Ekatvamapa iti vartate. Hindu Dharmaha Krishto Purvasmin Kale Tirtha Shatabdyang Kalpite iti cha tatrasti. Haindeva Mandirani Krishto Param Prathama Shatabdya Nirmitaniti. Tadpurvam Bauddha Jaina Mandirani Vabhurtire iti cha tatra vartate. Tadvishayaka Parishodhane ye Bahirgata Amshaha Tan Adhikritya Maya Adya Prastuyate. Srimad Ramayane Sriramacharita Khalu Tatra Sita Kalyanat Purvam Vasishthaha Sriram Vamsham Akathayat Manu Prajapati Purvam Itshvagustu Manoswataha Tamishvagumayo Jhayam Rajanam Vidhi Purvajam Ityarabhya Nabhagasya Babhuvajo Ajad Dasaratho Bhavatu Asmat Dasaratha Jato Bharataro Ramalakshmanau Iti Sriram Paryantam Tadvamsha Vrukshaha Tatrasti. Ramayanante Evametat Puravurtam Akshyanam Bhadramastuvaha Ityuktatvat Srimad Ramayanam Ramasya Yathartha Charitamiti Vaktu Yujyate. Nati eva Ganrata Kavye Kachidatra Bhavishyati iti Brahmana Tathaiva Vaktam. Vishnu Purane Chaturthamse Sri Ramadarbhya Burhadbala Paryantam Sri Ram Vamshosti. Tasya Puranasya Vakta Parasharamuni. Tasya Tanayaha Vyasa Maharshi. Asmin Chaturthamse Vamshakathanamevasti. Natu Varnanadini. Burhadbalaha Kurukshetra Yuddhe Abhimanyuna Hataha. Vishnu Purane Surya Vamshaha Swama Vamshaha Ityadayaha Vamshaha Vihitaha. Puranasya Lakshanani Panchavartante. Sargascha Pratisargascha Vamsho Manvantaranicha Vamsha Anucharitancheti Puranam Panchalakshanam. Eshu Lakshaneshu Sargaha Srushtihi. Pratisargo Nama Layaha. Manvantaraha Mahakalani. Teshu Pramana Pradarsanam Dushakamiti Tanatra Nakathayami. Purane Vamshanucharita Kathanam Mukhyam Bhavati. Arthashastre Chanakyaha Sayam Samaye Paripalakena Itihasa Puranani Sratavyani iti avadatu. Puranani Sutaha Akathayan. Magadha Vamshe Jarasandhaha Shaktishali. Tasya Pita Burhadrathaha. Burhadratha Vamshyaha Bharhadrathaha. Bharhadrathanam Paripalakanam Trayovimsha Namani Vishnu Purane Sthitani. Etad Vamshe Antimaha Ripunjayaha. Asya Mantri Munikaha. एष राजानं हत्वा स्वकुमारं प्रद्योतनं सिंहासने अस्थापयत्। प्रद्योतनवंश्याः पंच परिपालकाः अभवन्। ततः शिशुनाभवंश्या राजानः आसन्। शिशुनाभवंशे अन्तिमः महानन्दिनः शूद्रागर्भोद्भवः महापद्मनाम क्षत्रान्तकारी बभूव। सो अतिबलः। तस्य अष्टौ सुताः पृथ्वीपालनम् अकुर्वन्। एतान् नवनन्दान् कौटिल्यः अजयत्। ततः मौर्याः पालकाः अभवन्। तेषां प्रथमः चन्द्रगुप्तः कौटिल्यसाहाय्येन राजा अभवत्। तस्य कुमारः बिन्दुसारः, तस्य पुत्रः अशोकवर्धनः। एवं मौर्याः दश भूपतयो भुवन्। तेषाम् अन्तिमः बृहद्रथः, तस्य सेनापतिः पुष्यमित्रः। सः राजानं हत्वा राज्यम् अकरोत्। तस्य पुत्रः अग्निमित्रः। अस्य चरितमेव कालिदासमहाकविना मालविकाग्निमित्र नाटकरूपेण लिखितम्। येषां शुङ्गवंशः। ततः खाण्डवायनाः चत्वारः परिपालका बभूवुः। अस्मिन् वंशे चर्मं सुशर्माणं हत्वा तस्य भृत्यः आन्ध्रजातीयः बलिपुच्छकः राजा बभूव। ततः आन्ध्रभृत्याः आभीराः 7, गर्दभाः 10, यवनाः 8, तुरुष्काः 14, मुण्डाः 13, मौनाः 11 राजानो बभूवुः। एवं इक्ष्वाकोः प्रभृति शातवाहन पर्यन्तं राजानः सन्ति। किन्तु भारतदेश चरित्रे एते न सन्ति। चरित्रग्रन्थे चन्द्रगुप्तस्य कुमारः कालिदास महाकविः सूर्यवंशे प्राचीन भारतदेश पालकस्य रामचन्द्रस्य वंशचरितं रघुवंशे अकथयतु। सोमवंशे आदिराजस्य पुरूरवसः चरित्रम् अकथयतु। विक्रमोर्वशीय नाटके पुरूरवसः चरित्रम् अरचयतु। सोमवंश शाखायां पूर्ववंशे दुष्यन्त चरित्रम् अभिज्ञान शाकुन्तल नाटके अलिखतु। कलियुग पालकेषु शृङ्गवंशे राज्ञः अग्निवर्णस्य चरितं मालविकाग्निमित्रे अरचयतु। एवं स महाकविः चारित्रक काव्य कविरभवत्। अद्य भारतदेश चरित्रे हरप्पा नागरिकतायाः आर्य नागरिकतायाश्च मध्ये सहस्र संवत्सराणि सन्ति। तत्र पालकानां पालितानां नामानि न सन्ति। आर्याणां पतनजीवितम् अज्ञातमासीत्। तस्मात् आर्य आगमनादारभ्य सहस्र संवत्सरानन्तरमेव सुन्दर नगर निर्माण प्रसंगो वर्तते इति भारतदेश चरित्र रचयित्री रुमिल्ला थापर अवदतु। किन्तु इक्ष्वाकुवंशे राजधानी अयोध्या नगरमिति श्रीमद् रामायणे वर्तते। विष्णुपुराणे चतुर्थांशे इक्ष्वाकुवंशः, रजवंशः, सोमवंशः इत्यादयः बहवः वंशाः पालकनामभिः सह लिखिताः सन्ति। मधुराजेन मधुरा निर्मिता, श्रावस्तिराजेन श्रावस्तिनगरी निर्मिता, हस्तिना नगरी निर्मिता, पाण्डवैः इन्द्रप्रस्थो निर्मितः, मिथिला नगरी निर्मिता। तत्र द्वारका समुद्रगर्भे अस्ति। द्वारकानगर निर्माणात् प्राक् तत्र पूर्वं कुशस्थली पुरी वर्तते इति विष्णुपुराणात् अवगम्यते। कुशस्थली यादव भूपरम्या पुरी पुरा भूत् अमरावतीव साद्वारका सम्प्रति तत्र चान्ते सकेशवांशो बलदेव नाम। तस्मात् आर्याणां नगर जीवन ज्ञान नास्तीति वचनं प्राचीन भारत चरित्र अनभिज्ञतैव। शासनानां साक्ष्यं वर्तते। ब्रिटिश प्रभुत्व परिपालना काले कर्नाटके लूईस रईस नामकः अधिकारी कर्नाटकस्थ दानशासनानि सम्पादितवान्। तस्मिन् शिवमोगा जिल्लायां तीर्थहल्लि ग्रामे लब्धं जनमेजय दानशासनमस्ति। तत् संस्कृत भाषायां वर्तते। स्वस्ति श्री जयाभ्युदय युधिष्ठिर शके प्लवंगाख्ये 89 वत्सरे सहस्रमासे अमावास्यायां सोमवासरे श्रीमन् महाराजाधिराज परमेश्वरः व्याघ्रपाद गोत्रजः श्री जन्मेजय भूपः इति तस्मिन् वर्तते। श्री कुरुकुलावतंस जन्मेजय भूपालानां दानशासन पत्रम् इति तच्छासने अस्ति। अपि च जन्मेजय शासनानि बहूनि सन्ति। युधिष्ठिर शासनान्यपि सन्ति। कोल्ब्रूक् नाम चरित्रकारः एतद् अधुनातनकल्पितशासनमिति वक्तुम् एते तान् यत्नान् डाक्टर् वेदव्यासः परिशोधकः स्वशोधनग्रन्थे बहिर्गतान् अकरोत्। तद्दानशासनपत्र सत्यताञ्च निरूपितवान्। जनमेजय भूपः दक्षिण दिग्विजय काले चैत्रमास कृष्णपक्षे व्यतीपातयोगे बिगूर दान पत्र शासनम् अकरोत्। एवं जनमेजय शासनानि बहूनि सन्ति। अपि च भारतवर्षस्य नाम भरतात् लब्धमिति ब्रह्माण्डपुराणे वर्तते। यः धर्मक्षेत्रं कुरुक्षेत्रम् अकरोत् स कुरुराजः गंगायाः जाह्नवीति नाम जह्नुना आगतम्। समुद्रस्य सागरैति नाम सागरपुत्रैः प्राप्तम्। एवं नाम विज्ञान शास्त्रेणापि प्राचीन भारतदेश ज्ञानं भवति। इक्ष्वाकोरारभ्य युधिष्ठिरपर्यन्तं भारतदेश परिपालकानां नामानि लब्धानि। युधिष्ठिरमारभ्य सुलोमापि पर्यन्तं तदनन्तरं च भारतदेश प्रभूणां नामानि गणानि वा उपलब्धानि। एवं स्थिते भारतदेश चरित्रे कथम अन्धविकस्य अवकाशः अलेक्साण्डर् वीरस्य दण्डयात्रा काले आन्ध्रवंशे चन्द्रश्री नामकः प्रभुर्वर्तते। स बालकः तस्य रक्षकौ चन्द्रगुप्त समुद्रगुप्तौ। एष चन्द्रगुप्तः मौर्य चन्द्रगुप्त इति चरित्रकाराः अलिखन्। चन्द्रश्री चन्द्रगुप्तस्य मौर्य चन्द्रगुप्तस्य च मध्ये 48 पालकाः सन्ति। ट्राय् नामक पंडितः माक्सुमुलर् नामक चरित्रकाराय एतद् विषयम् अकथयतु। स न जग्राह। कुप्पय्य नामक आंध्र पंडितः कोट वेंकटाचल नाम चरित्रकारः एतद् विषयम् अकथयताम्। तथापि भारतचरित्रं तद्दोषयितमेव अद्यापि बोधयन्ति। प्राचीन भारतचरित्र विषये शास्त्रकाराणां साक्ष्याणि वर्तन्ते। आर्यभटः प्रपंच प्रसिद्ध शास्त्रज्ञः। सः वेदे ज्योतिषग्रन्थेषु च स्थितस्य पूर्णानुस्वारस्य परिचयं प्रपंचाय अकरोत्। सः आर्यभटीये हस्तलिखितग्रन्थे एवम् अलिखत्। षष्ट्यब्दानां षड्भिः यदा अव्यतीताः त्रयश्च युगपादाः 3+20 तदेव मम जन्मनोऽतीताः। कलियुगे प्रथमपादे 6,300 संजाताः। ममाद्य 23 वत्सराः जन्मनो गताः। कलियुगे 3 पादाः अव्यतीताः इति श्लोकार्थः। षष्ट्या गुणिते सति 6,300 भवन्ति खलु। अपि च वराहमिहिरः प्रसिद्ध शास्त्रज्ञः। सः चक्रवर्तिना उज्जयिन्यां स्वयंवाहक यन्त्रस्य खगोल वेधशालायाश्च निर्माणम् अकारयत्। स बहून् शास्त्रग्रन्थान् अरचयत्। आसन् मघासु मुनयः शासति पृथ्वीं युधिष्ठिरे नृपतौ। षड्दिक-पञ्चद्व्यकयुत शककालस्य राज्ञस्य युधिष्ठिर नृप परिपालन काले सप्तमहर्षयः मघासु आसन्। 26 कालस्य शककाल संकलनेन युधिष्ठिर कालम् आगमिष्यति इति वराहमिहिराभिप्रायः। कालिदासः महाकविः स्वकीय ज्योतिर्विदाभरण कालम् एवम् अवदत्। वर्षैः सिन्धुर दर्शनाम्बर गुणैः याते कलौ संहिते मासे माधव संज्ञिके च विहितः ग्रन्थक्रियोपक्रमः। कलियुगादितः 8,600 चतुर्विदाभरण ग्रंथोपक्रमः जात इति तात्पर्यम्। अनेन कालिदासेनापि कलियुगाब्दाः लिखिता इति सिद्ध्यति। पुलकेशि ऐहोल शासनात् भारत युद्धं 2,000 संजातमिति विज्ञायते। द्वारका परिशोधक वृन्दस्य नेता श्री SR राव महाशयः परिशोधनानन्तरं बेट द्वारकायाः समीप समुद्रे श्रीकृष्ण राजधानी द्वारका अस्ति इत्यकथयत्। तस्यां विष्णु विग्रहः लब्धः। तत्र देवालय शिखरं संस्कृतलिप्यां शासन सहित घटाः राजभवनानि नगर कुड्यानि इत्यादयः बहवः उपलब्धाः। एवं दानशासनानि शास्त्रज्ञ वाक्यानि महाकवि वचनानि समुद्रगर्भ साक्ष्याणि खगोल विषयाणि परिपालकनामानि परिपालकगणनामानि तेषां कालाश्च प्राचीन भारतदेश चरित्र सत्यत्वे साक्ष्याणि भवन्ति। भारतदेशे बहुजनानां श्रीमद् रामायण महाभारत कथा संबद्ध नामानि वर्तन्ते। राज्यांग ग्रंथे श्रीरामचरित्र बोधकं चित्राणि सन्ति इति श्रूयते। वीरब्रह्मेन्द्र स्वामी स्वकालज्ञान ग्रंथे श्रीराम युधिष्ठिरञ्च धार्मिक प्रभु इति अस्तौत्। किन्तु इतः पूर्वं रामायण भारते भारतदेश चरित्रे न स्तः। श्रीमद् रामायण महाभारते इतिहासौ एवं रीत्या आसा अभवत् इत्यर्थेन इतिहासः पुरावर्तमिति निघण्टुना च इतिहासोऽपि चरित्रमेव। तस्मात् श्रीराम युधिष्ठिर चरित्रे देशचरित्रे योजनीये। युधिष्ठिरः त्रयोदश द्वीपसहित भारतदेशं पपौ इति प्राचीनानां तेषां चरित्रम् अद्य कस्मात् पठितव्यमिति संशयो भवतु। कश्मीर कवेः राजतरङ्गिण्याम् एवं वर्तते। भुजवन तरुच्छायां येषां निषेव्य महोजसां जलधिरचना मेदिन्यासीत् अकुतो भया। तस्मात् तेषां स्मरणं कृतज्ञता प्रकटनाय भवति। कौरव कौन्तेयाः वर्तन्त इत्यर्थे कश्मीर राजतरङ्गिण्यपि प्रमाणं भवति। राजतरङ्गिण्यां तथा कौरव कौन्तेय समकाल भवात् कलौ आगो नन्दातु स्मरन्ति स्म नत्वा 500 नृपान् इति स कविपुङ्गवः आह। तस्मात् तेषां स्मरणं कृतज्ञतां व्यनक्ति। बट द्वारका समीप समुद्रे श्री SR राव महोदयस्य द्वारका नगरस्य अधः कुशस्थलीति नगरं बवृते। तदपि SR राव महोदयेन ज्ञातं। विष्णुपुराणे एतदप्यस्ति। कुशस्थली यादव भूपरम्या पुरीपुरा भूदमरावतीव साद्वारका संपत्ति तत्र चास्ते सकेशवांसो बलदेव नाम। भारतदेशस्य अति प्राचीन चरित्रम् आसीत् विषये एतत् महोन्नतं प्रमाणं। कलियुगे प्रथमः चक्रकर्ता युधिष्ठिरः। तेन धर्मपालनम् अकरोत्। तेन धर्मपालनं कृतं। पाण्डवचरितं भास भट्टनारायणादिभिः काव्यनाटकरूपेण विरचितं। देशभाषास्वपि असंख्यानि काव्यानि भारतवृत्तानि स्वीकृत्य विरचितानि निभुवन्। कलियुगे युधिष्ठिरशकानन्तरं विक्रमशको वर्तते। अद्यापि उत्तरभारते विक्रमसंवदिति नाम्ना विक्रमशकस्य व्यवहारोऽस्ति। श्री विक्रमार्ककृतं घनकार्यं कालिदास महाकविना ज्योतिर्वेदाभरणे अन्ते वर्णितं। ज्योतिर्वेदाभरणं शास्त्रग्रन्थं खलु। विक्रमार्क महाराजस्य आस्थान सभायाम् एते पंडिताः सन्ति। शंकुः सुवाग्वररुचिः मणिरंगुदत्तः जिष्णुः त्रिलोचन हरि घटकर्पराख्यः अन्येपि सन्ति कवयो अमरसिंहपूर्वाः। यस्यैव विक्रम नृपस्य सभा सदोमि सत्यो वराहमिहिरः श्रुतसेननामा श्रीबादरायण मणित्थ कुमारसिंहाः। श्री विक्रमार्क नृप संसदि सन्ति चैते श्री कालतंत्र कवयस्तु अपरे मदाद्याः। पूर्वश्लोकेन महापंडिताः वररुच्यादयः अनन्तरश्लोकेन वराहमिहिरादयः ज्योतिषशास्त्रज्ञाः विक्रमार्क नृपालास्थाने रेजुः इति विज्ञायते। धन्वन्तरि क्षपण कामरसिंह शंकुर्वेताल भट्ट घटकर्पर कालिदासाः ख्यातो वराहमिहिरो नृपते सभायां रत्नानि वयन् वररुचिः नवविक्रमस्य। अस्मिन् श्लोके विक्रमार्कास्थान स्थलेषु नवरत्नानि इति नाम्ना प्रसिद्धानि कविपंडित श्रेष्ठाः वर्तन्ते। विक्रमार्क वैभवमपि एवं मुक्तम्। अष्टौ यस्य शतानि मण्डलधराधीशाः सभायां सदा स्युः संसत्परिणाः कोटि सुभटाः सत्पंडिताः षोडश दैवज्ञाः दश षण्मिताश्च भिषजः भट्टाः तथा दाढिनः वेदज्ञाः रसचंद्रमाः विजयिते। श्री विक्रमस्वधिभुः स महासुरः शकराजं जिगाय। येनास्मिन् वसुधा तले शकगणान् सर्वादिश संगरे हत्वा पंचनवप्रमान् कलियुगे शाक प्रवृत्ति कृता श्रीमद्विक्रम बुभुजा प्रतिदिनं मुक्तामणि स्वर्णगो सप्तेभाद्यपवर्जनेन विहितो धर्म सुवर्णाननः। ऐसा राजा एकोनसहस्रोत्तर 90,000 शकसैनिकान् जिगाय विक्रम शकस्थापनम् अकरोतु। शकराजञ्च अजयदित्यस्मिन् श्लोके स्पष्टमुचे यो रुक्मदेशाधिपतिं शकेश्वरं जित्वा गृहीत्वा उज्जयिनीं महाहवे आनीय संभ्राम्य मुमोच तम्महो सविक्रमार्कः समसह्य विक्रमः। विक्रमार्कः भारतदेशे दिग्विजयं चकार। उद्दाम द्रविड़ द्रुमैक परशुः लाटाटवी पावकः वेल्लद्वंग भुजंगराज गरुडः गौडाब्धि कुंभोद्भवः गर्जद गुर्जरराज सिंधुरहरिः धारांधकार आर्यमा काम्भोजाम्बुज चंद्रमा विजयते श्री विक्रमार्को नृपः। अनेन विक्रमार्कः द्रविड़ लाट वंग गौड गुर्जर धारा काम्भोज देशान् अजयदिति बोध्यते। येनाप्युग्र महीधराग्र विषये दुर्गान्यसह्यान्यहो नीत्वाया नतीकृताः तदधिपाः दत्तानि येषां पुनः। इत्यनेन विक्रमार्कः हिमालय स्थित राज्यान् जिगायेति बोध्यते। किंतु भारतदेश चरित्रे विक्रमार्क वैभवं नोक्तम्। महाकविः कालिदासः अन्यः ज्योतिर्विदाभरणकर्ता अन्यः इति केषाञ्चन शंका भवतु तदपरोधनार्थम् उच्यते। काव्यत्रयं सुमतिकृतु रघुवंश पूर्वं ततो ननु कियच्छ्रुति कर्मवादः ज्योतिर्विदाभरण काल विधान शास्त्रं श्रीकालिदास कवितो हि ततो बभूव। अनेन श्लोकेन कविकुलगुरुणा कालिदासेन रघुवंशादि काव्यत्रयं श्रुतिकर्मवादः ज्योतिर्विदाभरणञ्च कृतमिति विज्ञायते। एतद् ग्रन्थारम्भकालः कविना एवं मुक्तः वर्षैः सिन्धुरदर्शनाम्बरगुणैः याते कलौ संविते मासे माधव संज्ञके च विहितो ग्रन्थक्रियोपक्रमः। कलियुगादितः 8,600 वैशाखमासे ग्रंथरचनं प्रारब्धमिति कविना उक्तम्। एष विक्रमार्क कालश्च। किन्तु चरित्रग्रन्थेषु विक्रमार्कस्य नाम चंद्रगुप्त इति तस्य विक्रमादित्य इति बिरुदमिति सः क्रैष्टोः परम् 88,300 संवत्सरात् नवोत्तर 400 मध्यकाले स्थित इति वर्तते। तस्य कालः 400 संवत्सरेभ्यः अग्रे अगच्छत्। चरित्र ग्रंथकारिणी रुमिल्ला थापर नामिका मोहनजोदारो नागरिक जनाः स्वमतचिह्नानि न तत्यजुः तेषां मतं किमिति न विज्ञायते इत्यवोचत्। किन्तु वेदे शिवाष्टोत्तरे शिवसहस्रादिषु च वर्णितस्य रुद्रस्य चिह्नानि हरप्पा नागरिकतावशेषेषु सन्ति। रुद्रस्य शिरसि चंद्रमाः गंगा सर्पः रुद्रस्य पार्श्वे प्रणवस्य दुष्टः असो नागरिकता क्रैष्टोः पूर्वं 500 संवत्सर संबंधीति विज्ञायते। अपि च तत्र स्वस्तिकं शिवावताराः इत्यादीनि बहूनि सनातन नागरिकता विशेषाणि उपलभ्यन्ते। अस्यां मुद्रिकायां श्री रुद्रनमकोक्त विशेषणानि बहूनि सन्ति। गत संवत्सरान्ते तृतीयवारं सिंधु नागरिकता प्रान्ते खननानि अकुर्वन् तत्र उपलब्धेषु स्वामसूत्र सहित पीठ सहित शिवलिंगं वेदमंत्र व्याख्यान रूप प्रणवचित्रंच दृश्यते। ऐसा नागरिकता 8,000 संवत्सर संबंधीति परिशोधकैरुक्तम्। तस्मात् 8,000 संवत्सरेभ्यः पूर्वं वैदिकी नागरिकता वर्तते इति घंटापथं वक्तुं युज्यते। तथा हि उपर्युक्त प्रणवचित्रे प्रणवशिरसि 2 बिंदु प्रणवस्य वामभागे 2 बिंदु च स्तः। लोके प्रणवचित्रेषु प्रणवस्य उपरि एको बिंदुः दृश्यते। अत्र तु उपरि वामभागे च आहत्य 4 बिन्दवः सन्ति। अस्य चित्रस्य अयमर्थो भवितुमर्हति। प्रणवो धनुः चरो ह्यात्मा ब्रह्मतल्लक्ष्यमुच्यते अप्रमत्तेन वेद्धव्यं शरवतु तन्मयो भवेत् इति मुण्डकोपनिषदि वर्तते। प्रणवः धनुराकारेण वर्तते। जीवात्मा शरः ब्रह्म लक्ष्यम् इति अत्रोक्तम्। धनुषः पुरोभागे लक्ष्येन वर्तितव्यं तदा शरः लक्ष्यं प्रति गच्छति किन्तु अत्र प्रणवः हृदये स्थितः लक्ष्यरूपं ब्रह्मापि हृदये स्थितं जीवरूपस्वरूपी हृदये एव अस्ति तस्मात् धनुषः वामभागे जीवब्रह्मरूप बिन्दुद्वयस्य लेखनं कृतम् अन्तरेव वेद्धव्यं न बहिरिति भावः ओम इत्येकाक्षरं ब्रह्म इति तैत्तिरीये मुण्डकोपनिषद्यपि अस्ति ओम इत्येतदक्षरं श्रूयते ओम इत्येतदक्षरं सर्वं माण्डूक्योपनिषत् श्रूयते माण्डूक्यकारिकासु एवं विद्यते प्रणवो ह्यपरं ब्रह्म प्रणवस्य परस्मृतः इति प्रणवस्य परब्रह्मत्वे परब्रह्मण्येव सर्वं वर्तते खलु तस्मात् प्रणवे प्रकृतिसूचकम् अर्थवर्तुलरेखात्रयं परब्रह्मसूचकं शिरसि बिन्दुरिति तत्रैव जीवात्मसूचकः अन्यो बिन्दुः लिखितो अन्यो बिन्दुस्य लिखितः एवं सिन्धु किं
कालं गडिचिदि
एवं सिन्धुनागरिकतायाः स्थितः प्रणवः संहितामन्त्रव्याख्याम् उपनिषद्व्याख्याञ्च अकरोदिति भाति एवं प्राचीन भारतचरित्र प्रदर्शकानि बहूनि साक्ष्याणि वर्तन्ते तस्मात् प्राचीन भारतचरित्रं पाठ्यवाचकेषु सद्य एव योजनीयम् इति प्रार्थनां करोमि स्वस्ति.
What a wonderful presentation, Sivarama Krishna Garu. This was definitely the wonder. A miracle happened now. It was definitely Veda Mata's grace that we could hear Sharma Garu share in the original language, Sanskrit, which is such a blessing to all of us. And we learned there are so many lessons to take away from this prakriya, what just happened. It was not planned. Sharma Garu had a Telugu script. It was translated in English. Prasad Garu was supposed to speak. But impromptu, he said he could deliver it in Sanskrit. We went ahead and we heard the words of wisdom. This is such an honor. Dhanyasmi, Sharma Garu. Thank you. Moving on to talk 5, we have Sri Jahagirdhar Garu, RV, Jahagirdhar RV Garu, Managing Trustee, Sakshi Trust, Bangalore, presenting on Upanishad Vidyas. The Vidyas symbolically refer both to what is to be known or realized and to the means of attaining it. Sri Jahagirdhar Garu, please. Namaste.
Anandamayi, Chaitanyamayi, Satyamayi, Parame, Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Aravindaya Namah. Hari Om. Namaste to all of you. Normally, most of the people consider Upanishads as the philosophies or the matter dealing with some logical thinking. As Vedas are the straight path to the God, and they are to be practiced as a continuation of the Veda, Upanishads also help us to have the darshan or the experience of the God. So, to substantiate my understanding of Upanishads, I would like to share some of my understandings, ideas on Upanishad called as Upanishad Vidyas. The Vidyas symbolically refer both to what is to be known or realized and to the means of attaining it. Though the Upanishads purport to carry within them the secrets of the highest to be known, their philosophical discourses on the highest, that is, the infinite Brahman or Atman, form only an approach to the theoretical understanding of the goal through elaboration, argument, illustration, and metaphor. All this constitute one aspect. The other is the actual traversing the course, which is the true aim of the Upanishads, but couched in symbolism like Vedas, and requires to be deciphered and mastered. The difference between the two aspects is one can understand mentally, appreciate, and in a way assimilate the concept of Bhuma. For example, in the Sanat Kumara Narada discourse in the Chandogya Upanishad. Even allow it to dominate or recast the texture of one's mind. That has a great value for him, the mental being, for it infuses a settled, illumined faith in the mind. But still, that is no realization. A brilliant concept in itself does not go for a living experience of the truth that is conceived, however cherished it may be in the mind. It is to give a living experience of highest truth of being, consciousness, bliss, that is Sat, Chit, Ananda, that the Upanishads strive at. However, it should be noted that the Vidyas they offer are not elaborated, and this perhaps with a definite purpose. For the ideal they aim at is not an ordinary one, nor is to be treated as such by making it easily acceptable to the non-eligible, that is, to those who do not have any appreciation of the value the Vidyas stands for. It is as though to test one's eligibility and earnestness, the Vidyas make use of a terminology which is ambiguously worded. The right meaning concealed behind what is expressed outwardly, that is symbolism. The revelation is always concealed, but it is readily available to those who go to it in faith, as did by the Natiketa, with a firm resolve as taught by Shandilya, and who have Dhruvasmruti, as Sanat Kumara points out to Narada. Such are the most requirements of sadhakas till it is not over. Continuing this, when Vidyas are mentioned, they are just disclosed by one or two hints by the Acharyas, and the disciples had to proceed by taking the cues from them. This is very clearly brought out in the instance of Bhrigu seeking to know Brahman from his father Varuna. Sometimes the disciple had to go all on his own, provided he had all the required fervor. This is instanced in the case of Satyakam, and instances are not wanting when the waiting time was no factor at all to learn the secret. Indra had to wait for 101 years for a course on Atman or Brahman. The transmission of Vidya to a disciple or the initiate who has the proper eligibility is oriented in such a way that the whole time of the pupil is to be devoted to listening, meditating, observing, discoursing, and learning in close contact with the living embodiment of the truth, that is the Acharya. Sometimes the teacher never teaches at all, but would give him an appropriate task in pursuance of which the pupil would have had the experience of the goal set by the teacher. The technique is to directly involve the student in the tapasya or spiritual sadhana, that the whole truth will be his by the time the task is finished, as is in the case of Satyakama Jabala. The living example of the teacher used to be so satisfying and sanctifying that the devoted disciple learns the secrets in silence and participation. The aim of the Upanishadic transmission is not to make the disciple feel that he merely had the secret passed on to him as if it is a material object. One should get it as a direct experience. A participated experience in a direct way makes knowledge an authentic one, and the disciple himself becomes a master of it in the lore of the secret knowledge, and the tradition of the revelation becomes strong and continuous. When it is a case of a disciple directly arriving at the truth under the benign grace of the teacher, the latter only formalizes it as having been transmitted by him. If personal eligibility and the rigorous method of transmission form one aspect of the Vidya, there is another which is unpredictable. And that happens to be the divine grace, a special incidence of fruition in the life of the sadhaka, when all his efforts at sadhana would have come to an end, pining for grace from above. And the grace descends as it were to lift up the craving soul for enlightenment or redemption. However, the grace is so precious and selective that the secret for the truth is revealed only to those whom the divine chooses. This appears to be demanding more than eligibility. It transpires to be a special occasion in the whole dynamics of realization, where the seeker is the sought and the sought the seekers. An extraordinary situation indeed, and symbolically we find the mystics giving expression to it thus. The aspirant's knowledge of God is knowledge God has of himself. It is not, in this sense, wrong to say, even a successful prayer is not possible without God as a spirit praying within us. Sri Aurobindo's integral yoga emphasizes this as nothing does that man awaits the hour of God, and he ascends only when God descends to lift him up. And it is actually the God who ascends, involving himself in a playful delight of integration of all existence. It is not an exaggeration then if the Keynote Upanishad reveals that the success and prides of men or gods are not their own, but those of Supreme God. That is, Atmana Viryam Vindate, Vidyaya Amrutam Vindate. That by the self one finds the force to attain, and by the knowledge one finds immortality. The secret of the Vedic symbolism seems to be that we as existence says the divine qualities of Sat, Chit and Ananda. But the density of matter and mind withhold us for a while, till the grace in the form of an Acharya or God himself fills us with aspiration and leads us to the ultimate goal of a fulfillment or Purnatva in the higher reaches of super consciousness gods. This is the foundational aspects of the Upanishad Vidya. That is, one has to involve in the practice. One have to involve in the tapasya, and that is not enough. What is required to achieve the Brahman or to realize the Brahman or experience the Brahman is the grace of the God. The God has to descend, responding to the prayers of the seeker or the practitioner. Based on these ideas, the Upanishads have given us basically 6 vidyas called as Bhuma Vidya, Prana Vidya, Shandilya Vidya, and Vaishwanara Vidya in the Chandogya Upanishad, Nachiketa Vidya in Katha Upanishad, Madhu Vidya in the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad. So all these vidyas teaches us how to practice by mind and the beyond mind. Involving the mind, we have to reach the overmind. And through that, we reach the illumined mind. And from there, we reach the supermind or the supramental consciousness. At this level, at the supramental conscious level, we will be able to understand the minds, the heart, and the teachings of the rishis. Until then, it is really a great struggle. Always, this struggle has to be put in to realize this. The first of the vidyas considered is the famous Bhuma Vidya of the Chandogya, revealed by Sanat Kumar, also called Skanda Narada. Prana Vidya. Prana Vidya of Chandogya Vidya, Chandogya Upanishad is the immense potency or power of this Vidya is described in the Upanishad by Satyakama to Goshruti. So all these Vidyas give us a lot of information how to follow the path of the God. So always we should tread the path of the God. I think my time is over. So I have shared what best I can do in the given time. And I am thankful to all those who have listened it. And also I am thankful to the organization which gave me an opportunity to share my understanding on Upanishad Vidyas. Namaste.
Namaste. Thank you so much. That was so beautiful. The Vidyas and Upanishads. We now will be playing a recording that was sent by Dr. VSR Moorty Garu. Unfortunately, he is unable to attend today because of the Rama Janmabhoomi celebrations happening. I will play his recording. Let's all listen to him. His topic is again, will be taking us on another journey, but this time with the spiritually elevated and the realized. How it happened, how it impacted personal and professional life, the resultant effects. Please, let's listen. I'll try to pull up Dr. VSR Moorty Garu's video recording now. Thank you.
Good afternoon to all the participants in this sacred activity. In fact, it is a beautiful subject wherein the question arises why we should meet the evolved or realized, whom we generally call the gurus. Or when gurus include you in their mission, what will be the impact? How it is going to affect your personal and professional life? This is a question. The answer is very simple and straight. We can't choose a guru, or we can't choose even a realized man, because we are not realized. we can't certify the other being realized or evolved. So, when such people come into our life, the very first impact on anybody will be like this. This is the order. One, if an atheist meets an evolved soul, he will become a devotee. He will develop faith in the unmanifest, unforeseen, unfathomable energy. There is a cosmic energy, whom we called the God, right? When once he turns a devotee, he will try to be very inclusive and affectionate by developing interpersonal relations at physical level. Then it will finally lead to the spiritual level. Here, religion doesn't matter because everybody has a right to follow the religion of his choice and interest. So when we meet a person, we become devotees, and then we try to get into the society to indulge in service. Much before we develop an undercurrent of love, which is beyond human love, beyond the physical or materialistic love, what we call. But when you imbibe the divine love and interact with the society around, then the society undergoes a metamorphosis or a great change even without our knowledge. So here, taking me as an example, when I met a guru, Avadhutendra Swami at the age of 4, Jalalamudi Amma at the age of 12, Bhagavan Sri Satya Sai Baba Varu at the age of 12, but with the longest association with the living master, right? Then they have impacted. How they impacted? I was not that bad when I was hardly 4 years, right? So I was what I was. So the Sankirtanacharya has imbibed a great interest and enthused me to recite Hanuman Chalisa uninterruptedly. This is one. So I developed a lot of faith in Rama, a lot of faith in the courage, the indomitable courage that is displayed by Hanuman throughout Ramayana. That is one. When I met Jalalamudi Amma, I saw the humanism at its peak. And it is full. It is up to the brim. So, even a divine personality can be, in fact, so humane. In other words, anybody who is humane is in fact divine. This is the equation. So, the mother, Jalalamudi Amma, not by proxy but by direct interaction and personal experience, I concluded at the age of 12, if at all any mother, a divine mother, has chosen to have a sojourn on the planet Earth, it should be like Jalalamudi Amma. That was the impact. Then, what is that core principle that has attracted me is sharing and caring, loving and being together. So that unity aspect was terribly established during the days of Jalalamudi Amma. But hardly within a month, exactly on 30th day, I happened to meet Bhagavan Sri Satya Sai Baba Varu on June 9th, 1962. That is a tryst with the divinity in my case. And it continued for several decades, and now it will continue till my last breath. That's one. Then what that Guru impacted me? What Bhagavan Baba impacted on me? Number one, we must live a normal, natural life. It is not necessarily that one has to transform into the Guru state. One has to remain as the best human. This is one. Then, even if you are an adept in many faculties, remain humble. Humility is the hallmark of a good person. Then who is a good person? It is not necessary that all great men are good, but all good men are great. This I enjoyed directly from Bhagavan. Third aspect, all gurus at one level are real gurus, but all are not gurus. Because self-styled gurus have harmed the world, but real gurus have contributed a lot throughout their life by their existence, by their interaction, by their sacrifice, etc. So, when I say what is the impact of Baba on you, what I am today is because of Baba, simple. But he did not end with that. He guided me to visit Kanchi. and have darshan of Mahaswami, Mahapiriva, that is Jnani. It happened in 1966 itself happened. So it is continuing like a dhara. There is an incessant flow of the connectivity. It is because of Baba. Otherwise, I don't know. I would not have even gone to Kanchi. But destiny is there. And a destiny formed by the divine. It is very great. 3. Now, in the same breath, he also asked me to go to Arunachalam, Ramanashramam. I went there. In 1976, I went. It took 10 years for me to go there. Because of some World Bank project, I could go there. By 2021, February 6th, I could complete 100 Giri Pradakshinams in Arunachalam. Then what is that Arunachala or Ramana Maharshi taught me? It is not a mere question of who am I, a routine question. It is already there in Upanishads. But simple living, high thinking, and let whatever happen, let all challenges are thrown at you, you remain calm. Like a rock in the sea, turbulent sea. The world is like that. We have to remain the rock. That is one. Simple living. Whatever you have it. That's all. Don't aspire for others' money or others' wealth or expect anything from anybody. You continue to indulge in your karma yoga. Then karma yoga will automatically lead to bhakti yoga. And bhakti yoga will take you to jnana yoga. This is the order, karma, bhakti, jnana. But because of my longest association with Swami, that is Baba, I realized it should be other way around. If I get into the jnana yoga, I will become a bhakta. I will be mellowed. I will be softened. My mind will be under control. Everything, There is an equanimity, equilibrium, and equipoise will be achieved very easily. When I descend from jnana and get back to bhakti yoga, then when I am already a devotee with a sense of wisdom and absolute knowledge, then all my actions will be pure and pious. That's called Nishkama Karma Yoga. Karma Yoga means Nishkama Karma Yoga. So it is a reversal from the top to the ground. This is a great impact on me. Then professional, being a scientist and a internationally acknowledged technologist, I can vouchsafe. I have conducted my professional life with a precision, with a sense of sacrifice, with attention, and wherever I built any project, the spiritual quotient in fact influenced me. It means I aimed for perfection and I achieved near perfection. I was very, very conscious of what I am doing, and I know what I have to do now and tomorrow and after. When I know the PERT, when I know the what I call the schedule, which is already designed within my mind, that made my project building much easier, and in fact that brought laurels. And I don't claim anything, but nothing to my credit. But in the worldly sense, there is a method of operating. There is a method of working together. Among 200 workmen, I have to lead them. I have to be a source of inspiration. I must be a role model. I must be an icon. These are all things that happen automatically because you are already under the intense influence of the gurus or Mahatmas. Fourth, the practical life. Have I not encountered any problems? Yes, I encountered. But I encountered with a dignity, with ease and poise. Not getting unduly worried. Not developing any sort of hatred towards anybody. Even if somebody wanted to harm me, I just ignored. I went on doing my work. The man who wanted to harm me became my the most loyal lieutenant. So these are all the things. So when you are there around, I think by your own personality, you can really influence people. Spirituality is not aloofness. Spirituality is coping with the heterogeneous society, where all kinds of people, with their different backgrounds and variant activities, they all come in contact, but be friendly with them, be kind to them, understand them, try to be a teacher by imparting, and try to be a student to learn. So these are the unspoken impressions that we get and that they make our life very, very beautiful. That's why I always say life is indeed beautiful. It is never a curse. It is a chance to live. A perfect living is nothing but moksha. When I know what I don't want, I'm already relieved. When I also know what I want, I know what I have to do. So the Karma Bhakti Jnana Yoga are not Vedantic words. These are the things which are to be celebrated and first cherished and then celebrated, and have that non-doership. No claims, no credits to be, invited, no appointments, no disappointments, no disillusionments, no frustrations. Remain as you are. Whenever you have an occasion, you try to observe your mind. The mind has got a capacity to, it is what is called hygroscopic. It means as a particular material can absorb any moisture in the atmosphere, the mind is like that. It tends to absorb. Don't allow the mind. Make it dry, make it empty. Mind has a sense to undergo emotions. What we need is not the intellectual quotient, not the emotional quotient. If you have the spiritual quotient, you are done with it. Then by redefining, redesigning, and understanding and drawing a beautiful picture of your own life as a line drawing, I think you can remain an icon. Not necessarily you can be a role model, and many people will follow you. This has been the tradition of Sanatana Dharma over several decades, and I have great respect for Sanatana Dharma. I am proud to have taken a birth as a human being and got a very rare opportunity of meeting the gigantic spiritual personalities who have rendered enormous service. If you take any evolved soul, we can serve 100 people, they can serve 1 lakh people. This I always feel is a great opportunity. It's a very good platform because there is a paucity of time, there is a constraint, there is a limitation. So I stick to the topic, and I wish I could convey my inner feelings, and let such congregations continue to take place. Thank you all.
Namaste, sir. No wonder we received such beautiful message from you. You being a spiritual scientist, definitely. I learned so many things. I'm just taking a few moments here from the previous speakers, Chirravuri Sivarama Krishna Garu and VSR Moorty Garu. Some wonders happened between them. With the VSR Moorty Garu, he had sent a file, and unfortunately, it was a little over the time. We knew that we were maintaining 15-minute strictly in the congregation here. And also on top of it, I could not open the file to kind of tweak it or do something about it. Immediately, overnight, he recorded it within 15 minutes. He made it a 14-minute cap, under 14, and he resent it. And there are so many lessons that we can take away from these stalwarts we are listening to today. We are so blessed and graceful. I really felt I should share this with you all. Now we'll move on to the next speaker. We have talk 7 going on with Raghuram Rao Garu, who is a writer, documentary maker, podcaster. He is going to present an eye-opening experience of history, another journey, this time into history, Dharma and Vijayanagara Empire. And we don't have the Sanskrit comparing now. We'll just go with English. Please, Raghuram Rao Garu, carry on. The mic is yours.
Namaste.
Please unmute.
I have unmuted.
Oh. Okay, and it says yes. Now, yeah. Thank you.
Now you can.
Yes. Please go.
Namaste to all of you. I'm glad to be part of this Samaṣṭi, the Connect, the annual virtual summit hosted by SMRITI Foundation. And my sincere thanks to Srimati Satyavani Kakarla Garu for inviting me and to be part of this August gathering. I am a student of history, not a scholar or any expert, subject matter expert. So if at all studentship is the qualification, then I think I will be able to add few thoughts of mine to this wonderful summit. I am listening since morning to all the scholars who came here and shared their views, ideas, as well as the wonderful knowledge. So I am a minion, and yet I dare to speak few lines about the chosen subject, that is the Dharma aspect of Vijayanagara Empire. It's generally believed that building of an empire or expanding an empire requires a lot of physical valor, violence, and brute force. It is true. All the empires have been built upon the physical prowess of the ruler and his army. But at the same time, there are certain exceptions in the history where we can see that along with this physical prowess and physical power, the rulers have imbibed the philosophical aspect that Mr. Chirravuri Garu was speaking a few minutes before me, that spiritual quotient is much required. So that spiritual quotient we can find in abundance in all dharmic empires of Bharatadesha. But my focus of today's topic will be Vijayanagara Empire. To give a brief introduction, Vijayanagara Empire was founded in 1336, the Common Era, in a small place called as Anegundi, near the Hampi that we are seeing now. Anegundi was a small principality even before Vijayanagara, which fought against the Delhi Sultanate, and with Harihara and Bukkaraya firmly establishing themselves as the rulers of Anegundi and the surrounding areas, they kept on expanding, and by the time of Krishnadevaraya, the greatest empire of the entire Vijayanagara history, it extended almost the entire southern India. So during these expansions, obviously they relied on their brute force, military power, etc. But one striking feature, right from the first ruler to the last, the lineage which ran for nearly 300 plus years, the one fascinating underlying common thread that runs from the first ruler to the last ruler is the aspect of dharma. Now here, dharma needs to be looked from a different perspective. It's not about righteousness, but it is about charity. Like most of the Vijayanagara inscriptions call themselves as Dharma Shasanas. That means they are the documents of charity. So here we have to look the word dharma as a substitute for charity or endowment in English. So from that perspective, if we start studying the inscriptions of Vijayanagara, we will get many fascinating facts that are in accordance with the Dharma Shastra, the Niti Shastra, the Rajaniti Shastra, the polity, everything that has been expounded by our ancient rishis. I will quote a couple of shlokas that regularly feature at the end of a donation or a grant or an endowment made by any ruler of Vijayanagara that you pick from these 300 years. One such shloka is Dana Palanayor Madhye Danat Shrayonu Palanam Danat Swarnam Avapnoti Palanad Achyutam Param. This is a common verse that we can find appended at the bottom or at the closure of the donation inscription made by any ruler. Now, what does it mean? Dana Palanayor Madhye. So there are two aspects for a dana. One, making dana, and second is protecting or maintaining or continuing the dana. So by making dana, the responsibility of the donor doesn't end. But the actual purport of the dana lies in the continuation of it. Hence, all the donations made by the ancient kings end with another word called as Achandrarka or Achandra Tararka. As long as the sun and moon shine in the sky, let this grant be in vogue. So such pious testimonies we can find at the end of the inscriptions, donations. So there are two aspects to the dana. One, making dana for one time, but sustaining it and continuing it for longevity is another aspect. So this particular shloka deals about that aspect. So between making dana and maintaining the dana, which one is great? Which one is more pious? So the Smritikara answers that Danat Shreyonupalanam. So Anupalana, that is taking care of the dana which has already been made, is more pious and more useful than making dana itself. So dana palanayor madhye danat shreyonu palanam. Why anupalana is greater than doing dana? Because we generally assume that by making a donation we earned a lot of punya. But this shloka says differently, that making dana is smaller in scale compared to the maintenance of a dana. So it says that danat swargam avapnoti. By making a donation, you may get swarga, but palanat achyutam padam. By maintaining the dana, you will reach moksha. So moksha is always greater than swarga, because once I go to swarga, there are chances that I may come back to earth. Kshine punye martyaloke vinashyati is what Srimad Bhagavatam says. So once I exhaust my quota of punya that made me to go to swarga, I have to come back to this miserable world, mortal world. So that being the case, moksha being the eternal and highest bliss that a jivi can achieve, this shloka tells the ruler that by hook or crook, do whatever you want, but you have to maintain the charity and you should not create obstructions to the charity. So this is one pledge and one beautiful concept of continuation of dharma, that is dana, in Vijayanagara Empire. So there are many instances that I can quote, but I will quote only one for this particular shloka. There are 4 dynasties that have ruled Vijayanagara. First dynasty was Sangama Vamsha, and second is Saluva Vamsha. Now, during this reign of Saluva Narasimharaya, the establisher of the second dynasty of Vijayanagara, in Kolar district, modern day Karnataka, there is a small village called as Sitipeta, and there is a Veerabhadra Swami temple there. And in that temple, there is an inscription chiseled on a boulder. Now, that inscription gives the chronology of the events. And this inscription belongs to the reign of Saluva Narasimharaya, that is late 15th century. Now, this inscription gives curious details that the very first donation was made sometime during Chola's period. Then subsequently, the donation became defunct. And when the temple managers brought to the notice of Sangama Vamsha, that is the first royal dynasty of Vijayanagara, they renewed the grant issued by the Cholas nearly 300 years before them. And subsequently, when the power passed from Sangama to Saluva dynasty, again the grant became defunct and the temple was not able to get its funds through that charity. So again, the then temple managers went and met Saluva Narasimharaya and pleaded that their grant need to be renewed. And Saluva Narasimharaya not only renewed the existing grant issued by the Cholas nearly 300 years ago, but he embellished the grant by constructing an Annadana Satra where at least 60 people should be fed on a daily basis. So this is one perfect example of following this beautiful ancient axiom that rather than dana, it is the anupalana of the dana that is more virtuous and more important. So we can see that the earlier donation made by the Cholas was about granting some land for that temple to continue with their Nitya Dhupadipa Nevedyas. Now come to Saluva Narasimha, after 300 years elapsed, Saluva Narasimha not only increased the land donated, the size of the land donated to the temple, but he also constructed an Annadana Satra where 60 destitute people could be fed with, they can receive the Annadana on a daily basis. So this is the dharmic aspect of our medieval polity that we can see. And another excellent shloka, one most important shloka that we can glean from inscriptions of Vijayanagara is that Swadatta Putrika Dhatri, Pitrudatta Sahodari, Anyadatta cha Mata cha, Dattam Bhumim Parityaje. Today we see that land grabbing and encroachments have become an order of the day. And the powerful but corrupt people always involved in grabbing the lands of others. Our ancestors have addressed this problem because we all know that from Bhagavatam we can know that Kali has entered some 5 places and gold and land are one of them. So in Kali Yuga, we basically face problems as far as the land is concerned. It is personal experience for most of the people that their land, the piece of land that they have bought with their hard-earned money has been encroached or occupied by some local powerful feudal lord, and we can't just do anything about it. Even though we are the rightful users, we are unable to enjoy that piece of land. So this thought has already occurred to our ancestors, and they have put a dharma principle that Swadatta Putrika Dhatri, Pitrudatta Sahodari, Anyadatta cha Mata cha, Dattam Bhumim Parityaje. There are many instances in the history of Vijayanagara where a land donated to a temple or to a person has been grabbed by the powerful local lords. There are many instances. And this shloka works as a caution to the emperor that your subordinates may indulge in such adharmic activities, but as a ruler, as the emperor, you are supposed to maintain the balance. So it directs the emperor that if you donate a piece of land to some temple or to a person, then it is that piece of land is like daughter to you. So you must always protect the integrity of your daughter. You have to ensure that your daughter is safe and secure. Assume that the piece of land that a temple or a person is holding has been donated by your father or your parents, then it is like sahodari. So from daughter to sahodari. Then if the piece of land is donated by no one related to you, anyadatta acha. If that piece of land has been donated to a temple or to a scholar by any person other than your family, then consider that piece of land as your mother. Anyadatta acha mata acha. So this dharma principle prohibits the ruler and all his subordinates from encroaching the lands, saying that Dattam Bhumim Parityaje. Don't grab the land donated for the needy. Leave that piece of land to them to enjoy for posterity. So this is another fascinating account that we hear from the inscriptions of Vijayanagara. There are many examples for this also. And one example comes from Adiya Ramaraya's period, that is the son-in-law of Krishnadevaraya the Great. So one temple manager goes and meets Adiya Ramaraya and says that the lands given to his temple has been confiscated by the local feudal lord, and he is not giving that, but instead he is threatening, and he put a private army to hold that land. Listening to this, Aliyaramaraya immediately orders for an inquiry, and he goes through the records, the previous grants given by the Sangama and Saluva dynasties, and he sees that what the temple manager cum priest is telling is true, and then he immediately orders one of his military general to march with a small band of army against the local lord, and he evicts this military general of the Senani of Aliyaramaraya, evicts that person from not only from that land but even from his position as a Palega, and he restores the peace, and the general ensures that the land is given back to the temple for continuation of the pujas. So this is one good example that I can quote from Vijayanagara history. And the last shloka that I would like to share with all you is that another Dana shloka binds the emperor to the principle of dharma. Again, this is pertaining to land only. It says that Ekameva bhagini loke sarvesham eva bhubhujam na bhojyam na karagrahyam vipradatta vasundhara. There is also another version saying that Devadatta vasundhara. So in those days, the land was mostly donated to the temples or to the Vedic scholars. So this principle ensures that the king would never take back the lands once donated to the temple or to a scholar. It says that agreed that king is the Bhupati. He is the lord of the land, and he is also called as Bhupati because he is the embodiment of Vishnu, and Vishnu is the husband of Bhudevi. So, na Vishnu Prithvipatihi. Going by this Puranic saying, we see Vishnu in ruler, and thereby we also call him as Bhupati. So, even though you are Bhupati, or dear king, don't assume that you are the absolute owner and you are the absolute master of this land. It says that you are the Yajamana of rest of the Bhumi, but not for one piece of land. Ekam eva bhagini loke. You have got one sister, one sahodari. So don't take away that sahodari. Na bhojya, na karagrahya. Don't take that land into your hands or try to enjoy that land, because that is sister to you. And what is that piece of land? Vipradatta vasundhara. The land given to a Brahmana or Devadatta vasundhara. A land given to a temple should never be taken back and should never be enjoyed by the ruler. So one example I can give for this is that during Krishnadeva Raya's period in 1524, Krishnadeva Raya donates a couple of lands to a saint called as Vyasaraya Tirtha. And in that inscription, the first few lines are very curious. The inscription can still be seen on the second prakara, northern wall of Govindaraja Swami temple in Tirupati. The first few lines says that when Saluva Veera Narasimha Raya was ruling the earth, 3 land parcels given to a particular Brahmana by name Nambi Serappayan have been confiscated as he was involved in an adharmic act of stealing the temple's property. So because he involved in that immoral activity, the lands donated to him by previous kings have been confiscated, and they have been accounted in the Divanam's account. Divanam means the king's personal treasury. So the lands which were given to him, being a scholar and being a priest of a temple, those lands have been taken back and the state has took over the lands. Now this goes against the principle of not confiscating the lands given to the Brahmanas. But Veera Narasimha Raya went ahead in violation of that and he took back the lands. So this shows the severity of the crime committed by that Brahmana. So no Brahmana was going unpunished if there are some grave deviations from their own Varna Dharma. That we can see here. So subsequently, there are some historians who say that he was banished from the service and he was banished from the empire itself. So that was the hardest punishment that a Brahmana can get in those days. So after sending him away, the lands given to him were confiscated by the government and it was under the state control for some time. So when Krishnadevaraya became an emperor and became a Sishya, a spiritual Sishya for this Vyasatirtha, then what he did is that all these three lands which were under the control of the government, he transferred those piece of lands to Vyasatirtha for constructing his mathams. So one piece of land on the northern side of Govindaraja Swami temple and two land parcels in Upper Tirumala were given to Vyasatirtha for constructing matham, and Vyasatirtha constructed the mathams there, and he ensured Nitya Annadana, and as well as he ran some Gurukulam in that. There are another couple of inscriptions of Vyasaraya that detail about the types of donations he made from all the endowments made over to him by Krishnaraya. So that Vipradatta Vasundhara, the land which was given to Nambi Sirrappaya, the priest of some temple, have been transferred back to another Brahmana sannyasi for perpetuity and to embellish the endowments through running schools as well as by offering food free of cost to the pilgrims. So this is how the dharmic continuum can be witnessed in Vijayanagara by reading through its inscriptions. So the Vijayanagara Empire, why it stands out is because of even though the rulers came to power through violent methods, like there are some regicides that have been done. So the ruling kings have been murdered and some other person became an usurper and took over the throne. So we see such regicides and mutinies and violent acts of grabbing the power. But in spite of that, no king has ever undone the charities done by the previous ruler. Unlike in today's politics, where we see the reversal of this dharma. So a new ruler comes in and he disbands everything, whatever something good done by the previous government. So, but in 500 years before us, that was not the case. In spite of the political differences, in spite of the feuds for power that these rulers have with each other, their feuds and their rivalries never affected the dharma, that is the charity part of the outgone king or the ruler. So I hope I made some points and shared some useful information. So I sincerely thank SMRITI team for giving me this opportunity to speak on this forum. Namaste.
Namaste. Thank you so much. The ancient history, and you have seen the Shasanas. I know you run a channel, Anveshana, bringing to light whatever is seeable, the ancient history. Thank you for the efforts and wish you good luck. Now we have Dr. Shashi Tiwari. Namaste, ma'am. Thank you for being here in SMRITI, Samaṣṭi, the Connect. It is an honor. Dr. Shashi Tiwari is a recipient of award of President of India. She is the president of WAVES, Wider Association for Vedic Studies, retired professor of Sanskrit Department, University of Delhi, India, is now sharing insights on the topic Veda, Veda of Upasana, an introduction. In segment 1, we covered Rig Veda, Yajurveda, and Atharva Veda. Now, ma'am is going to share insights from Samaveda. Please, Tiwari ji, share your screen. Please unmute.
Thank you, Dr. Vani. And namaste to all of distinguished scholars present here in the summit, Samaṣṭi. Here, the scholars are from different fields, as I have heard some of them. They are historians, they are philosophers, Indologists, archaeologists. But I am a student of Sanskrit, especially of Vedic literature. So the topic of my paper is Samveda, a Veda of Upasana, a brief introduction. I am going to share my screen. Share. Is it visible?
Yes, madam.
Yes, ma'am.
So, idhar ka, I want to do it. Okay, okay. The topic is Samved, a Veda of Upasana, brief introduction. And in introduction, I have given importance of Vedic literature. So in brief, I will be presenting that. Ancient Sanskrit literature has two parts. One is Vedic literature, the another is classical Sanskrit literature. So Vedic literature is that literature which is in mantras. It is revealed by the rishis. It is not written. Its language is Vedic language. It is not regulated by Panini grammar. And the second part is Sanskrit literature, which starts from Valmiki Ramayana. It has kavyas, adi kavyas, drama, etc., written by poets, and it is in Sanskrit language that is regulated by Panini. So this is a very broad division of Sanskrit literature. Meaning of the Ved, you all know. I will be leaving this also, coming from the word Veda. Veda is coming from the root Ved, so it directly means the texts or the scriptures which contain knowledge. And that knowledge is very sacred, very authoritative. So it is a book of knowledge, what is called Veda. It does not refer a single book or a literary work, but indicates a whole great literature. So another term used for Ved is Shruti, because it is heard, it is not written, it is not remembered, but it is a revealed scripture, a self-evident, a self-authoritative. So we have given a very high importance to Vedic literature in our culture, in our religion, in our philosophy. And the person who has faith in Veda is called Asti. The person who do not have faith in Veda is called Nastik. It is the root of Hindu culture. Indians believe in Vedas. So all these things are very significant before we start knowing about a particular Ved, that is Samved. Then 4 Vedas are there: Rig Veda, Yajur Veda, Samved, and Atharved. So if we will try to understand the name of these Vedas, then we will be able to know what from it is coming. Rig Veda is coming from Rig, which is the name of its mantras. Yajur Veda is coming from Yajush, which is again the name of its mantras. And Samved is coming from Saman, and that is the name of its mantras.
Atharvaveda is a Veda of Atharvan Rishi that is not based on the name of the mantras, but based on the name of the Rishi who has revealed that. Then these literature is, these four samhitas are connected with Brahman, Aranyak, Upanishad. Every Ved has its own Brahman, Aranyak, and Upanishad. So 16 types of Vedic literature we can find out in its division. And this is what I have discussed already. So now we come on the discussion of Samveda. Especially I will discuss its nature, its importance, its relation with music, and its significance in Vedic literature and Sanskrit literature. It is the shortest of all the four Vedas. This is very important. Other Vedas are bigger than this. It means they have more number of mantras, and Samveda has lesser number of mantras. It has only 1875 hymns, verses, and other Rigved has 10,552 mantras. So Rigved is the biggest Ved and Samved is the shortest Ved. But it is closely connected with the Rig Veda, and we all know about this. But it is considered as an independent collection. It means Samhita is the name given to a collection. So it is an independent collection. This is very important. It is not a part of the Rig Veda if all the mantras are coming from Rig Veda. It is a different collection based on Saman. Saman is the name given to the melody, and Gemini Sutra has explained its definition has given Giteshu Samakya. Saman are the mantras which are full of Giti, which are full of music. So what is Saman? Which is melody, which is full of chanting, which is full of music. And another definition can be given about Saman is that which is related with Som sacrifices, where Som juice is offered to deities, Indra, Agni, Varun, etc. So the third discrimination may be given is about the Udgatra, Ritvij. Its Ritvij is Udgatri. And again in the name Udgatri, Gata is coming. Gata means who sings. Hota is the Ritvij of Rig Veda, and Udgata is the Ritvij of Samveda, which is the Ritvij which sings Saman in the sacrifice, in the Yagic ceremony. So these 3 points are very important about the nature, about the main characteristics of Saman. It has melody in its mantras. It is related with Som sacrifice. It has its own Ritvij, and his name is Udgata. Samved is the shortest of all the four Vedas. It is closely connected with Rig Veda. It is important to note that Samhita of the Samved is an independent collection, yet it has given many verses, a large number indeed, from the Rig Veda. Samved is compiled exclusively for ritual application, for its verses are all meant to be chanted at the ceremonies of Som sacrifices when Som juice is offered to deities. Saman word is made of two words, Rik and Rik, maybe Am. So Rik is the name of the Richas, mantras of the Rig Veda, and Ama is the name given to the Swaras. So again, the Rik, Saman term is identified as the melody in the Samveda, describing the melody in the Samveda. So the chanting based on Rik is very important. Element of melody is an essential feature of the Samveda. Vyas has given the etymology of the word Saman as Sa plus Ma, measuring harmoniously with the Rig. It is harmoniously measuring in comparison of a Rig. And another feature of Samved we can find out if have some research there. In the whole of the Samveda, the term for verses which are full of music are mentioned in a number of times, many words are used there. And I have written a paper there, and 30 words are there for eulogy. Eulogy means for the praise of the gods or the deities. As Uktha. Uktha is a term which is for the mantras which are full of music. Manana is a term. Manana is coming from root man, where thinking is there. Dhi, again, dhi means intelligence or thought, etc. Brahman is to increase, which is enlarged. So the stuti, which is enlarged, is called Brahman. Then Gir is another term used, and it is coming from Gri, that is for music. Jara, Jri, again to praise. Bhadram is a term used for the eulogy, for the mantras which are chanted there because they shine. Bhadram means to shine. It is coming from the root Bhadra. So these and many other are used there, and we show that Samved is especially meant for music, for eulogy of the gods. This is a photo of Samved Samhita, where the producer and the publisher has given this instrument on the top of the cover. So it shows that it is again related with some music, etc. And this is inner page, 2 pages, and you may see mantras are just like the mantra of the Rig Veda. Here again, Udatta, Anudatta, Swarit, Prachat, these marking is there because in every mantra of the Rig Veda and Yajurved and Samved, here Dr. Buddhipali is sitting and he chants Yajurveda very, very medulously, very full of music. So every mantra of the Rig Veda has its own way of chanting. There are 8 types of pathas in the Veda, but these signs which are swara, chinna, they discriminate, they explain how to chant. There is no book of music for chanting Vedic mantras. So Samved is especially in that, special, very special. And here in Delhi, one student of mine is, and now he is a teacher also. He is an expert of Samved chanting, and he has learned that all art from Varanasi for Banaras, which is called Varanasi. So this, all this is about the melody of the Samveda, and then importance of the Samveda. So Vedatraya is there, 3 Vedas are there, Rigved, Samved, Yajurved. Atharved is not counted in the Vedatraya. It is a discussion also, topic of discussion. Why Atharved is not included in the Vedas? It is included when their Veda Chatushta is said, but not at the Vedatraya. So in Vedatraya, Rigved is for Gyan, Yajurved is for Karma, Samved is for Bhakti, Upasana or devotion. Samved is for Bhakti, Upasana or devotion. And earlier we have seen that it is full of music. So in fact, we all know that for Bhakti, for Upasana or for English word devotion, music is required. So music is directly connecting with God, with deity. So it is the important factor. And here Upasana is also given and music will also given. Samved is the foremost in this field. And in Gita 10th Adhyaya, Shri Krishna has said, Vedanam Samvedo Asmi. I am Samved in all the Vedas. I am myself Samved. So he loves Samveda. He has given most importance to the Samveda because of its music, because of its devotion. And especially three deities are very much connected with this chanting of mantras: Indra Dev, Agni Dev, and Som Dev. So they are devotion and musical chanting is used for the invocation of deities. Traditionally, the Vedas are spoken as Trayi, the threefold knowledge, because they deal with Jnana Bhakti Karma. The Rig Veda underlines the path of jnana or knowledge, the Yajurveda that of karma or action, and Samved that of bhakti or devotion. Then according to Patanjali, Samved has 1000 shakhas, but today we are available, only 3 shakhas are available: Kautmiya, Jaiminiya, and Ranayaniya. And Kautmiya shakha is well known for the scholars. Then finally, I am giving the detail of Samved Samhita. It has 2 parts, Purvarchik, Uttararchik. Purvarchik has 650 verses, which are divided into 4 parts: Agneya related to Agni, Andri related to Indra, Pavman related to Som Pavman, and 4th is Aranya related to Indra, Agni, Som, etc. And the second part is called Uttararchik, and it has 1, 2, 2, 5 verses. So total verses of Samved Samhita are 1875. Here only 99 verses are new to this Samhita. All are coming from the Rig Veda. Only 99 verses are of Samveda itself. So as we have discussed earlier, even then Samved has its own identification. It is considered as an independent Veda, and its argument may be given that Sayana, who has written commentary on Rig Veda and other Vedas, has given independent commentary of Samveda. He has not taken the commentary of all the verses from the Rig Veda itself. No, he has written another commentary for Samveda. It shows that it is an independent Samhita. So finally, I can say that Samved is the main part of the Vedic literature. It is regarded important for its nature, form, and content. It is a source of all disciplines of learning also. Thank you very much for your patience learning.
Thank you so much, Tiwari-ji, for being at Samaṣṭi, the Connect. We are connecting wonderful people, great scholars, stalwarts like you. And thank you on bringing light on Samveda. We move on to our next speaker, Dr. V Ravindra. He is a PhD in AI musical healing. We have an innovation specialist here today. He's a wheelchair designer and sports evangelist. He's going to bring light on sound technology for Vedic chants. Dr. Ravi, please go ahead.
Thanks, Satyavani. So, wonderful platform, totally overrun by all the scholars. I would like to do a small sound test to see if the music things work. You just tell me whether you are able to hear this. Could you hear?
We cannot.
How about now?
No.
Just a second. Let me just one sec.
Mhm. Yes, we are good now.
That's good. Okay,
Yeah.
great.
Go ahead.
So this is my foundation, which basically donates wheelchairs, does a lot of musical healing, and this is about me. And now, apart from my ventures, which were in software AI, the main thing that I've been doing now is to use music mainly for sound healing. Particularly, this is used to impact human brain. And we have done a lot of work in this space, which I'll show you. And interestingly, this was accepted as a de facto platform in UAE. And I was granted a golden visa, plus the PhD was granted. And these are some recognitions from this particular research. And recently, we also had the involvement of Bollywood stars, where they feel the healing at various forms are going to be a lot of relevance. So this is what we call it as Haigriva transformation. I like the Haigriva word of all the importance background. So we use that as an acronym. I'll just give you a little intro about what this music is all about. Normally, the music what we hear is one side. This particular music is called binaural. Binaural means basically we send different frequencies to different parts. Like my left ear is with a frequency, right ear is a different frequency. It's going to create a resultant in the brain, and this works involuntarily. Suppose we need to impact a certain function of the brain. By normal music, it has a certain effect, but with binaural, there's a direct impact. So if you just see the brain activity with binaural music, with just an exposure of 15 minutes, and after 25 minutes, it's phenomenal. This synchronization is extremely effective, which has been shown in lots of studies. And from here, the main thing that we started designing was to make sure that we institutionalize this particular technology. We have a US patent for this, and this has been used to start with autism. We have been very effective in impacting people of autism. This was our starting point. And from here, we used it at various stages for slow learners, dyslexia, learning disorders. And this is one of the most important areas where we feel we have seen the new generation of children. They have zero value systems. They don't care about anything. There are a lot of situations like that. But how is that we will be able to impact with music? Yes, there's an answer. And there's a study in which we have done that part. And we do this for corporate training, for patients with fertility problems, cancer, trauma. Any situations are handled through this musical healing. This was what was happening so far. And this is the impact of what we have done to a lot of, this is a snapshot of people who got healed, impacted with our musical system. And this is a quick dashboard of what we did in the last 1 year in terms of number of lives who are impacted. When we were doing this, this was a very, very nice moment when I met Satyavani last couple of months back. And then I was completely intrigued by the work of Upaasana and what is happening here. Then I thought maybe I could work on something that is going to bring in a different level of musical impact for Vedic chants. So this applies to all slokas, spiritual renditions, songs, anything. So we take a Vedic chant, we add all these frequencies, synthesis, adaptive sound, and all velocities, and finally render a Vedic chant that is directly impacting the human brain. Why do we need to do this? So when a Vedic chant is being recited, the attention of the person after some time may not be there. They could get involved into something else, or they could get distracted. Or there are some cases where some of them could not pronounce the Vedas properly. The whole linguistic pronunciation may not work well. For that, we have the frequencies which are going to enhance the vocal cords. They also have the ability to correct speech. That's the power of the sound. So we combine all this for a deeper impact. What I've done for this demo is I've got a few samples to play for you to first understand what this music sounds like. I'm just playing one frequency. You'll hear a humming sound. This is called a theta frequency. Then you'll see a vocal enhancement frequency. If you hear this for some time, it's fine. But once we hear this for a little longer, it starts creating, people will show various kinds of discomfort. There is a withdrawal symptom, or sometimes they get a headache, migraine, whatever. This is the usual problem with such musical treatments. So what I've done, or what our patent does, is basically we take some sample like this, which I'm showing you now.
Shri Gurubhyo Namaha Harihi Om.
So what I've done here is I've taken this theta frequency, we have blended with our technology, and now if you listen very carefully, at the background, in a very subtle way, you will still hear the humming sound.
Shri Gurubhyo Namaha Harihi Om. Ajajño Vai Yeshaha Yeshayaha Yo Sama Samagne Agna.
Similarly, we have a isochronic frequency.
Shri Gurubhyo Namaha Harihi Om. Ajajño Vai Yeshaha Yeshayaha Yo Sama Samagne Agna.
Finally, we have this special frequency which I developed for vocal enhancement. This has been extensively used for impacting autism people where they have a speech disorder. We had one patient come to me who could not even say a word. And after repeated therapy, now he's able to sing. Though he's not able to get the lyrics, but he's able to go after a song in terms of the harmonics. And what we want to see development here is the aspirants who want to chant Vedas or slokas in a proper way and they are not able to do it. If we have these renditions done in a way that they hear this for a longer time, definitely their speech would improve. This is how it sounds.
Shri Gurubhyo Namaha Harihi Om. Shri Gurubhyo Namaha
So this is what we want to do. This is a new dimension that we got into apart from what we were doing as a musical healing. Very thankful to this forum. Special thanks to Pani for this wonderful opportunity and a new vertical that has been established, and we wish to see a lot. Since this is my first attempt in this space, so my presentation is short and then just focused on this part. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ravi. A beautiful journey it has been for you. I have seen you from your childhood. We grew up together, and marvelous kudos to you, what you're doing. You're integrating the science of Veda to everyday life, and you're making a big impact. Wish you all the best. We will now, can you stop sharing your screen? Thank you. We will move on to Dr. Kalluri Kasi Vishwanatha Sharma Garu, delivering a talk on aim of the Vedas. Please, Kalluri Garu, unmute, present your talk.
Sadashiva Samarambham Shankaracharya Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Parampara. Respected scholars and elders, my dear brothers and sisters, my humble request is, please have the respect and faith in our Vedic Vangmaya, that is Arsha Vangmaya. Why? Because if we learn the essential text of our religion, even in our childhood, as other religionists are doing, we will not be doubting about our religious texts, nor will have the present day ignorance about them. We have to know what our religion is, and this can be learned only through our sacred texts. Before that, we must know why we should have a religion. Religion does not mean mere rituals. It means dharma. What is dharma? That which, if we follow, will make us contented and happy. To know the dharma and the principles of dharma, we must refer to certain specific texts of books. Such books are referred to as Dharma Pramana. Pramana means that which establishes the truth. So Dharma Pramana means that which gives the knowledge, true knowledge of Dharma. Even Vedas are called Aptavakya Pramana, Aptonama Vedaha, which are the sacred texts that speak about true dharma. Angani Vedaschyatvaro Mimamsa Nyaya Vistaraha Puranam Dharma Shastram Cha Vidyaheto Chaturdasha. These are 14, and they are the 4 Vedas, Rig, Yajus, Sama and Atharva. The 6 Vedangas are accessories to the Vedas. Those are Siksha, which is pronunciation, Vyakarana, which is grammar, Chandaha or meter, Nirukta or etymology, Jyotisha or astronomy, Kalpa or procedure, Mimamsa or interpretation of Vedic texts, Nyaya or logic, Purana or mythology, and Dharma Shastras, which contain the codes of conduct. Knowledge and wisdom are essential in these. Hence, these 14 are known as Vidyasthanas. By definition, the Vedas are Apaurisheya, are of non-human origin. Paurusheya is the work of man. Since it is not the work of man, the Rishis, who were human beings, could not have written them. If they had written them, they would have they would have been called mantrakartas, or the composers of mantras. But in actual fact, they are called only mantra drashtas, or the seers of the mantras. This means that the rishis found or discovered the Vedas and did not compose them or create them. Like, what does it mean when one says that Columbus discovered America? Did he create America? No. He helped to bring America, which was already in existence, to the notice of the world. There is a question. When the Vedas deal extensively with many subjects, how can we say that the main message of the Veda is the realization of the self? As stated in the Upanishads, the Vedas praise Agnihotra, Somayaga, Satrayaga, and Ishtis, provision of welfare works benefited to the community. For example, construction of shelters, digging of wells, etc. Why can't these be regarded as the aim of the Vedas? There are many other matters mentioned in the Vedas, such as conduct of marriage ceremonies, funerals, shraddhas, etc. How a good government should be run, how one should conduct oneself in a learned assembly, etc. Of these, which should be regarded as most important. Apart from yajnas and methods of worship, the Vedas also mention many methods of medicine and prayer, upasana, dhyana, or meditating in solitude, etc. Mention is also made of how the Atma enters the body. What happens eventually to the body? How the Atma enters another body again, etc. Further, the Vedas also deal with various kinds of medical treatment to ensure bodily health, and shantis are methods of pacify enemies and to avert the harm contemplated by them. When one looks at all of these, the question arises as to what is the purpose or objective of Veda. The Upanishad says all the Vedas together talk of a single being. What is that being? Vedic consciousness is that the being is that which is represented symbolically by the sound Om. Although the Upanishads avow that all the Vedas talk of only one being, it appears that diverse objects are referred to and not merely one. There is a sloka regarding Ramayana. Veda Vedye Pare Pumsi Jate Dasaratmaje Vedaha Prachetada Sarsit Sakshat Ramayana. Veda Vedye is one who has to be known by the Vedas. Who is he? The Supreme Being who had to be known through the Vedas took birth in this world. When he came in the form of Rama, Dasaratha's son, the Vedas took the form of Ramayana, the child of Valmiki. This is the meaning of the sloka. Even here, the Supreme Being, the Paramapurusha, or the absolute truth called Omkara, is the common goal of the Vedas. Lord Krishna in Bhagavad Gita says, Vedaischa sarve ahameva vedyaha. Only I am to be known through all the Vedas. When all these are considered, it is clear that although many subjects are dealt with in the Vedas, all the Vedas talk with one voice on a central subject, that is one supreme being. Then we might wonder why the Vedas have to talk many things and beings to describe one. It is only through the agency of the many beings can that one being be known. Yoga, body and mind control, dhyana, meditation, tapaha, practice of penance, yajna, sacrifice, karmanushtana, observance of specified duties like marriage and other rituals, affairs of state, social life, all these ultimately converge towards a central being, which is the real essence of Vedas. All other things are changeable, mutable, which become legends as time passes. The world appears to us in various ways and not as a unitary object. The Vedas deal with various themes so as to lead us through any one of these to a central figure. If we are to know the infinite being which the Vedas point to, we should practice certain mental discipline so that the thought of the being keeps coming to us. The performance of sacrifices, doing penance, giving in charity, renovating temples, digging wells for supply of water, social service, marriage ceremony, and such duties are meant to lead to mental purity, chitta suddhi, and studying the wavering mind, chitta vritti nirodha, that is called yoga. The objective of the various duties and acts enjoined is to help realize God through a disciplined path. The word Veda means to know. The word Veda means existing of Brahma. The aim of the Vedas to help one obtain moksha living in this world itself. Finally, I conclude, the Vedas are more than just texts. They are a profound source of wisdom that requires deep contemplation. They have guided spiritual seekers for ages and continue to be a pointer to the truth as said by Srinivasacharyulu Krishna Paramahamsa. No matter how much one tries to squeeze the books, one cannot get even one drop of the nectar which is spoken in them. It is only by vijnana or aparoksha jnana, in Sanskrit meaning direct knowledge, the intuitive knowledge that is beyond the senses of the truth is immortally attained. Having said so, it is very important to understand that the Vedas play a direct role in our lives of Astika and Sanatana Dharma. Vedas are the only definite points that guide the individual at every stage of one's life and make one reach the ultimate Purushartha, crossing through Dharma, Artha, Kama and Moksha, or liberation, the final destination in the process of evolution. This day, understanding the profoundly and the impactful change the Vedas can produce on one's life, let us all study them. The simplest way to do that, as Acharya Shankara says, Idam Gita Shastram Samasta Vedardha Sara Sangraha Bhutam. The Bhagavad Gita is the one text which can help us for setting up our daily activity to the direct realization of the true nature of man. Let us take up this Shastra, the Gita, study it, and start applying its teachings in our lives for prosperity at both levels, material and spiritual. Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu.
Thank you, Andy. Thank you so much. I would like to reintroduce you. There was a mix-up here with the lineup, and I could not do what I had written about your accolades. You are coming from a family of scholars, Kalluri Dikshitulu Garu. That is such an honor that you are present here today to share your words of wisdom, and you're doing great service. Having a PhD in Telugu, retired lecturer in Sanskrit. You are managing trustee of Sri Devi Veda Vidyalayamu, Sri Salem, the one we highlighted in the morning also. Director of Vijnana Bharati Institute of Technology, Katkeskar, Hyderabad. State President, Samskara Bharati, Telangana. So beautiful. And you are also Central Board of Film Certification, Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, Government of India. Such a wonderful social service you're doing. Thank you so much. It is a pleasure to have you today. Now we move on to our next segment. Talk with, we are going to welcome Dr. Manjunath Gururaj, Associate Professor, Division of Yoga Spirituality, Vyasa Yoga University, Bangalore, Ayurveda Pandit, Yoga Anatomy Master, Sanskrit expert, and psychologist. He is bringing highlights in the areas of interesting topics for motivating the human thinking process through integrating modern medical science and ancient wisdom. Dr. Manjunath Garu, please.
Namaste. Namaste. Hope I'm audible and visible.
Yes, you are. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Vaniji, Satyavaniji. So, wonderful opportunity. This is something really I never thought it will be a very big ocean of scholars raising up to the standard here and speaking for a cause. And the whole world is looking for this beautiful tomorrow's event. The whole world is raised up. This is something very, very amazing. And I heartfully thank you for giving this wonderful opportunity. When I met you first time in my university, so I thought really this is something, a wonderful summit, what you are planning here. And I was listening to some of the speakers from the morning, and it is really amazing. Na bhuto na bhavishyati. So this is what, it can happen in future also. But I don't think this ocean of scholars getting together on a single platform and sharing their thoughts of knowledge, that is what. Thank you very much, ma. I'll just take my 15 minutes from now, maybe another 12 minutes to share my thoughts here. Once again, I do Sashtanga Pranam to all the scholars here for being here and a wonderful session here, which is going to happen. So I pray that this should happen very frequently so that we get connected through this. This is the connection what we have. So, Shri Gurubhyo Namaha Hari Om. Jayati Parashar Sunuhu Satyavati Hridaya Nandano Vyasaha Yasya Asya Kamalagalitam Vangmayam Amritam Jagat Pibati Vyasaya Bhavanashaya Shrishaya Gunarashaye Hridyaya Shuddha Vidyaya Madhvaya Janamo Namaha Shankaram Shankaracharyam Shesham Ramanujam Yatim Vayuncha Madhvamacharyam Acharya Trayamashraye Jnananandamayam Devam Nirmala Spatika Kritim Adharam Sarva Vidyanam Hayagriva Mupasmahe Hayagriva Hayagriva Hayagriveti Ovade Tasya Nisarate Vani Jahnukanya Pravahavat Hayagriva Hayagriva Hayagriveti Vadinam Naram Munchanti Papani Daridrimeva Yoshitaha. Namaste, one and all. My topic is modern science and ancient spiritual wisdom. This ancient spiritual wisdom and modern science, it goes hand in hand, and it has got a wonderful aspect of connectivity here. That connectivity has to happen. It is there already. That connectivity is there already. The Vedic wisdom and the modern medical science, they go hand in hand, but unfortunately, it is going parallelly. It is like a parallel track. And I have been exploring this both parallel tracks and trying to bridge the gap from past 24 years. As I am an Ayurveda physician, and I got my opportunity to teach modern anatomy in my career, so I'm connecting this modern anatomy to the yoga and spirituality with the background what I have from my childhood, the Vedic wisdom. So where I was brought up in a orthodox family, where I had the opportunity of learning Rigveda Samhita and all the Upanishads exposure, that which has fetched me in Yoga University. So I teach anatomy, modern science, modern medical science. That is what is human body. And how do we connect this human body to our Vedic wisdom? It's a very big challenge. People who know modern science or modern medical science, they don't know our ancient wisdom. And people who are ancient spiritual stalwarts, they don't know what is modern medical science. Oh, they are both are running parallelly, and one blames another. This is a very big thing what I have seen here. One blaming another. Yeah, modern science people, they blame the ancient people. Oh, you don't know anything. Your approach itself is not scientific. And ancient spiritual giants say that, oh, modern people, you don't know anything about the spiritual science only. So one blaming each other, calling themselves as Kupamanduka. For me, both of them are Kupamanduka if they don't come on the same platform. That is what I told you today. This platform is a platform of beautiful amalgamation of the ancient and the modern. Oh, this is what is the need of the hour. And I congratulate Satyavani ji for bringing such an ocean of scholars here and bringing both the modern science aspect, scientific approach, and as well as our spiritual Vedic knowledge on the same platform and trying to exchange everything. Today morning, I heard Ranganatha Rao speaking. Yeah, wonderfully. And even the Dr. Ravindra, yeah, such a music. How music is going to every field in the modern science has got its root in the past. The present has got root in the past. We must always remember this. The present having the root in the past, which takes us even in modern medical science. For example, anatomy. I want to take up my subject only, anatomy here. I don't know how many modern medical doctors are here. When they study in the first year of anatomy, we study anatomy, human body, as just mere physical being, without having any knowledge or clue of going beyond physical body. Never. Even now it is like that. I tell this it is very unfortunate that the syllabus is not revived. Even though, yes, we never used to accept modern medical science people, the mind only. Now recently the mind concept has been included. But still, Ayurveda is the best medical science the world has ever witnessed, which gives us a comprehensive way of knowing what is this life. Sharira, Indriya, Sattva, Atma. Sharirendriya, Sattva, Atma, Sanyoga, Iti, Ayuhu. Why this is not there in modern medical science approach? Why don't they consider these four important components of our life? To call it as a life, we need these four important components. Sharira, Indriya, Sattva, Atma. Sharira means body, Indriya means sense organs, Sattva means mind, and Atma means soul. But unfortunately, the mind and the soul is missing in modern medical science. But some of them, they have included the mind, but not at the soul. Soul is not at all included in modern medical science. Otherwise, it is a handicap. Always it is a handicap. Modern medical science. So we need to bridge this. When I was hearing to the music and the therapy, such a wonderful thing. Our Vedas, our Aitareya Upanishad gives this wonderful hint. Yes, we need to know this, how music is going to impact our body system, That is what is Vishnu Sahasranama. Yani namani gaunani vikhyatani mahatmanaha rishibhi parigigatani tani vakshyami bhutaye, it says. And these Vishnu Sahasranama, the vibrations are going to impact on the pathology of the human body, where it is going to change. It is going to impact that pathology. That's why Vishnu Sahasramurdhanam Chara Charapatim Vibham Stuvan Nama Sahasrena Jwaran Sarvan Vepohati, it says. Not I am telling, this is Charaka who is telling. After giving all the treatments, if the fever is not cured, then take this resort, he says. Vishnu Sahasramurdhanam Chara Charapatim Vibham Stuvan Nama Sahasrena. How many of us have done this experimental basis research on this Vishnu Sahasranama chanting, which can cure from fever to cancer? That is what is musicology or music therapy, which is going to impact based on the chandas. Aitareya Upanishad gives this Sapta Chandas, where Sapta Chandas are being listed there. Gayatri, Ushnik, Anushtup, Bruhati, Pankti, Trishtup, and Jagati. There are many other chandasas, I know. But we take these 7 chandas, Sapta Chandas, as the mainstream. But Gayatri, see, this is what is 24-letter syllable, which has got impact. If you say Gayatri Chandas mantras, that is going to impact on one of the Sapta Dhatus in our body. Please, this is all very important. Trishtup Mamsam Asthisnavani. Oh, what a beautiful way it is mentioned in Aitareya Upanishad. Oh, this we need to explore with the musicologist and as well as a very good physician and a pathologist, how this pathological change in the body can occur with the vibrations. Yes, Ravindraji has given a beautiful ignition to the thought process of this type of approach of therapy here. So that is how human anatomy is also like that. Human anatomy, which is going to say that, yes, yes, everybody has studied in their high schooling or in college. How many bones are there in this human body? We say immediately 206 bones. But it is the version of the British. It is the version of Mr. Henry Gray. But it is not. But unfortunately, we have been ruled by the Britishers for 200 years. And that 206 bones is deep-rooted in even till today, even after getting independence. What is this? Our Ayurveda says, Trini, Sasashtani, Asti, Shatani, Veda Vadino Vadanti. This is one example. I'm talking about modern medical science and our ancient wisdom, spiritual wisdom. Ayurveda is also a part of, it is an Upaveda of Rigveda or Atharva Veda, also we consider it as. So it is a part of Veda. So this is going to be an impact on the science. Why don't we study our ancient perspective of our acharyas like Charaka, Vagbhata, in giving us this a higher dimension for this human body? Yes, we need to give this higher dimension. Only that higher dimension is achieved only when we take up their concept as why Sushruta told that there are 360 bones in this human body. Thousands and thousands of years ago. We got this knowledge, but unfortunately, we are snubbed with this knowledge. And they say that 206 bones is only the one. Even now in many yoga conferences, I hear people saying that there are 206 bones, even in yoga. Is it not ridiculous? No way. The 206 can become spiritual only when it is going to go with the 360 number. Why 360 number? That is what is the exploration I'm talking here. Why he said 360 bones? Trini, Sasashtani, Asthishatani, Veda Vadino Vadanti, it says. Yes, this is what is the purpose of our life. And our life is not mere physical. It is having the dimension of physical, physiological, emotional, spiritual, mental, intellectual, and then spiritual. Yes, the ultimate. That's what we say, Annamaya, Pranamaya, Manomaya, Vijnanamaya, and Anandamaya Kosha. That's what we need to go with this human body. What is that 360? 360 is a spiritual number. Charaka and Sushruta, they knew that this human body is not just merely physical. Just I'm giving you an example in 15 minutes, how much I can give you the insight about this human body and how it is connected with the Vedic wisdom. Yes, this is one important aspect here. This is one important aspect of 360, which is going to take us. Why 360? 360 is a number which is spiritually and numerologically the highest number. 6 plus 3, 3 plus 6, 9. 9 is the highest number. Oh, in numerology, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, there are no new numbers after that. Is it not? So that is why that 9 is the highest number. 9 is Bhagavan. That is what is we are going to project here. As per Ayurveda, 360 number, 3 plus 6, 9. Why 360 only? The globe is 360. One circle is 360. So we are all in the cycle of birth and death, that circle. And we all go through this 360. And what is the spiritual significance of 360? When we say 360 bones are there, that means even in our Stapatya Veda, Yajurveda, where Upaveda says, gives us the karma vibhaga, karmanga, how do we do yajna? What are the ways and how do we construct yajna kunda? In that it is perfectly mentioned, one yajna kunda construction will take 360 bricks are necessary. See, that is connected to this human body. 360 bricks are connected to make one yajna kunda, whether you do whichever the yaga, Rajasuya yaga, Ashwamedha yaga, or whatever it is. But that is why only Raja Maharajas, they used to do yajnas, big yajnas. So you need 360 bricks. When 360 bricks are necessary to construct one yajna kunda, there is Agni which is done pratisthapana, and the same thing happens in our human body when we take up this human body as one yajna kunda. Yes, is it not spiritual now? And why don't we teach this in MBBS? The whole world. I'm telling you, I'm challenging you. Nowhere in this modern medical science, this topic is taken up. Yeah, let this platform be a revolutionary platform for all the thinkers in this world in modern medical science. That why don't we take up this insight of our acharyas and give the same knowledge to the modern budding medical students? Don't just say that this body is mere physical. No way. It's not. That 360 bricks connecting to the yajna kunda, that which makes this body also spiritual by 360 bones. And 360 bones, and even the Agni is there. Aham Vaishvanaro Bhutva Praninam Deham Ashritaha. Krishna says, I am that Vaishvanara Agni inside this. That is the Agni, where we do Ahuti, Prana Ahuti we do. That is Pratas Savana, Madhyamtina Savana, Sayam Savana we do 3 times a day. Oh, is this not spiritual? Then every activity becomes spiritual there. And this is how we need to connect modern science. But unfortunately, it is lacking. That's what I told you, no? People who know modern medical science, modern anatomy, they don't know what is spirituality. And people who know spirituality, they don't know what is modern anatomy. They go both parallel. This is the real platform which is to connect. Now, many of the speakers are connected. Yes, we all should work together and we should bring a new knowledge here. That is going to benefit the whole world. That is what I told you. Even in Aitareya Upanishad, it says, yeah, Ushnik Lomani, Trishtup Mamsam, Panktis Nava, all the Sapta Dhatus are connected with Sapta Chandas. And if you do this Raga based, Saregama Padani, Rishabha, Shajja, Gandhara, Madhyama, Panchama, Daivata and Nishada, in this Sthayi Swara, definitely, that's what I'm telling, a musician, a musicologist, a physician, they all must get together in experimenting this. Yes, my guru used to say this. Yeah, Dr. Vidyabhushana, you know very well, our Karnataka's famous, wonderful Dasa Sahitya, who renders this. Dr. Vidyabhushana, he told him, yes, why don't you conduct an experiment with this, with the Aitareya Upanishad, which is giving us the clue of how this Trishtuk Chandas mantras are going to affect on Mamsa Gata Rogas, Mamsa Dhatu Gata Rogas. Oh, so these are all wonderful things which I can tell you. And the most important thing, just the last word I will tell you. Sorry, Ma, if I have taken 3-4 minutes more. So this is one where I want to give you the insight here that we have a soul where all this Jivatma, Paramatma, Indriyas, the concept of mind, where mind is located. Mind is not there in the brain. Brain is not the seat of the mind. But where is that seat of the mind? Everything is explained in Mahanarayana Upanishad. Please go through this Mahanarayana Upanishad. Every day we chant this Sahasrashirsham Devam Vishwaksham Vishwashambhuvam. Vishwan Narayanam Devam Aksharam Paramam Padam. There it is explained about the thymus gland. All the modern medical doctors. Yeah, you never got to know what is this thymus gland is. It is a mysterious gland. And nobody knows. Even in modern anatomy, they say that we know very less about this thymus gland. But we can know more about the thymus gland only when you study Narayana Upanishad. Narayana Suktam, that is. Mahanarayana Upanishad, which is coming in the Taittiriya Aranyaka. What a beautiful way. We keep listening to this this Sahasrashirsham Devam so many times, but we never know that it is connected to the thymus gland. Padmakosha pratikashang hridayan chapyadhomukam adho nishtyavitastyante nabhyam uparitishtati. See, it is giving us the anatomical position of the thymus gland. Adho nishtya vitastyante. Vitasta means this is the distance. You keep your little finger on your belly button and then stretch the thumb. The thumb where it touches, that is the place of the thymus gland. Where can you get this definition? So wonderful thymus gland anatomical position? Never. Thank you, Vaniji, for this beautiful opportunity. And I thank all the speakers. So let us get connected once again. And let us storm this world with the knowledge. The knowledge is the most important thing that has to be revived. Last but not the least, one statement I will tell you. There is a book called as Wonder of the World. There is a book called as Wonder of the World written by Roy Abraham Verghese. He is an NRI. Please go through that book where he mentions only 4 people who impacted or influenced the whole world thinking process. Oh, he says 4 only 4 people have impacted. Thomas, I'm telling you, these are all the philosophical personalities in the whole world prospectus. Thomas Aquinas from Italy, Avicenna from Persia, Moses Maimonides from Egypt, and one person he takes from the India, Madhvacharya from India, who have impacted the whole world thought process. Please read that book, everybody. Wonder of the World, written by Roy Abraham Verghese. It is in Amazon. It's just 5,000 rupees for that book edition. But it is worth, knowledge is really worth. So let us get together, and I thank Satyavaniji for bringing such a great scholars, ocean of scholars here. Thank you very much. Hari Om Tatsat Shri Krishna Arpanamastu. Dhanyavada.
Thank you. It was very invigorating. Thank you for bringing such beautiful insights. What an awareness you brought in, and we will all walk the path from now on.
Let us go together.
Yes, thank you.
From here.
Now we will move on to our next segment. We have a recording being played. The presenter is Srimati Rekha Rao, independent researcher and also she did her Indology studies at the University of Mysore. Now, having known about bit of human body journeys, we have traveled through Yatras, we have traveled through Vedic worlds, and now we have not yet stepped into temples. So Srimati Rekha Rao is going to take us on a temple tour, bringing insights, fundamentals of Indian temple architecture. Let me pull up her recording and we will. Presenting Srimati Rekha Rao.
Namaste, viewers. I'm Rekha Rao from India, a researcher in ancient history and archaeology. Why is India a land of innumerable big temples? What is an Indian temple? Then we will study the temple structure in the early phase of Indian history and how it evolved with time. We then explore the reasons for the prolific temple building activity in India. India has over 500,000 temples of various sizes. Finally, we look at the aspects that promoted this prolific temple building activity, which involved immense labor and expenditure. Let's start with what is an Indian temple. Temple is a prayer place that houses an idol of God in the innermost chamber. In Indian languages, this chamber is called Garbhagriha, which is the sacred place, sanctum. In slide 1, I present two pictures of India's oldest functional Hindu temples. The picture on the left is a temple from 6th century CE, located in a place called Sanchi in central India. As shown in the picture, the roof of the sanctum was flat. The sanctum was attached to a pillar assembly area. Both were constructed with rectangular or square block of stones. The temple in this era were simple and did not have much decorative carvings. The picture on the right shows a temple from 7th century CE. It shows early experiment of making the temple top called Vimana. The sanctum that housed the deity's figure was given architectural eminence. It was topped with slabs at diminishing size towards the sky into a tall tapering roof. This tapering structure was called Vimana, which was symbolic of the ascent of spiritual levels. Let's now look into an evolved form of a bigger temple constructed in the 11th century CE. Slide 2 shows a temple from this period in the South Indian place called Itagi. As temple structure evolved, the tapering Vimana was extended to great heights and was topped with a roundish finial structure called Shikhara. The word Shikhara literally means the peak of the temple. The pillared veranda in front was enlarged into an ample square space called Mandapa. The pillars in this era of temples were more than a mere supporting structure. They were embellished with intricate designs and sculptures. Some temples also had a platform where artists could perform their feats of dance and music. The entire complex was raised on a paved rectangular or star-shaped structure. We will now explore some of the aspects that promoted the prolific temple building activity. Rulers of a particular region typically sponsored for the construction of a temple because it was a public prayer place. The construction of temple and embellishing it with intricate carvings of motifs and sculptures involved significant expenditure. And it also involved labor by skilled workers. Each of these monuments has survived well for over 1,000 years. It is interesting to know why and how the great dynasties that reigned India for centuries could build so many temples. Indian dynastic rulers of the past were indigenous and followers of Vedic knowledge and Hinduism. Their faith in the Almighty strongly inspired the rulers to sponsor temples. An in-depth study into the Indian history reveals that The political, religious, literary, economic, social, and folk conditions were also conducive factors for the construction of temples. Some aspects which acted as catalysts towards the prolific temple construction are dynastic greatness claimed by rulers, technological advancements in quarrying the rocks through the ages, religious and social developments. Let's study each one of them in more detail. Almost all dynastic rulers of India felt the need to demonstrate their own identity and greatness through architectural contributions. Until the Mughal invasion, India was ruled by indigenous rulers. The great dynasties such as Rashtrakutas, Guptas, Chandelas, Chalukyas, Hoysalas, Pallavas, and Vijayanagara dynasties were followers of Hinduism. Each dynasty ruled for a few centuries and longed to make their regime to be remembered as the golden age of cultural activity. Whether the activity was starting a new temple or adding to what was already built, every dynastic ruler tried to overshadow the past temples in grandeur by adding new themes and techniques. The master sculptors, attracted by the material gains, considered it a prestige to work and exhibit their skills in the temples built by dynastic kings and ministers. Rulers had an aspiration to promote themselves as immortal and ideal kings through architectural contributions. Victories of war were celebrated by sponsoring a temple as a memorial because this act assured prosperity in that land. The king's vast financial reserves were also used to build innumerable temples and maintain many artists and other staff in the temple service. Through the ages, every ruler in India believed in the ideal thought of the post-Vedic scripture that one who rejoices in making temple gets eternal riches and he is worshipped in heaven. This concept motivated the kings, queens, the generals, ministers, merchants, and commoners to extend outstanding support to temple building, and thus king became the role model for general public. Donating the required wealth for a good cause was a diplomatic order issued by the rulers that dissuaded the thought of hoarding wealth. The names of donors who donated land to build temples, water tanks, or finance the staffing or maintenance of temple activities were glorified by having their names in temple inscriptions. An example of this is shown in slide 3. This inspired many wealthy people to contribute generously so that their names were marked permanently in temple inscriptions. Dedication of temple in the name of loved ones, such as parents, teachers, or preceptors, were encouraged by the rulers. Slide 3 is an example picture of the temple inscription that records historic data of the name of the ruler, the amount donated by the donor, and such other details. Temples, water tanks, and residential halls were built in the major cities, trade routes, and banks of rivers, which attracted many devotees. Let's now study technological advancements. The primary technical advantage enjoyed by the sculptors was in cutting and transporting rocks from the geological rock beds. The engineering skills evolved from time to time along with the knowledge of mathematics, geometry, architecture, etc. As illustrated in slide 4, improved techniques made it easier to carve intricate figures to get high polish, resulting in a revolutionary sculptural art change. The introduction of late-on equipment to be used for pillars inspired sculptors to carve wonderful designs of non-repetitive challenge. This significantly made a pillar, the simple supportive structure, into a highly embellished piece of art. The simple cruciform plan of the temple with a single cell was developed into a complex stellate plan structure with mathematical precision, as shown in slide 5. The angular displacement of stellate plan, ranging from 16 to more points, gave the sculptors enhanced scope and more space for the display of sculptural embellishment. Considering the religious and social developments, Indians from the past 3,000 years have been worshipping various gods. Devotion and sincere faith in God, called bhakti, was the pivotal sentiment that originated in the land of ancient sages. Indian art in all forms is fundamentally based on the spiritual content of glorifying the Creator in all the grandeur. Innumerable temples with perfect plan, design, fairness, delicacy, and vitality of sculptures were built, which also became a meeting place for community to congregate. It's interesting to explore why a simple prayer place turned out to be a complex monument. Religious discourses, cultural events in the form of dance and music, and recitation of moral stories of epics were conducted on temple premises. These evening programs for the general public were to revitalize the spiritual energies. People motivated by an awareness of their land's spiritual and cultural heritage were inspired to visit temples often. As a result, the temple gradually became a significant monument with added gathering halls for ritual-based activities and a platform to perform cultural feats. Ordinary people and travelers were allowed to assemble in the large pillared halls to enjoy the cultural events of dance and music. Special occasions and annual festivals called Parva attracted huge crowds. Since these temple events often were placed in temples, they required the construction of large spatial temples. Let's now summarize the key learnings from this topic. Temples, which started as a simple worshipping place, evolved in size, architectural complexity, and aesthetic values. Temples became an indispensable part of society in every small village, as they served as centers of religion, education, and the fine arts. As a result, temples became a key avenue for the propagation of Hindu values despite multiple foreign invasions. Thank you.
Thank you, Rekha Rao Garu. That was so beautiful, taking us on a journey. It felt like we visited the temples with you on the premises. Now we move on to talk 12 with Dr. Aparna Dhir Kandelwal. She is an assistant professor, School of Indic Studies, Institute of Advanced Sciences, Dartmouth. Talks on set of duties of every individual on her topic, Vedic teachings for the continuity of the Sanatana Dharma. Aparna ji, please.
Om Gurubhya Namaha. Namaste Satyavani ji. And I'm very happy to be here and being invited by you for this Upaasana-SMRITI Summit. And as Dr. Manjunath ji just a few minutes ago shared that it is like we are with ocean of scholars. So naturally, what I have seen from few presentations going on here is definitely we are having a learned group of scholars here, and you are performing this, streaming this whole occasion live on YouTube. So that will going to benefit many of the researchers of new generation even. And thank you so much. And before starting my presentation, I need the share screen option.
You should be able to share. Please try to.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
I hope it is visible.
Yes, it is.
My topic is, as Satyavani ji just mentioned, it is related to Vedic teachings for the continuity of the Sanatana Dharma. And it is basically, I feel that what I have learned from past few presentations, whether it is based on Ayurveda or the temples or the medicine, music, so they are quite deeper into their particular subject area. And mine is just like an overview of the Vedas. Well, that needs to be there for our younger generation, for the present generation, for the continuity of the Sanatana Dharma. I feel that. Now, talking about the Sanatana Dharma, we found so many literature for that in our present day, and so many books are there, so many written material and other things are there. And talking about this Sanatana Dharma, what is the word Sanatan? It is based on eternity, Sanatan, where there is no end. And then dharma is related to the path of righteousness. What should be there, should not be there, what should be done, what should not be done. So that in that terms, the set of duties for every individual, irrespective of his caste, class, or sect, that remains everlasting, is there. And when we try to find out the roots of the Sanatana Dharma, that we find that in our Vedas only, and that has evolved over the 1,000 years and become in the present form of Sanatana Dharma. So before moving on, while being a student of Vedas, I never thought of that we are reading or we are studying some subject related to Hinduism. I feel that this is a set of duties. This is for everyone. Anyone can study the teachings there mentioned in the Vedas or in the Vedic scriptures, as conveyed by our Vedic rishis. So I feel related. We should not relate Sanatana Dharma as a concept of particular one religion. We should not treat it like a religion. We should treat it like the path of righteousness. So that I feel, when talking about the Vedic knowledge, and as we all know that it is the oldest and the earliest one, and being Rig Veda as the foremost the Granth, or foremost Vedic teaching, Vedic preaching, and in the whole globally, which is accepted as the foremost. And then it is Vedic teachings, and or we can say Vedic knowledge is Apurushe. In Taittiriya Brahman, there is a saying, Ananta Vahi Vedaha, means the Vedic knowledge is limitless. It is there since the beginning of the universe, and it is being pronounced by the Vedic rishis and then compiled by the Vedyas in various forms, in 4 Vedas, and according to their subject matter. So there is no author to the Vedas, as we cannot relate that to one author to Vedas. Then it is a sacred and a divine knowledge, because it takes you to the path of the divinity, and it is universal in nature. It can be accepted easily by any of the belief, by any people who is having any belief, because it is universal. There is no discrimination in accepting the Vedic knowledge. And when we say it is eternal, why we say it is eternal? To measure the eternity, we have 3 parameters. I feel we should see that whether it is in continuity, or whether there is a change into that, or it remains static, or whether we can apply that in today's times. So in terms of Vedic knowledge, if we see that the concept of Vedic knowledge remains the same. What we have learned in the Vedas, what we have learned through our rishis, it is continuous in nature and still going on. We cannot say that has totally vanished and we cannot accept it now. It has remained there only. The concept is same, but what has changed? The style has changed. Like, for example, we do yagyas in the Vedic time. Even today we do yagyas. There we do a lot of big yagyas like Dashpurnmas yagya, Chaturmasya yagya, or today we do a small puja at home. So the style has changed, but the concept was there. Concept is the same. It has come to us from our generations, from various lineages, and it is still continuing, and we are applying that knowledge in today's time as well. So, and we are also teaching this tradition to our younger generation. So I feel that Vedic knowledge or the concept of Vedas, it is like an unbroken tradition which is still following by in present time, and it is accepted globally, I feel. So what is actually Vedic knowledge? It is actually instructional guidelines, or we can say it is teachings, how we need to what should be what is the right path for us to attain the ultimate goal of our purpose of life. So when we start with our Vedic studies, we find that there are 4 things which I feel they are majorly focused. First, nature worship. Starting from the Rig Veda, we find various deities, various devtas are there, in which nature worship is the major, is having major role. And so I can say that rishis wanted us to remain connected with the nature only, whether it is Panchabhutas, whether it is flora, fauna, or whether it is the constellations or the other cosmic deities. So we need to do just connect with nature, and that is the major role I found in the Vedas. We all found in the Vedas, and the Rig Veda is the major source of that. And then moving to the Yajurveda part, I feel that there is Karma philosophy, that more and more now that we have already invited or worship or our Vedic devtas, Vedic deities in the form of nature. But now to please them, or there are many now to please them or to understand them in a better way, now action is required. So Yajurveda is there, and that majorly talks about the Karma philosophy only. And so it is there, and most of the ritualistic and whole the ritualistic part is there to discuss that relation, that nature and our relation together. So that is, I feel, in the Yajurveda. And then when talking about later on, when we are performing rituals, now it is needed to understand the essence of the rituals, which we feel in the Aranya Granthas. So in Aranya Granthas, there is majorly, they are talking about majorly on the controlling of your mind, how to control your mind. You are performing actions, but you don't have to rely on the results of it. So in that sense, your mind should be controlled. And we found various related references to that, where we found that Aranyakas are performing yagyas, but still they are talking about the controlling of mind. And why mind is need to be controlled, that is there in the Yajurveda only, that our mind should be controlled because it is actually the pathway or the gateway to the long life, Chivema Sharada Shatam, or to the healthy life. And like that only, and mind should be to attain the best of health, our mind should be controlled through all the Shadripu. It should be free from all the Shadripu, that is the Krodh, Kam, Lobh, Moh, Mad, Matsar, and everybody is aware of Shadripu. So that is the major hindrance in our controlling of the mind. And once it is controlled, our mind should have the positive thoughts only. The positive, which is a good thoughts for us only, us, and as well as for the society, like Tanme Manah Shiv Sankalpa Mastu, that is from the Vajasnehi Sangita only. So purification of mind is needed for our health. And then moving to the Upanishads, I feel then once the nature worship is done, the ritual is all the ritualistic things are done, actions are performed, the real essence is we are trying to get into the real essence of the yagyas and the worship through controlling of our mind. Then we reach to the Upanishadic philosophy, where we believe then everything is one, and that oneness is needed to understand, to have harmony in the society. And this is how we can say that our Vedas, Vedic teachings these are the basic steps of the Vedic teachings. One should understand this, and there are lots of references to that. We can study many aspects related to that through to these points. And a few examples are here, like in Rig Veda, we have Sangachhadvam, Samvadhatvam, Samvo Manansi Janatam. Our mind should be like-minded while talking to each other, while walking with each other. Our mind should be in parallel to each other. Then only we can sustain with each other. Even today, we are sitting here. If we don't like to hear each and every's talk, if we don't want to understand that, we cannot even sit here. We may feel bored, but it is because of the Rig Vedic thought. We all are perceiving that our mind is getting inclined to each and everyone. So similarly, in Yajurveda, we have Yatram Vishwam Bhavati Ekanidam. So this is also needed to understand. Then later on in the Hitopdesh, there is a concept of Vasudev Kutumbakam. So everyone is a family. Globally, we should accept that this universe is one, and we all are a part of family only. So this concept is given by Yajurveda only. If we preach this concept to our students, to our younger generation, so there should not be any kind of thought like hate or other thing like jealousy. Those factors can be eradicated easily if we preach these kind of thoughts to our younger generation. So yastu sarvani bhutane atmane anupashyati. This is again from Yajurveda. To see myself in yourself, like that the self is one, which is there in you, which is there in me only. So when you feel like that, in that way, I don't think so we feel like to give pain to others. So in that sense, one should always be aware of having oneness, feeling of oneness with each other, to have the harmony with each other. Then again, for the actions, Kshatriya Brahman revealed, and even the Kshatriya Brahman revealed, Yagyo vai Shreshtatam Karma. Yag is the supreme karma, and all the current philosophy later on based on this only, that how, and yag is only not related to the Havan Kriya, Home Kriya. It is related to the cosmic order. The whole universe is based on this cosmic order. That whole ecological setup is there based on this yagya, and it is also based on the three major concepts given by the Yajurveda. It is related to the worshipping to the Devata, whom we consider the Divya, the having the divine aspect. The Divya Gun, where we find the Divya Gun, we should pray to them. Then wherever we feel that somebody is lower to us, we should give dan to them. There should be philosophy of dan. We should not acquire everything. We should give dan to them. And then there is and those who are same like us, in that sense, we should have Sangati Karan with them. There should be alignment. There should be we should have like-minded thinking with them. So this is how yagya can be described. And later on in Ishavasya Upanishad, this philosophy is taken one step further, that Om Ishavasyam idam sarvam yat kinchat jagatyam jagat ten tyakten gunjita magridaha kasya vidhanam. Then yag is based on the tyag bhavna. You must sacrifice something from your acquired wealth. This is wealth or whatever resources you have. You should always think about others also. So this is how Ishavasya Upanishad takes us to that place. And then later on, then Brihadaranyaka Upanishad says, Aham Brahmasmi. Always think that divine is divine is there in you only. It is not present anywhere else. It is within you. And same as in the other person, that is given by the Chandogya Upanishad. Why we should think like that? Because Sarvam Kalo Idam Brahma. Whatever is there, it is only because of that omnipresent, that is the Brahm, which is present in everywhere. And we all are the divine children. We all are the children of that divine entity only. So this is how we can relate to each and every one, every living being around us. and there is no the feeling of other negative aspects which are going in the society will definitely come to an end if we have such kind of a thought process which is given by Vedic rishis. So this is about the purification of mind, which I already discussed. And then from the Taittiriya Upanishad, we have teacher-student relationship. Anybody can be a teacher, anybody can be a student, but you have to be you have to surrender yourself to the guru, whom you think who actually choose you to give you the proper learning which you want to acquire. So in that sense, Taittiriya Upanishad says, Om Sehna Avatu Sehna Bhunaktu Seviryam Karva Vahi Tejasvinam Abdhitam Astu Ma Vidvishra Vahi. There should not be any kind of a contradiction. There should not be any clash between the between the teacher and the pupil. Both of them should remain whatever they have learned through the scriptures, by sharing their knowledge. And Upanishads are like basically they are the practical knowledge, because they are talking one-on-one dialogues with each other. There are discourses we find in the Taittiriya Upanishad, we find in various Upanishads. So in one-on-one interaction, there should not be any clash. You can debate, but you both should come to a conclusion. And this is revealed by the Taittiriya Upanishad. And again, then there is important one other factor, that is Panch Mahayagya, which is related to the sacrificial rite. But it is for the people of the society, for today's generation as well. We should also do Bhut Yagya. We should also do Manushya Yagya, then Dev Yagya, then Brahm Yagya and Swadhyaya. So it is related, and one should always be always give something for the others also. Then same for the Devatas, then for the for the ancestors, then for our Rishi is always important. Then we should perform Swadhyaya. Whatever we have learned from our teacher, we should do Swadhyaya. Swadhyaya is related to three terms that it is related to. One should always study the knowledge of Vedas, because Swadhyaya is the synonym to Ved only, and also it is related to self-study. One should always do self-study. Whatever he has learned, he should recite that, he should learn that. And finally, he should also learn about himself. We should always keep analyzing ourselves, whether we are on the right path or not. So this is how Swadhyaya is an important technique given by the Shatpat Brahman, Taittiriya Upanishad, majorly by Yajurveda. We should say that we cannot stop Swadhyaya. It should be our daily activity. And finally, we are here to celebrate the our Republic Day, and where we always see Satyamev Jayate is there. So Satyamev Jayate is from the Mundaka Upanishad, and it says only truth wins. But before that, we have Shatpat Brahman, which says Satyamev Vadet. Only truth should be spoken, nothing else. So this is how we can say Yajurved, and then the Mundaka Upanishad is from Atharved. So we should say that truth is having all the power, and it is only there to win. So our children should be taught like that. And then lastly, Yajurved, again from Yajurved only, or you can say it is there in the Ishavasya Upanishad. It is related to the karma philosophy, which is explored very much at large in the Srimad Bhagavad Gita by Sri Krishna, that one should always do their actions, their karmas. Karma is nothing but, is not assigned like a daily activities. It is like your responsibilities, your duties. One should be aware of the duties or the responsibilities as to attain the longevity of 100 years. So it is, one should not stop thinking that I should not perform my duties or responsibilities. I can be healthy. No, it cannot be like that. While doing the karmas, you can attain the healthy life. So because karma, na karma lipyate naraha. Jo karma hai, that karma never, like we have whatever the karmas we do, if we do it with again positive feeling, it doesn't get stick to us because we have Sukshma Sharir, then Karan Sharir, then Sthula Sharir. So these parameters are very well defined in later on the Upanishads and the other yoga text, where it is explored how we can say that karma don't stick to us. So this philosophy again, requires more elaboration. So all these Vedic teachings and principles, I feel, is basically it is hinted in the Vedic text or by our Vedic rishis, and it needs to be explored. And these are still there. These are present still there to acquire the to understand the Sanatana Dharma, and which will remain, which will prevail throughout till infinity, I feel. And this is how I think that these are the pathways for the Sanatana Dharma to human excellence and well-being, as it is the tagline of the today's summit as well. So thank you very much for listening to me, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Aparnaji. She was unwell, but she made sure she spread this words of wisdom from our Vedas. She brought in resources from sayings. Thank you so much. We will move on to our next speaker, Dr. Raghava S. Boddupalli Garu from Institute of Sanskrit and Vedic Studies, Bangalore, ISVS. He is sharing the plant world we are immersed and surrounded in through his topic, Plants of Yajurveda, Yajna and Yajna Implements. Thank you.
Om Gananantva Ganapatigum Havamahe Kavim Kavinam Upamashravastamam Jeshtarajam Brahmanam Brahmanaspata Anasrunvannutibhis Sida Sadhanam Sri Mahaganapataye Namaha Prano Devi Saraswati Vajebhirvajinivati Dhinama Vitriyavatu Ano Divo Bruhatah Parvatada Saraswati Ejata Gantu Yajnam Havam Devi Jujushana Ghritachi Shagman no Vacha Mushati Sunotu Justo Vacho Bhuyasam Justo Vachaspataye Devi Vak Yadvacho Madhumattasmin Madha Swaha Saraswatyai Sri Vagdevyai Namaha. My pranams at the lotus feet of Sringeri Sarada Mata. I thank the Upaasana-SMRITI Samaṣṭi, the Connect, with the theme of 2-day conference, 1 day or 1 evening at the US and 1 morning in India. Foregoing pathways from Sanatana Dharma to human excellence and well-being. And I heartfully congratulate Srimati Satyavani Garu, her family, and the other helping people to her. And it is a wonderful seminar. And my respects here to Professor Shashi Tiwari Madam and Dr. Brahmasri Chirravuri Sivarama Krishna Chirravuri and others, my friend Aparnaji and others. And I start my presentation with, I will share my screen. Okay. Yeah. So the topic of my presentation is just given plants of Yajurveda, but Yajna and Yajna implements how and our rishis have identified these plants right from the great Maharshi Vedavyasa. So it is the beginning with the Vedas, Smritis, Puranas, Mantra Shastras, and the complete Stotra Vangmaya are the combined pillars of the Sanatana Dharma. And it is eternal and never changing. Almost all the presenters, scholars, they said the next bullet point, that is the Vedic texts that were codified and classified into writing by great sage Vedavyasa Maharshi, and Rigvedam, wisdom of verses. Professor Shashi Tiwari Madam spoke more on these aspects. Yajurveda, wisdom of sacrificial formula, Sama Veda, wisdom of chants, and Atharva Veda, wisdom of Atharva Rishis, and the medicinal plants which have come out from the Atharva Veda. And not only that, Vedavyasa Maharshi has given to these entire universe, and to elevate the human beings of this universe, the Ashtadasha Puranas, for us to grow further in our spiritual attainment. So if you say, what are the plants that, why these are important for our Sanatana Dharma? Trees are symbol for life and growth. And it stands eternity and self-being. And trees are considered as devatas by the Sanatana Dharma, and it is worshipped, which is we know very well in this country, in the Bharata Mata. And it is found that the plants and trees have several fold of importance in the Vedic texts. You just name any Vedic text, plants and trees have been revealed tremendously. And there is no ritualistic activity without usage of a plant or its product. And trees and plants revealed in the Vedic texts are the key for the ritualistic activities. I'm telling you once again, there is no ritualistic activity or any yajna or yaga or ishti without the plant. The reason for mentioning the plants, trees, crops, and other byproducts of the plants is to perform yajna, not for anything else. That is what our rishis said. And later, from the Atharva Veda time, the medicinal plants for the human consumption and for disease elimination. And I think Professor Shashi Tiwari Madam has said this. The name Yajna is derived from the root Yaja, and Ijjate Havi Diyate Yat Atra. And here in this Yajna, oblations, Havis or Ahutis are provided to particular deities. That is Ijjante, Pujyante, Devata, Atra. Deities are worshipped here, and it is called Yajna. Yajno vai Vishnuhu. Hence, Vishnu is Yajna Purusha and Yajna Bhokta. He is the first person, who is the first deity to eat the food, the prasada that we have prepared, and we take it as prasada. The meaning of the word Yajna is Atharva and also Shivaha. So who does only good for the human beings. And there are several yajnas and yagas. And another one is Ishti, which is smaller than an yajna or yaga. And Ishti means for the desire. That is, Bhagavan Rama has born out of Putra Kameshti yajna done by our Dasharatha Maharaja. So Dasharatha king. So these are the several Agnihotram, Atirudra Mahayajna, and Vajapeya Yajna, and Sautramani Yajna, Rajasu Yajna, Ashwamedha Yaga, and or yajna. Aptoryamam, Soma Yaga, she talked about, Sri Tiwari madam talked about Soma sacrifice, Soma Yaga, all these things. So there are several of these things, which I am not going to talk about these things, but just mentioned for the sake of the names. And the one who receives the money from the Yajamana or Yajnakarta or the sacrificer who does the Yajna, he is called Ojja. Along with this, those performing the Yajna also have to take the Diksha, Yajna Diksha they have to take. So Ritviks are of 4 main types, 4 members or main people. And each one will have 3 assistants. And each Ritvik represents one of the 4 Vedas. Hota, who represents Rigveda or who chants Rigveda, and their assistants are Maitra, Varuna, Chavaka, all these people, 3 people, and Advaryu and Yajurveda. That's why Yajurveda is also called as Advaryu Veda, and his assistants are Neshta, Unneta, Pratiprastha, and Udgata. Somebody told about this Udgata also. I think Shiv Chitrvedi sir has told about this Udgata. So Samaveda, and Seshitivari madam also said that. So who represents Samaveda, and Prastota, Pratiharta, Subramanya, these 3 are the assistants for Udgata. And Brahma, somebody said yesterday, Brahma, another name for Atharva Veda, Brahma Veda or Atharva Veda, his assistants are Brahmana Chamsi, Pota, Agnidra. Very important people, Agnidra, you will see in course of time. So there are about total 16 Ritviks are present in an Yajna, in a given Yajna. The number of priests in Yajna or Yaga varies according to its needs. And all 16 Ritviks actively participate in Somayagas. The Ritvik who emits or ignites Agni, that is Yajnagni, the sacrificial fire, Yajna, in the Yajna, he is called as Agni Dhru. So he comes from Brahma. He is the assistant of Brahma. So what is Yajnagni? Agni, somebody said this. Agni is I think Shiv Chaturvedi sir said this. So Agni is the first deity for any yajna or for the entire Sanatana Dharma, I would say. Agni Mukha vai eva devata prina devata prinati agnimva anvanya devata, said by Taittiriya Brahmanam. So Agni is the central deity of any yajna or yaga. Agni that is kindled for the purpose of yajna is called as Yajnagni or the sacrificial fire. This is ignited through a mechanism called Agni Manthana while chanting specific mantras from Yajurveda. Absolutely, because it is Atvaryu Veda. So this woody instrument consisting of a pair of arani used to churn Agni, like how Yashoda used to churn, is manufactured from the Ashwatha tree, that is Ficus religiosa in botanical term, growing out of the womb of Semi Vriksha, that is Semi tree, that is Acacia Ketachu. It is not directly from the Ashwatha. So who said this? Veda said this. I am not telling. In Satapatha in Taittiriya Brahmana, it is said that Semi Garbha Agnim Manthati. So for Agni Manthana instrument, Semi Garbha. So from the Semi tree Garbha means womb, it has to come out. Which one? Ashwatha Vriksha. That wood has to be used. Why? Because Shantayonim Agnihi, Shantayonim Shemihi, and that is also there in the Taittiriya Brahmana. So Agni Mantana is instrument, woody instrument that is being shown here. And that particular one, as I said, it is wood manufactured from Ashwatha with a particular Agni mantra that is which is revealed in the Taittiriya Samhita, that is Yajurveda, Krishna Yajurveda Taittiriya Samhita. Agner janitramasi vrushanasta urvasya syayurasi pururava. So this tells the parts of the Agni Mantana instrument in this mantra. So urvasya, urvasi, uttararani, and athararani, like urvasi is the athararani, that the lower part of the Agni Mantana, and the uttararani is the upper part of the Agni Mantana that is there, and the rajju means that is the rope which is in the middle, that stick would be churned, and that where Agni will be generated. So if you see Yajna Vedi, just what I'm showing is that is only for Agnihotra, Darshapurna, Masa, and Ishtis. This particular Vedi, which I am showing the figure here, in the dotted lines you can see. So who are all the dotted lines that are there? Hotru, Agnidra, Achamana, all these people how they sit and where they sit, Brahman. It is such a systematic way of doing things for the spiritual yajna. So even the wife of the sacrificer's wife, where she has to sit, is near Garhapatyagni, and Dakshinagni is at Dakshina side, of course. So Ahavaniya Agni will be there in the east. So that is Yajna Vedi. Yajna Vedi is completely filled with sacrificial grass that is called as Darbha, and in botanical term it is Desmostachya bipinnata. So in a mantra of Krishna Yajurveda Taittiriya, this is a unique mantra for Krishna Yajurveda Taittiriya Samhita, which is revealed in the first kanda and fourth kanda. In two kandas this is there, and fourth kanda, it just came to my mind that is also called as Agni Kanda, because the fourth kanda of the Krishna Yajurveda Taittiriya Samhita is totally tells about Agni. So here you can listen this mantra: Saptate Agne Samhita Sapta Jihva Saptarshaya Saptadhama Priyani Saptahotra Saptadhatva Yajanti Saptayo Nira Pranasva Gritena. What a beautiful mantra, a unique mantra for Krishna Yajurveda Taittiriya Samhita. It is all tells about 7 number. Agni is at 7 places. Agni likes 7 mantras. Agni likes 7 samhithas. What are they? Ashwatha, Udumbara or Audumbara, Palasa, Asanihata Pruksha, Semi, Vaikankata, Pushkaraparna. So these are the 7, I don't say trees, because Pushkaraparna is a herb. It's a twiner in the water, as you know, Kaluvapulu or Tamarapulu. Asanihata Vriksha means any vriksha which is affected by the thunderbolt. When a thunderbolt comes in the rainy season and it falls on a tree, the entire tree would get smashed and it will be burned. So that tree wood we have to use for this Agni. So he likes that. So Agni is such a powerful deity. There is no such powerful deity other than Agni in the entire Sanatana Dharma. And Surya Bhagavan is also Agni. Rudra is also Agni. Rudrova Esha Yad Agni. The 5th kanda of Taittiriya Samhita tells this mantra. So, and what are those? And Professor Shashi Tiwari Madam is publishing this paper in one of her books. So there are more than 25 grasses, Vedic grasses, revealed in the Vedic texts for ritualistic purposes and medicinal purposes, for their curative effect and for different diseases. So you can see all those things. It is only one here is tila is not a grass. Tila is a, as you know, tila means sesame. Sesame is a dicot, but others are all monocots and they are grasses completely. Vrihi, Syamaka, Anu, Gavituka, Garmut, Godhuma, Nivara, wild grass, which is available only in Assam. It is very endemic. And Priyangu, Masha. Masha is also not grass. Masha is dicot. And Yava, Venu. Venu means bamboo. So, and how these are told in the Sri Rudram. So you request, we request, I request Bhagavan Rudra with Vrihayascha Yavascha Mashascha Tilascha Mudgascha Kalvascha Godhumascha Masurascha Priyangavascha Navascha Shamakascha Nivarascha. This comes in the Sri Rudram Chamakam part of the 4th Anuvaka at the end. Vrihayascha Vrihi, Orisa sativa, rice. Yava, Hardium vulgare. Godhuma, Priyangu, Anu, Syamaka, Nivara, Masha, Mudga, Kalva, Masura, Tila. So 7 cereal crops, 4 legume crops, and 1 oilseed crop. These are all the things. What for you are doing? Yajnana kalpantam. We tell at the end. What for? To perform yajna. We want these things, Parameshwara. O Rudra, please provide me these things. So, coming to yajna parikaras, that is yajna ayudha. Yajna ayudha. The term revealed in the Krishna Yajurveda Taittiriya Samhita in the 3rd Kanda. There are more than 60 yajna implements described in the Krishna Yajurveda. And not just Yajurveda Samhita, but also their connected Shrauta Sutras, Gurhya Sutras by Bodhayana Maharshi. Oh, wonderful books were published on Shrauta Sutras by Professor Shiji Kashikar, and these are all gurus for Professor Prabhakar, and they were all from the Pune Mimamsa Institute, and which are also like rishis. They are all rishis. And you can see here the yajna implements, yajna vessels. Each one I have given in the extreme left. And Sruk, Sruva, Juhu, Upabhrut, Dhruva, Vasordhara, Spya, Shamya, Ulukala, Musala, Dronakalasha, all these things. And from which tree they have to be manufactured has been given in the middle part, and their botanical name is given in the extreme right part. So I just wanted to show some of these Yajnayudha. These were all, I have copied these things. I have reproduced these things from a great person from this country, from the Bharat Mata. He is none other than Raghuvira, who worked in the committee of to form the Indian Constitution along with Sri Ambedkar. So one of the committee members, and Raghuvira is not only a politician or a patriot or a learned, educated person or a scholar of Vedic studies. He went to Pune Mimamsa Institute and drew these yajna parikaras, yajnayudha, with his hands, the line drawings. So the Adhishavana Palakas, Raja Sandhi, Samrad Asandhi, and Ukha Sandhi, these are the seats for the priests and others. And you can see Kurcha, that is Darbha, Shikha and Krishnajana, that is the deer skin, and all these things, Shamya, and you can say Sakata, to bring the Havis from to the Yajna Vedi. All these things, it is there. Ulukala and Musala for churning, for making the seeds into flour. And you can see this Chamasa, all the 16 Ritviks, Hotru cannot take this one. Hotru should use only that one. This particular Chamasa. Brahma should use. You can see the variation in their manufacturing. Here you can see. So how these things have formed? Who said all these things? The Vedic texts said these things. And these are some of the other things, that is Pranita and Surpa and Kapala, all these things. And some other things like how you carry with Shafa, all these things. And also some other things like Yupa to tie the animal. And you can see the Upavesha and Drishti, all these things. How these are things? These are all, most of them are from wood only. And my conclusion of this particular presentation is that Yajna is the key to understand Vedic studies. Yajna and Yagas must be exerted a great influence on our ancient society and are being performed for social welfare and for personal development and growth. Even now, these yajnas are being conducted. To perform any yajna flawlessly, implements and vessels which are collectively called as yajnayudha are to be specifically used. Don't bring other types of woods that are available in the market and in the Amazon and other online things. But they have special measurements for each yajna implement, which are specifically described by Bodhayana in his Bodhayana Shauta Sutras. Nowadays, yajnas, as the yajnas are being performed all over the world, in America mostly, the yajna implements are being bought commercially. Please don't do that. We are not sure the authenticity of the wood and make. Therefore, yajna performer, that is Yajamana, must pay attention to check the implements which are made from the respective wood and the measurements specified in the Yajurveda text. So this is a project that was sponsored by the Indian National Science Academy 2 years ago to me, and I worked for about 1.5 years, or nearly 2 years I worked for this. And I thank Indian National Science Academy. I have given a 700 pages report to Indian National Science Academy on the plant biology of Yajurveda. And the second project is almost over, and my project submission is going to be done. Of course, again from Indian National Science Academy, is the plants of Atharva Veda, their descriptions and medicinal uses, wonderfully described by, revealed in the several, more than 145 plants, medicinal plants, which are still available in the Himalaya mountains, and even in the dry areas like Andhra Pradesh and other places, Madhya Pradesh and other places. So from Himalaya mountains to, of course, up to Kanyakumari, these medicinal plants are available at different climatic conditions and other things. And I stop here, and I once again congratulate Srimati Kakarla Satyavani madam, and for giving me the opportunity to talk to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And I couldn't stop you because you were giving such an important information. Thank you once again. Now we move on to the next speaker. We have mentioned ancient Vedic knowledge, the body of knowledge. everything was ancient. And there were speakers in the morning segments who were trying to take us to the future. So at Samaṣṭi, we are trying to integrate the ancient and the future. And that role will be played more. We are rendering more responsibility on the younger generation. And at the moment, there is it becomes a very impacting the message we give, what the next torchbearers would be very soon. So we wanted to bring some highlight and listen to the young voices. So we have two speakers consecutively. One is Haley Kalyan, and after him will be Krishna Bharadwaj. Let's hear them. Haley Kalyan, product manager, representing the younger generation, as mentioned. Fresh voice boldly is presenting on the dharmic resurgence through his topic, Dharma-Ecology-Economy. Haley, mic is yours.
Thanks, Satyavani Garu. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can, Kalyan.
All right. Okay. So I'll just share my screen and then we can get started. Okay. Just let me know if you can see the slides.
Yes.
All right. Okay. Namaste, everyone. And thanks, Satyavani Garu, for giving me this opportunity to participate in Samaṣṭi, the Connect. It's been a great experience listening to all the speakers up until now. I'm in India, so I heard some of them last night, my time as well. And it's like I've gained a lot of knowledge. And also, like you mentioned, it's a bit humbling for me because I'm not a trained scholar like many others who spoke before me. I'm just somebody who has pretty much like a modern upbringing, modern education, and a modern profession. Just that I'm interested in a lot of these topics, and somehow the more and more I question, all the answers were pointing me back to the Sanatana Dharmic discourse, and that is how I started engaging more and more with these themes. So today I would like to speak about this topic, which is on Dharma, ecology, and economy. Now, the reason why I picked up this topic is also because this is something that is of profound importance for particularly our times today. Maybe like 100 years ago, this topic won't have been very relevant because a lot of these crises were not that imminent and not that evident. But today, across the world, not just in India, everywhere there are voices rising up who are thinking, are we doing things right? Primarily because the current economic models that are prevalent, they don't seem like they are scalable, replicable, and the ecological costs of those models are also a lot more evident now than they were before. And that's the reason why I feel this is the right point in time to intervene with the dharmic discourse on these topics to understand what at all is the dharma, like a dharma focused lens going to contribute to this. So I just put a brief here, which was also a part of the conference flyer. I want to talk about this because this is essentially the background or context for this talk. Now, there is a dharmic resurgence seen in contemporary times where many Hindus are trying to engage with their own knowledge sources to understand their tradition. It's like people like me who are trying to understand what does my tradition say on economy and ecology, for example. And there are so many other speakers who spoke here, also now getting onto all of these platforms, using new media, internet, conferences, and all that. This is all a part of a dharmic resurgence, so to say, because a lot of people are really feel those gaps and also understand the immense knowledge that our own traditional sources have. And we are now trying to bridge that gap between the current modernity based journeys that we are all having with the traditional knowledge systems and the traditional expertise we've had in some of these areas. Now, one trend that I have noticed over the years with within my own engagement in various circles who discuss these topics is that this interest for a lot of people, it gets restricted to the individual sphere alone. So it essentially manifests into your quest for inner peace, or for example, you'll get into a particular sadhana mode, or you'll get into a particular bhakti, pravachanam, that sort of mode. and you start focusing more and more inward, which is in terms of how do I make like my own journey better kind of thing. And there's nothing bad with that per se, except that the dharma as an ideal is far more expansive. So what a lot of us do is to try to engage with tradition, but then try to restrict it to the private spheres, which is trying to correct your own behaviors within your own constraints. And then that's where I started feeling that dharma as an ideal is far more expansive, and there is a lot we can benefit from as a people at large by engaging with dharmic discourse on the topic of ecology and economy. Understanding this interplay between ecology and economy, that is usually relegated to what is called the secular sphere. Like the moment you bring in traditional topics into it, the typical pushback you would get it is that don't bring religion into all this. This is a secular sort of a sphere. Now, on the other hand, as we just saw in the previous talk as well, our Shruti, Smriti, Shastra, Purana, Itihasas, and all of our traditional knowledge systems, they are full of prescriptions on this interplay between ecology and economy. There's a lot of extreme levels of finitude and specialization on knowledge that we have in terms of understanding what exactly is the role of a particular plant in a particular yajna, as we just saw in the talk right before this. The amount of sophistication and specialization that we have on this topic is immense, and it is perhaps unparalleled compared to many other surviving traditions in the world today. And the same holds with economy as well. We never treated the economic life or the economic sphere as something separate. So we didn't have this separation that economic life or commerce or trade or manufacturing, all of this is not a dharmic sphere and it should be kept out. That is not how a dharmic mind thought of. Dharma essentially is about day-to-day conduct as well for every single act in life that you do. And hence, economy, commerce, trade, none of this can be divorced from dharmic concerns. So that is where I started realizing that our entire discourse in Smritis, Shastras, Puranas, Itihasas, and everywhere else, it's a very tightly knit discourse that we have built on matters of dharma, ecology, and economy, that it is perhaps it's not correct to compartmentalize these things to say that dharma is limited to, let's say, I'm just doing a bit of a caricaturing here, so pardon me for that, but there are people who think dharma is about meditation and dharma is about praying to God in a puja room. And then all of everything else that you do outside, that's all economics, that's all activities that are done outside. So there's no role for dharma there. This is a kind of thinking that dominates a certain segment of our thought today. And that is something that I want to contest and do a bit of a recalibration today using this talk. So the purpose of this talk is to throw some light on these aforementioned aspects where the traditional discourse has a lot of prescriptions, guidelines on matters of ecology and economy. And then I want to build this appreciation that ecology and economy issues, they aren't restricted to the secular realm alone, and they need to be seen from a dharmic lens instead. That's really the background and context for this talk today. Now, just to take a step back, the reason why this is particularly important now is that let's say in the Indian context, we've had about like a 200 years of colonialism experience of the British and Western kind. And then the world at large also, right from about 15th to 16th century, there has been a marked difference in which the way we conduct our lives. And a lot of scholars point this particular point where things changed to how they were before to what is popularly called scientific revolution and industrial revolution. Now, one key change that happened with the scientific revolution and industrial revolution really is this whole mechanistic view of the world that came in. Now, very interestingly, if you start studying the history of places in Europe, places in Americas, places elsewhere in the world, there's a lot of similarity in this, let's say, pre-scientific revolution sort of a thinking that various communities in the world had. So if you read about how China was or how some of medieval Europe was, you can relate a lot to how traditional India was as well, in the sense that there was no secular sacred separation, and people used to see divinities in every part of the world. So people used to see divinities in lakes, in rivers, in mountains, pretty much like how a traditional Hindu continues to see to this day. But the mechanistic view of the world sort of changed that. And as Hindus, over time, we don't pay enough attention to what really changed after this particular switch. And that is something that I would urge by means of this talk, asking people to engage more in, because it is not easy to assume that the Dharmic or Hindu thought can be seamlessly synthesized with a post-enlightenment worldview. The Enlightenment or the scientific revolution worldview had some definite sort of conclusions which need to be contested from a Sanatana Dharma standpoint if we are to get to a dharmic solution for the crises that are plaguing us on economy and ecology world over. Now, this mechanistic view of the world, I mean, there's like you can write a lot of papers on it and speak about it for many hours. But I'd like to just focus on like 2-3 aspects here. One is, of course, this whole emphasis on quantification. We started looking at everything in terms of what can be measured and what can be quantified, and started paying less and less attention to the qualitative aspects of it. And also the contemplative aspects of life per se. Everything got reduced to a particular number. So if you look at the way we measure economies today, it's all primarily, it's like one number. It's the GDP or per capita GDP. If you look at how we measure our own progress in lives, it is all about net worth. How much money do you have? How much wealth do you have? How many properties and stuff like that. And you also have people like Francis Bacon, who has had a profound influence on how we conduct ourselves in terms of consumption and production. So he perpetrated this notion of human domination of nature. We started seeing nature as a standing reserve, nature as inert, and then building technologies to sort of change that. And you also had Descartes, whose mind-body separation, seeing the world as a machine, all of this. Now, the reason why I bring all of this is that it is particularly important to understand how the Dharmic view runs contra to a lot of this. And a lot of scholars now say that the materialistic orientation and extractive mentality of the industrial age, that lies at the root of today's global crisis. And there is a need for a paradigm shift from seeing the world as a machine to understanding it as a network of ecological communities. So I quote this from the book I referred to on the slide here. It's called Ecology of Law Towards a Legal System in Tune with Nature and Community by Fridtjof Capra and Hugo Mattei. I brought this up only because to say that there are even a lot of thinkers in the West who also have some influence of the Eastern thinking on them. They're all now trying to understand that perhaps we need to have a paradigm shift if we have to change how things work. Now, moving on from there, if you now start engaging with more and more into the traditional view of life, so the traditional view of life, I'd see that is like an antidote to the current crisis. So we have this whole concept of a Purushartha, which is Dharma, Artha, Kama, Moksha, and then the interplay between each one of them, how each influences the other, and how everything is aligned towards moksha and all of that. Now, that whole discourse, it cannot fit into that mechanistic scheme of world that I just referred to before. If you start looking at nature as inert, it doesn't fit into this scheme either. The part that I want to focus specifically is on a couple of verses on Kama from Bhagavatam, also found in Bharatam and Manusmriti. So this particular verse says, Najatu Kamaha Kamanam Upogena Shamyanti Havisha Krishnavartema Bhuya Eva Vardhate. Now, what this means is that desire is not appeased by the enjoyment of desires. It only waxes stronger like fire by clarified butter. What it means is essentially that you cannot quench your desires by throwing more and more desires at them. It is pretty much like how you have a fire, the sacrificial fire in a homam, and then you keep putting ghee into it. It only increases the intensity of the fire. It doesn't reduce. This is particularly important because today, if you take an example, right, I come from a background of management where I studied my MBA in an IIM and all that. And I used to also read a lot of history of advertising, business and things like that. And that's where I started seeing that we don't seem to have a limit on this whole manufacture of needs and wants. And we don't seem to have any limits to consumerism as well. And this is one of the reasons, because we sort of got detached and moved away from our own sacred truths, which say that desire cannot be appeased by enjoyment of desires, and it is only going to wax stronger and stronger. So then I'll go to another verse here. Now, this particular verse again is from Bhagavatam. So it says, Kamasya Nendriya Pritir Labho Jivet Yavata Jivasya Tattva Jignasa Nartho Yashe Karmabhi. What this means is that desires should never be directed towards gratification, and one should desire only a healthy life or self-preservation, but your ultimate purpose is the inquiry about absolute truth. Nothing else should be the goal of one's works. Again, this is from Bhagavatam, a fairly popular traditional source. Now, how do you marry this sort of a perspective with how we conduct our economy today? That is something that we all need to think more, because our whole economy is built on the consumeristic credo of acquiring more and more materialism with really no limits anywhere. So that's one aspect that I wanted to touch, which is in terms of how our traditional thinking runs contra to some of our core edicts of economy, like greed is good, keep acquiring more and more, and keep titillating your senses, and all joy is only sensory joy, and things like that. Now, let me move on to another part. I want to take some verses from Kautilya's Arthashastram, and I take this from like English translations available on the internet, and my own reading of Arthashastram by Pulela Sriramchandru Garu, who had a Sanskrit Telugu sort of a version printed. So these are a few verses here. The first one here says that if a person entraps or kills or molests a set of animals which are declared to be under state production, then he should be punished. So there is a concept you have called an abhayaranya or a sanctuary, and you are not supposed to do any damage to wildlife and fauna there. And there is also one guideline which says a set of animals such as birds and beasts, they should be let off in forests under state protection. Again, it doesn't say all animals should be let off. There is a balance there as well. It says 1/6 should be under state protection. So 1/6 should be in a sanctuary. The rest of it, maybe they are open for hunting and consumption and domestication and all of that, but make sure you protect 1/6. Similarly, again on cattle, there is again a rule which says that a calf, which is a young cow taking milk from its mother, or a bull which has reproductive capacity, or a milch cow, which is essentially a cow that is lactating, they all should not be slaughtered. And he who slaughters or tortures, they will be fined. Again, here you have a nuance that this particular segment of cattle should not be slaughtered. Similarly, once you put all these animals in a sanctuary, animals may go rogue because that's the nature of animals. And hence there is another rule which says if any of these animals go rogue, then you can kill them outside of the forest preserve. Again, there is a nuance there that don't kill them inside, kill them outside. So there are some more verses like this where the king, for example, this is about how the king makes provisions for pasture routes on uncultivable tracts, essentially a separation between agricultural land and non-agricultural land. So again, here there is a nuance which says not all land is meant for agriculture. There is also land meant for pasture routes. Similarly, the king also gives land to Brahmanas to conduct their yajnas and to build and nurture all of that flora and fauna that they would need for yajnas. Going back to the earlier talk where there was an emphasis on the wood that you use for yajnas, for example, this is the kind of arrangements that kings of the yore had, so that the forests are granted specifically for these purposes, so that these particular wood and others can be nurtured and grown there, again with the safety. So this is again a variant of an abhayaranya, where it is considered that this part is sacred and it should not be destroyed. This is another example. I have another couple of slides, so I'll perhaps conclude soon after that. So this is another example on animals in terms of how we treat animals. So here it says that if you cause pain with sticks to smaller four-legged animals, this is your fine. If you are going to cause blood, then the fine will be doubled. If you do this for a large animal, then you not only will you be fined, but you should also have compensation for the cure for those animals. And there is also, again, a lot of injunctions put that this particular type of trees should not be cut. This particular tree which is in a sacred place, that should not be cut. If you are going to cut this particular tree at the trunk level, this is the punishment. If you are going to uproot the whole thing, you have a higher punishment. Again, there is a nuance that if it's a place of pilgrimage, if it is a place where your sages are doing tapas, or there is cremation or burial ground, again, there is a nuance there. Now, the reason why I'm bringing all of this is that this clearly shows how much tradition has seeped into the day-to-day. There is a clear ecological consciousness. There is also a clear acknowledgement that to run the economy or to run your consumption and production model, you do need to do some kind of cutting and killing, but it doesn't say do whatever you want. There is a lot of nuance added to say that this kind of killing is okay, this kind of killing is bad, this is a abhayaranya, don't go here, this is sacred, don't touch this. That sort of a nuance added there. Now, this is my pretty much the last slide, and it's very important because the reason why I bring this up also is to counter this narrative that everything that I showed is textual, Brahminical, or whatever, and it doesn't have a real world relevance. So I'm going to cite here from Professor Madhav Gadgil's book, which got printed recently. It's called Walk Up the Hill, Living with People and Nature. And Professor Madhav Gadgil, for those who don't know, he's a very accomplished ecologist and got some Padma Awards and very widely known in the ecology circles. And this is a book that he wrote where he's talking about ecological prudence as a lived experience amongst various communities. And again, specifically here, I wanted to take examples from the non-Brahmin communities and draw a parallel with what I just read out from Arthashastra and even before that. So here you have an example from residents of a village near Bangalore called Kokrebellur, where in that village, they have a strict law saying that this particular painted storks and gray pelicans, you should have restrictions in hunting them in a particular time or in a particular place, but the same birds can be hunted outside the breeding season. So if there is a breeding season, then there is a strict restriction put that this is a breeding season, you are not supposed to hunt. Outside of the breeding season, you can still hunt. Then there's one more example of this tribe or jati called Fase Pardis. They have a restriction which says if you're it's a hunting based jati, that's their primary occupation back then, and they have a rule which says if it is a pregnant antelope, then don't trap it. So again, very similar to the King's edicts in Arthashastra, where there is a nuance that you can kill this kind of an animal but not this kind of an animal. So this is a very clear example of how what is there in your shastras is very much implemented in your day-to-day life of various jatis. The last example here is from a particular community in Pune district in a valley. It's called Mangao. In that valley, there is a sacred grove, which is very similar to the Abhayaranya referred to by Kautilya in Arthashastra. In that sacred grove, they have a rule again that there is a particular species of deer that it is a breeding population. So you could hunt it outside the grove, but not inside the grove. So the grove is like that Abhayaranya where 1/6 of animals are given protection. This is a very similar implementation where there is a rule which says this particular animal should not be hunted here. Now, that's pretty much where I want to conclude, that we need to engage more and more, not with the Sriti, Smriti, Purana, Itihasa, Shastra corpus, and also with the traditional knowledge systems from lived experiences like the ones that I just referred to understand the full expanse of dharmic living. You have a lot of literature lying with us. There's a lot of lived experience and knowledge lying with us as well. And it is basis of this that we need to build Dharma-Ecology-Economy discourse, because that really is the only way to solve for multitude of crises that are plaguing us today. And I feel there is a pressing need to contest this sacred secular separation or public-private separation in matters of ecology and economy. And that's really what I wanted to cover today. I know it's a broad topic. I tried to do justice in the time slot given to me. So thanks a lot, Satyavani Garu, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Kalyan. That was wonderful. You are going to be a great spokesperson. I wish you all the best. And now we have on board Krishna Bharadwaj. He is currently doing his PhD in philosophy. Another young voice adding yoga and its effects through his quite engrossing topic, the significance of dukkha in Patanjali's Yoga Sutras. Please, Krishna.
Please just give me a minute. Are my slides visible?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you move to the next slide? Let's see if they're rolling.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Namaste. Good day to everyone. Firstly, just a minute. Yeah. Okay. Firstly, I'd like to thank Satyavani ma'am for giving me this opportunity to speak on a topic that is very close to my heart. This is also, as ma'am mentioned, I'm currently doing my PhD, and this is central to the PhD thesis that I'm currently working on. My talk today is regarding the desirability of moksha or liberation. We all know that moksha or kaivalya is the goal of most Indian philosophies. But there are certain problems regarding liberation's desirability that I will be touching upon today. And the title of my talk is The Significance of Dukkha in Patanjali's Yoga Sutras. Now, in the second chapter of Patanjali's text, which is the Sadhana Pada, we find a very curious sutra where Patanjali makes a radical claim. The sutra reads, Parinama tapa samskara rukkhair gunavritti virodhacha dukkhameva sarvam vivekanaha, which means as a result of pain caused by change, anxiety, and impressions, as well as the opposition in the functioning of the gunas, all is misery for the discriminative souls. My talk shall center around this sutra, but only the section I have highlighted in red. For those who have discrimination, everything is misery. I'll not be touching upon the reasons Patanjali offers to back up his claim. Rather, my intention today is to talk about the significance of this assertion. Why Patanjali has to say this, and how it is essential to make the pursuit of yoga a rational pursuit. In other words, I'll be attempting to show how the entire system of yoga and the promise it makes would be pointless without this sutra. In the first half of the Sadhana Pada, Patanjali's aim is to establish the need for yoga. What is it that makes the practice of yoga necessary? What utility does it serve? And he has already defined yoga as Chittavritti Nirodha in the first chapter, in the very second sutra of the first chapter, that is, it is the restraint of mental modifications. But now that, given that achieving this Chittavritti Nirodha is certainly a difficult thing, why should anyone bother with it? What point does it serve? What is achieved through yoga? It is these questions that Patanjali aims to address in the Sadhana Pada. So as we enter the Sadhana Pada, we find a description of the 5 kleshas, which are the afflictions, avidya, smita, raga, dvesha, and abhinivesha. Patanjali defines them briefly between sutras 3 and 9. But this is not what interests us here. What is more interesting is what the kleshas do rather than what they are. Patanjali describes their functioning between sutras 12 and 14. A person's stock of karma, which is called the karmashaya, has the kleshas as its root. That is, as long as the kleshas exist, karma will be tied up to a person. Now, karma fructifies in the form of 3 factors, jati, ayu, and bhoga, which is the kind of birth that a person has, the kind of lifespan he has, and the kind of experiences he has in that particular lifestyle. All these are determined by his karma. Now, these 3 can be either hlada or paritapa, which is either pleasant or painful. If they are caused by punya, they would be pleasant. And if they are caused by apunya or papa, they would be painful. It is a commonly accepted maxim in Indian philosophies that good deeds, dharma, result in merit, punya, which leads to pleasant experiences. And adharma, bad deeds, result in demerit or sin, apunya or papa, which lead to painful experiences, dukkha. Therefore, one's actions determine the karma he generates, which determine the quality of his experiences. And so long as the kleshas exist, karma would also exist, and this would force the person to be stuck in the cycle of birth and death, known as samsara. And in samsara, the person would be subjected to endlessly experiencing pleasant and painful things. So what does all this mean? In order to free oneself from samsara, one needs to destroy the kleshas. And the means to achieve this, that is the means to destroy the kleshas, is nirbija samadhi, which is the highest state of yoga. This is where perfect chittavritti nirodha takes place, and this results in the purusha's kaivalya, the radical isolation of the purusha from prakriti, where the purusha is established in its own nature. Tada drashtu swarupe avasthan. So once the kleshas are destroyed, there would be no more karma and no more samsara. And the way to do this, the way to come out of samsara is yoga. This is its utility. And this is why one should practice it. Now, the question this naturally raises in everyone is, why should anyone want to come out of samsara? What is the need to do that? Why not just stay in samsara for eternity and have pleasurable and painful experiences one after the other? This would be the point that the Charvakas raise. The Charvakas, as we know, were ancient Indian materialists. Now, they would level the following criticism against whatever Patanjali has presented so far. It is certainly the case that every person wants to be free from pain. And by Patanjali's own admission till Sutra 14 of the Sadhanapada, it seems like samsara is a mixture of painful and pleasant experiences. So does it make sense to free oneself entirely from samsara just because one wants to be free from one part of it? The Charvakas give the analogy of throwing away berries of paddy just because they are covered in dust. Now, obviously, we want the berries of paddy, but we don't want the dust that surrounds them. Therefore, the intelligent thing to do would be to clean the berries and then enjoy them. Similarly, all of us desire pleasurable experiences in samsara. We only want to avoid pain. Therefore, would it not be similarly intelligent to act in such a way that one's pleasant experiences are maximized and painful experiences are minimized? This seems to be possible as well. We saw in the previous slide that dharma leads to punya, which leads to sukha. Therefore, a person could consistently perform dharmic acts, accrue more and more punya, and as a result, enjoy higher and higher pleasures. And he could carefully stay away from adharmic acts, therefore avoiding pain. And since such a solution is available within samsara, it would not be rational to discard samsara as a whole just to be free from pain. And worse, one could say that this is an act of cowardice or even escapism. The Charvakas would say that the yogi's solution effectively cuts the head off to cure the headache. Now, obviously, there is no headache now, but at what cost? What yoga promises is an unwarranted and extreme solution, if at all it is a solution, to a problem which can be tackled rationally in a more grounded way, according to the Charvakas. The Charvakan challenge can be appreciated better when we look at the nature of the liberated state in yoga. Kaivalya is where the Purusha is entirely separated from Prakriti and stands established in its own nature. And when this happens, the Purusha shines as pure consciousness, but with nothing to illumine. It is important to note that the Purusha does not have any property apart from consciousness. Patanjali says, Drashta Drishi Matraha. It is the seer alone. Pleasure, pain, knowledge, volition, will, all these are attributes of Prakriti and they have no connection with the Purusha. And since the Purusha is isolated from Prakriti in Kaivalya, it has no connection with any of these properties. So the liberated state is not, the liberated self is not happy. It does not know anything and it cannot do anything. It is very hard to imagine what the liberated state would be like because it is so minimally conceived and it is so far removed from our everyday experiences. The liberated Purusha is essentially like an eternal light bulb which shines in empty space. There is nothing for it to illumine. Now, of course, this conception of liberation is specific to the Sankhya Yoga tradition. When we look at Vedanta, moksha is a blissful state there because Ananda is also an essential property of the Atman, apart from Sat and Chit. But none of the other 5 Astika Darshanas, Nyaya, Vaisheshika, Mimamsa, Sankhya, and Yoga, consider liberation to be a blissful state. So the Charvakan challenge would certainly apply to all the Astika Darshanas, except perhaps Vedanta. Given such a poor, austere, and minimal conception of liberation, why would anyone reasonably desire it? Why would anyone be justified in desiring it? Again, bear in mind that all this follows if samsara is indeed a mixture of pleasure and pain. If that is indeed the case, the Charvakan challenge certainly seems to be strong and reasonable. I have so far attempted to build up the problem leading to the sutra on dukkha. I have tried to establish how the very desirability of Kaivalya and consequently the promise of yoga have been severely undermined by the Charvakas. Now, it is in this context that we find Patanjali's radical assertion, Dukkhameva sarvam vivekinaha, for the discriminating man all is misery. Now, Patanjali says that our common notion that samsara is partly pleasurable and partly painful is actually flawed. It is erroneous in the final analysis. It is what appears to be pleasant, that which we take to be pleasant, is also pain when one really discerns its nature. Now, this is a remarkable claim, and as I said earlier, I will not be getting into the reasons Patanjali gives to back it up, but we can already appreciate how crucial this claim is for the validity of yoga. Because if all experiences are in fact painful, then one must overcome all experiences in order to overcome pain. And this would mean that one must overcome samsara itself. Therefore, yoga does not in fact cut the head off to cure the headache, as the Charvakans might claim. Rather, it amputates a deceased limb, which is no longer of any value and only burdens the body. Samsara is entirely painful, and anyone who seeks freedom from pain can achieve it only by freeing himself from samsara entirely. One cannot hope to achieve freedom from pain within a samsara which itself is full of pain. And only in such a case would Kaivalya be a rationally desirable goal. Even if it is not a pleasant state, it would be desirable simply because it is not painful. The choice for the Vivekan, the discriminating man, is essentially this. It is between staying in samsara, which is full of pain, and getting out of it and being free from pain. And given such a choice, the second option is certainly the more rationally desirable one. Patanjali has already established that yoga is the means to get out of samsara. So insofar as one desires freedom from pain, one needs yoga. Now, it is important to note that this radical assertion does not make Patanjali a pessimist, even though he unequivocally says that everything is misery, because his philosophy does not end here. In fact, this is where it starts. It has its inception at this point. Patanjali does not call for a meek resignation in the face of this crushing fact about our existence. On the contrary, to borrow a phrase from Swami Vivekananda, in the very next sutra, he stands up in front of the world and in trumpet voice declares the glad tidings. Heyam dukkham anagata. The pain that is to come is the avoidable. It can be avoided. How? Through the practice of yoga. Therefore, it is certainly not a pessimistic position to take. It is at least realistic and arguably even optimistic. However, moreover, this is such a widespread thought in Indian philosophy. I call it the thesis of existential suffering. This is popularly found in Buddhism, in the Buddha's famous declaration, Sarvam Dukkham, all is misery. It is found in the Bhagavad Gita, where the world is called Dukkhalayam Ashashvatam, an impermanent abode of misery. It is also implicit in all liberation-centric schools, Nyaya, Vaisheshika, and Mimamsa, because without this doctrine, the pursuit of liberation would be unjustified. This also gives us an insight into the kind of person for whom yoga is intended. The promise of yoga is the promise of cessation of all our experiences. It is a destruction of the world and the self as we know them. Therefore, it is only a person who has no attachment to the world or his embodied life for whom yoga would sound appealing. It is only a person who sees the world and all its experiences as being ultimately insufficient to give him fulfillment for whom yoga is meant. And this recognition makes him develop dispassion for the world, and this is what we call vairagya. Patanjali writes his treatise for such a vairagya. And this is contained in the word atha, with which he commences the text. Atha Yoga Anushasanam is the very first sutra. Now the discipline of yoga. Now that you have developed vairagya for the world, here is the discipline of yoga for your liberation. So to sum up, this is my final slide. I've tried, this is a reconstruction of what Patanjali's argument would look like to justify and validate yoga. It starts with an innocent and commonly acceptable premise. All beings desire freedom from pain. This seems to be a psychological fact, at least to a very large extent. Then we get to the radical claim. All experiences in samsara are painful in the final analysis. From this follows the third premise. Absolute freedom from pain necessitates freedom from samsara. And what keeps us bound to samsara is our karma, which has the kleshas as its root. Therefore, as long as the kleshas exist, samsara will continue. And the kleshas are destroyed in nirbija samadhi, the highest state of yoga. This results in the kaivalya of the purusha. Therefore, in conclusion, for anyone who desires freedom from pain, which is basically all beings, yoga and its goal would be rationally desirable. This argument stands or falls based on the strength of the claim that I've highlighted in red. If the claim about existential suffering can somehow be undermined, if it can be shown that samsara, unlike what Patanjali claims, is not entirely miserable, but there are also pleasant things in samsara, it would seem that liberation loses its validity. And since most Indian philosophies are liberation-oriented, an evaluation of this claim, the claim of existential suffering, would be an evaluation of these philosophies as a whole. In other words, there's a lot riding on this claim. And this makes it an extremely interesting area of study and research. With that, I shall conclude my talk. I thank Satyavani ma'am once again for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts. And thank you all for being a patient audience. Namaste.
Thank you, Krishna. This is so nice to hear young voices. Kalyan was bringing about the environmental, existential betterment, and we have the young mind also thinking about moksha, the beyond, the future. And this is totally amazing. Now we move on to our next speaker. We are very close to the end of our Samaṣṭi, the Connect, our summit here. This is so wonderful, and I can't thank enough. This has been such an invigorating experience for not just me, for people all around, and they are expressing their thanks to all the panel here. Once again, passing on thanks from everyone and all. Now we have Dr. Nagaratna Garu, MD, FRCP, Medical Director, Arogya Dhama, Prashanti Kutiram, Bangalore, sharing her experiences in her medical practice, integrating Sanatana Dharma principles, health and Dharma. So we have Dr. Nagaratna Garu. Thank you so much.
Namaste. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Please.
Namaste. Thank you, Satyavani ji. It was a very pleasant and pleasantly surprising to know how much you are involved in spreading this message, staying away from India. We are all here to congratulate you and cooperate with you to spread this message of Sanatana Dharma. Jai Shri Ram to everyone. Let us begin with one single long Om to come back to the inner field. Om. At our Swami Vivekananda Yoga Anusandhana Samsthana University, me as a medical professional is in charge of the Arogya Dhama, where we have 8 departments in which we select cardiology patients, respiratory, cardiology, musculoskeletal, like in any other general hospital. We have specialized departments for these diseases where participants come and stay here to undergo integrated approach of yoga therapy along with Ayurveda, naturopathy, physiotherapy, specifically selected for each participant. And we started this work in 1970s as outpatient activity, and then we moved on to this residential facility. The whole of the understanding conceptual basis of what we do here is to handle the diseases in which we today know that they are all lifestyle diseases, for which we help them to change their lifestyle. In lifestyle, we today know that this, what we used to call a psychosomatic disease, and later as mind-body disease, and now as lifestyle disease in medical science, is all traceable to the mind. So we use the concept of 5 aspects of our personality, the Panchakosha Viveka from Taittiriya Upanishad, and make our participants understand that the root cause of any health problem, whether it is for prevention or management or rehabilitation after they have recovered from any major episodes of all these non-communicable diseases, which are all on the increase. Although we call them lifestyle disease, changing the lifestyle by healthy diet, regular physical activity, good habits of sleeping, eating timing, and abstinence from dangerous substances which are habit forming, and stress management. Medical science has proven that this has to be corrected to prevent treat or rehabilitate any of these non-communicable diseases such as heart disease, back pain, acidity, asthma, depression, frustration, which leads to many of these diseases. It has been a boon from the modern medical science that we were able to trace if you get a gastric problem, if you get a neck pain or a back pain or acidity or asthma, or even infections like COVID, it is all at the physical level, which is the Annamaya Kosha, or the chemistry of the body. Behind this is the prana, the life energy, which is responsible for all the physiological activities that go on in our system, which is all controlled by the Manomaya Kosha, the mind. So mind controls the prana, prana controls the body, the Annamaya Kosha, and behind the Manomaya Kosha is the right knowledge base, the Vijnanamaya Kosha, which is continuously telling me, look, you have to change your lifestyle. My dear monkey mind, you are getting stuck in your reactions to attractions, reactions to demanding situations of life. You are not going to get lost in our anger, fear, jealousy, hatred, tension, frustration. And because of the intensity of these reactions that happen in the form of emotional upsets, which is long-standing, persistent, due to several demanding situations of life, we cannot listen to our inner mind. The knowledge that we have, lifestyle change is very essential, behavioral change is very essential, but I cannot do it because of my violence that is stuck in my Manomaya Kosha, the reactions in the form of emotions. This has been the knowledge base of 45 years. I was working as a rheumatologist in UK. We used to treat large number of arthritis patients with 10 joints replaced, 20 joints replaced, given large doses of steroids, large doses of medications to suppress the active fighting that is going on in the joint. But in 70s itself, we knew that these are all traceable to mind, and we call them as psychosomatic diseases. Having known this for 40 years, what has medical science done? It has helped us to understand what happens in the brain, what are the chemicals that are released, how it disturbs the immune system, what are the hormones involved, and how it results in what are the genetic changes that happen, how it leads to a fight going on in our own body, joints, autoimmune diseases, or in the heart, and any of these modern diseases which are all on the increase. We have prolonged the lifespan of people by finding solutions at the physical level, although we know that it is all in the mind. So how do we handle the mind? Psychology. Psychology is a 50-year-old science where we are still wandering around to find out a proper definition of mind. This is where we enter the field of yoga, where we make the knowledge base is 5,000-year-old, where people started doing research with mind, started understanding what is mind, what happens in the mind, which was beautifully presented by Krishna Bhaiya just now, where the entire knowledge base from the Bhagavad Gita, Upanishads, Vedas, brought down to as Yoga Vasishta, etc., told us how mind can create this problem and how to handle this mind. And for this, we use these concepts from Bhagavad Gita, Patanjali Yoga Sutras, etc., to get this conceptual basis of how this correction is possible. So, in other words, we use modern medical drugs for suppressing or holding the inflammation that is happening in whichever system. But behind that, we work on the mind of the person to make them understand what exactly is happening when I say I am emotionally charged. I had one person who came every week. We had met about 100 participants in different departments. I'm giving you an example of a diabetes participant, very well educated, very internationally, having international business. And he was very careful about his lifestyle, in which he controlled his diet, he managed his weight, no obesity, and no irregular habits. But stress was very much there because of the large number of international activities, business that he owns. So he goes to his diabetologist in Boston every 3 months because his international business. And he asked his doctor, "See, sir, you told me that I have to change my lifestyle. I have changed my diet, I am very regular with my physical yoga, asanas also, and I do my regular sleep habits, no screen habits, and I do have stress because of international business. Why am I going on increasing my medication? And now you are suggesting that I should go on to insulin." They said, yeah, your pancreas is not working now. You have to replace the insulin. He comes to our campus. To cut the long story short, he understood, although I know all about this, stress is the major factor. What am I doing when I get stressed up? He gives a specific example. Say, madam, I'm driving in a car in Delhi. I get a phone call from my international business in which they say that there is a big problem there. I am very good at my management. So immediately I would take the thought, process the problem, find solutions and suggest, or even take the next flight and go there if it's a mega problem. And this was what I used to do. Now what I learned was, whenever there is a demanding situation, I react to the situation in the form of, my God, what's going to happen, what's going to happen, what's going to happen, what's going to happen. And I push that down and start finding solutions. This is the point in which my sugar level is increasing. So now, having understood this process, when there is a demanding situation, the reaction in the form of emotion that happens in my mind is nothing but uncontrolled spinning speed of thoughts, which is unnecessary. This is what is draining out all my energy at the mind level and creating all the stress response, which increases my blood sugar. Although I know this, what do I do? How do I stop my uncontrolled spinning speed of kya hoga, what's going to happen, what's going to happen? I didn't know how to handle this. After understanding this yogic technique at the center, what now I do is, I first take 3 minutes time. As I have at the danger spot, I am reacting in the form of uncontrolled emotions. Will it going to lead to medical problem? Will my business collapse, etc.? Kya hoga. I take the definition from Yoga Vasishta, which says all our emotions, all the time doing at the mind level is nothing but uncontrolled spinning speed of thoughts. And therefore, I should use my willpower to reduce the speed of the thoughts. And that is what is the definition of yoga according to Yoga Vasishta. Manaha prashamana upayaha yogaha. To slow down the rate of flow of thoughts in my mind is the whole of the message that the sages give us. So, okay, now I decide kya hoga should become kya hoga. I create a space between the two thoughts in my mind, and when I create that space, then the inner freedom comes, inner confidence comes, and I get better solutions now. Easily said than done. The whole of the solution of all non-communicable diseases now is uncontrolled spinning speed of thoughts, USST. Answer is manah prashamana. If I have to do manah prashamana, how do I do it? Normally we suppress and control the thoughts, but here are sages who gave us these techniques at the body level, asanas, breathing level, pranayama, mind level, emotions, intellectual level, understanding the concept that I can be happy in the middle of all the problems, which beautifully was being discussed by our earlier speaker, to switch off the mind of all these unnecessary dukkha causing thoughts and surrender. So what is, he stayed in our campus for 15 days and he was able to get out of his insulin dependence, and later every year he would come and completely discontinue all the medication, keeping the blood sugar under very good control. What this gentleman says is a very interesting answer to our problem which we teach here. So what he says, okay, the message has come from my international business. What I now do is, I make a note of the problem in my mind and I take 3 minutes. 1 minute to do Kapalabhati, 1 minute to do Nadi Shuddhi Pranayama, 1 minute to do Omkara chanting, and then surrender to Ram. Before also I used to do a lot of surrenderance. Whenever there was a problem, I would invoke Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram, Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram, Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. I'm not saying because tomorrow is Rama Prana Pratishtha, Prana Pratishtapana. This is what he told us 10 years back. But it was not helping me. Now that I have understood that I have to shift from that speed to silence is the understanding for which I do this breathing, I do this chanting. And now, after doing this Kapalabhati for 1 minute, I check my mind. Kya hoga, kya hoga, kya hoga, kya hoga became kya hoga, kya hoga, kya hoga. Now I go to Nadi Shuddhi Pranayama. Then it slows down further. Then when I say Om, that kya hoga, next thought doesn't come. Then in that gap, I surrender to Sri Ram and tune to the divine, get into that Anandamaya Kosha or blissful silence. Once I touch that silence, my stress is gone. Now I do the same. Better thing now, because now my mind is completely free from occupied unnecessary emotional thoughts, and this is what helps me to reduce my sugar, reduce my need for insulin. So this is the conceptual basis of how we apply this in therapeutic situation in health problems. And if somebody can do this before getting the disease, that is prevention. So we prepare students in yoga intensive yoga instructors courses where they learn how to promote positive health, prevent diseases by using this integrated approach of yoga therapy, where we use this Ashtanga yoga, Bhakti yoga, Jnana yoga, Raja yoga. In Jnana yoga, we also use happiness analysis. Happiness analysis says that even when there is a small, we start the happiness analysis by saying, instead of using the 4 words to be happy, shift it to 3 words. What were the 4 words we were earlier using to be a happy person? All of us want to be. What makes me happy is the search that we are always at it. Now, instead of that, what the sages told us in Taittiriya Upanishad is, what is happiness? Analyze that. So when the bhoga vastu, say we take the example of a sweet, I put on my tongue and see what happens. We use this a lot for stopping cigarette smoking. So when I get my cigarette, I'm craving. I put the cigarette in my mouth, and immediately what happened to your mind? It went into a fraction of a minute of silence. Then the mind gets occupied. I want more. So this happiness is not in the cigarette, not in the objects of my desire. but it is touching my inner, silent, blissful, Anandamaya Kosha, which is the healer within. And once they learn this, they are able to get out of their cravings, their desires, their hatreds, and silence the mind. To summarize, the entire concept from our sages, entire concept from Sanatana Dharma, starting from Vedas to Bhagavad Gita to Patanjali Yoga Sutra, we use these concepts to work on the mind, and this is how we get miracles every week, my dear friends. Every week there is a miracle. 20 people get admitted to back pain section, and within 15 days their back pain is gone. Heart problems, I have had participants with cancer who have cured themselves. We have had participants who were advised heart transplantation. They are surviving without having to go for heart transplantation. Just applying these concepts of me merging in that let go state where they merge in their blissful awareness 24/7. With this, let me stop here. Thank you, Satyaji, for giving this opportunity to share these thoughts with our friends. Namaste.
Namaste. That was so blissful listening to you, very calming and soothing. And we all needed this after this long day. And you. And now we have Raghuram Garu, who is none other than Nagaratna Garu's husband.
Namaskar.
It's so nice, the divine couple here, their parental figures. Thank you so much. Raghuram Garu is the founder, chairman, and spiritual guide of Yoga Bharati, USA, founder, chairman of Disha Bharath. He chose to speak on his favorite topic, Patanjali Sutras, Yoga Sutras again. Let's hear from Raghuram Garu's version. We had a youngster speaking on Yoga Sutras. We have Raghuram Garu. He's the closing keynote speaker for the long day. We should say, are we done yet or are we home yet? The home in the philosophical sense and goal of Sanatana Dharma. Please, Raghuram Garu.
Namaste. At the first outset, wish you all a very happy Srirama Navami and also Ram Pratisthapana. Extraordinary greetings to all of you. And it's a long journey that India made to see that we recognize and also establish the presence of Rama here. And second thing is, my really heartfelt thanks to this Upaasana-SMRITI and also Satyavani for choosing us to be the speakers and also the keynote today, last speaker, keynote speaker. And I'm really very glad. And I've been here and there hearing the speakers in between. I'm actually attending some yoga retreat, and in between, wherever chance comes, I was listening. And there are such wonderful input that I hear from various people, particularly the two talks in the morning. That is, she spoke about the aha, that means to say the Vismaya aspect of it. I was really touched by the way that she presented, because Vismaya Yoga Bhumika, one of the Upanishads says that means Vismaya, the basis of yoga. And after that, then I heard one of these Sanskrit scholars speaking such a beautiful way. Now I see that, and also later on, various speakers are there. Now youngsters coming and presenting the idea, particularly Krishna Bhargava and Bharadwaj and the speaker. What an extraordinary, wonderful work that Smriti is doing, bringing the most ancient wisdom from the classical speakers to the most ancient youngsters who are presenting these ideas. So that means to say, across the span, the Smriti is taking this message. I chose about yoga because basically we are associated with this Yoga Research Foundation, Yoga Therapy Center, application of yoga. I do a lot of yogic counseling to the people, so all these things. And also I wrote a book on Patanjali Yoga Sutras. And there is another very interesting aspect that I looked at, because of which this yoga becomes a very important aspect of it. And that is, yoga is just a platform. But from the platform of yoga, we take the whole of Indian culture together and all its values, everything to the world around. And that's the reason why that yoga platform has been used by our Honorable Prime Minister, Narendra Modi. When world needed the harmony, peace, and health and happiness and all those things, and he is the person who went and talked to our UNO president, Ban Ki-moon, those days, and said that you should own something which is supposed to be peace-inducing. And what is that? He did not understand what meant by wonderful depth of understanding of our PM, Modi ji. He said that you give from the platform of United Nations this International Day of Yoga. Because yoga is something which is uniting the whole world together. 190 countries immediately accept the proposal UNO has given. So now yoga has been all over the world. Everybody practices. Actually, before that, yoga by its own self-strength, it has spread to various countries. So therefore, all that happens, we need to do is to see, make this as a garland so that all the countries are knit with the help of yoga. That's what you see. Actually, way back, I was in Japan one time, and I was visiting some Shinto temple, and then the Shinto temple in the afternoon, thousands of people together at various rooftops, this, that are all, practicing this Tai Chi practice. When they were doing that, I was wishing that one day yoga should also become like that. But I never thought that I can see that in my lifetime, because these days yoga spreads so much that in the world, actually, on the yoga day, the place is becoming shorter. I went to Ukraine, the place where they had done the revolution, perestroika. They said that that ground is now short. It cannot accommodate the yoga enthusiasts that are there. Similarly, in Turkey, that when I went there to the Tiananmen Square in Turkey, that is Taksim Square, they said that we have to shift to a bigger place when we don't find a place. And Tiananmen Square is becoming shorter. So, and you see that what is the amount of crowd that is there in the Times Square in the United States. So that means basically that how people are accepting this yoga. Now, not only with this yoga that they're accepting, I see that there is so much of Indian values are spreading all over the world, which our sages have given 10,000 years ago, and all the scriptures that they talked about. Now, what we have to take it for them is that assurance that the confidence in oneself. You are divinity yourself. This is what Swami Vivekananda carried 100 years ago at the Parliament of World Religions. He said that each soul is potentially divine, and we have that divinity. But when he said potentially divine, it means basically that there is divinity, but only thing is it has not yet come to the manifestation. Therefore, it gives us a challenge for us to see that manifest the divinity within. And that's what he said in the continuation of the sentence, each soul is potentially divine. But the goal is to manifest the divinity within by controlling nature, internal, external. This you do either work, worship, philosophy, psych control. Work is karma yoga, worship is bhakti yoga, philosophy is jnana yoga, psychic control is Raj yoga. All these four techniques, and Swami Vivekananda said, either do by one or more, or all these methods. And finally, he said, be free. That freedom is the purpose and idea of what we understood much deeper than the rest of the world really did not understand. World, when they're carrying the idea of freedom as a licentiousness, we are given freedom is supposed to be mukti or moksha. And a very simple idea that Indian scriptures have given. What is the difference between the mrityu and mukti? Is that when the vasanas die before you die, that's what is mukti or moksha. When you die before the vasanas die, that's what is mrityu. Mrityu is a continuation into the next life, as long as the vasanas are there. So this kind of a picture that Indian philosophy has given is very helpful. Then immediately the question comes, how do I come out of these vasanas? And that's what is Dr. Nagaratna was saying, that how do I come out of this? Today we call this vasanas as stress, you call it as speed, lifestyle, any number of words that you use it. But ultimately to coming out of it is something which is important. It's not outside, the solution is there within. That's what is the journey of yoga. In fact, earlier speaker has put it very beautifully. It is in the form of klesha. And is the whole idea of yoga is what Patanjali says is that klesha tanu karanartham. It is to see that we try to soften and dissolve, eliminate this particular klesha so that we live in a very happy, healthy life. And in fact, this is what is the message of the Indian philosophy for the future of mankind. In fact, there was one time I had to give a talk on that. What is the ancient wisdom given to the future of the mankind? Because we are belonging to a culture which is basically such an extraordinary, wonderful culture which survived for several thousands of years, when the world, similar cultures have gone into the history. And what is that? These are the cardinal principles that I said, that we take the yoga to the world because basically that yoga takes us to inner peace and harmony, which is our own nature. The second thing is that this yoga gives us the health, which is our own nature. Health comes from the word called healing. And Indian philosophy says that health is swastha. When I'm in myself, that's what is swastha. If I'm in swastha, if I can understand what is supposed to be the health within me, not only that I am in that way, but I give to the world outside. And the solution for the health is not in the medicine world outside, but it is in the inner management. That's what we have heard from Dr. Nagaratna. How successfully lakhs of people come to this particular center and get benefited, and see that as much as that I realize that what I give it to the food to the stomach in the form of food, how I need to change to a level where what the food I can give to my thought, what is the interaction that I give from the world outside. Everywhere, if I have that discipline, that inner discipline, naturally the health becomes our own nature. So this is what we give. The second thing is health. First thing is health and harmony. And third is happiness is our own nature. Nobody from outside can give us happiness. And this is what Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita also, that you have to improve yourself. Nobody can help you. Uddhared atmanatmanam, natmanam avasadayet. Atmayuhi atmana bandhu, atmai varipuho atmanaha. You are the friend of yours. You are the enemy of yours. And you can hurt yourself from the level of intellect, from the level of various value system, and at the level of body, all these things. Now look at the way how rapid these values are spreading all over the world. The world is adapting these principles more and more. It may be several institutions which are doing in their own way, whether it is Hare Krishna movement, or whether it is the Kriya Yoga movement, or the Sahaja Yoga movement, or various other saints who are taking the whole philosophy into the world around. So therefore, this is what is the yoga, and this is basically the way yoga becomes the platform. Various people, when we say that yoga is supposed to be the harmony, and that's what is basically the reason for the health. Look at the nature, how much there is harmony in the nature. If you look at the plant, the roots in the soil do not know what's happening in the sky. The flowers in the sky do not know where they get the sap from. But then that harmony between the roots and the fruits is the one which makes that plant healthy. And that harmony is the most important thing in that particular plant. Not only that, you will look at the orange, the bitter seed inside the orange and the wonderful sweet fruit, born together, live together, grow together, exchange their ideas together. But at the same time, seed will not disturb the fruit, fruit will not disturb the seed. And that's what is the harmony, is the health of that particular fruit. That's why you keep the fruit for 2-3 days, it will still stay. Only thing is you remove it, just separate them, the seed from the root, from the fruit and all that. That juice, you cannot keep it for more than 3 days, 3 hours. That means to say the health of that particular juice, health of that fruit is in the case of that harmony. If world can realize this, you can have your own nature, you can have your own way, but at the same time you can be in harmony with somebody. It is not that competition that's important. It is a complementariness, that's what is important. The whole Indian culture has looked at this particular complementariness. That's the reason why, with the changing circumstances that's going on, development of technology, we appreciate everything. We really gave value for everything, but at the same time, we maintain our individuality to see that the growth takes place and the development takes place. This is how basically the way that we take the yoga as the platform on which that we have all these various ideas, which is about the harmony, about the health, and about the wisdom that we are developing. All these things, once with the yoga platform it develops, yoga as the basis it develops, then probably that we will be able to give a tangible solution for the disharmony that's going on in the world, in terms of wars, in terms of misunderstanding, in terms of one trying to remove the other, overpower the other. I think all these things will go away once we understand the idea of harmony. So we should be able to establish that Ramaraja where we can have in that harmonious way we can develop, we can grow. This can be possible. And particularly what happens is that the way that we need to develop that is by inward journey. Sankhya is about the outward journey, and yoga, the complementary of these 6 systems of philosophy, Sankhya and yoga together. And yoga is something which is an inward journey. How beautifully Patanjali takes us step by steps in such a logical way, whether it is the asamprajnata samadhi, samprajnata samadhi to asamprajnata samadhi, to various other things, right up to the level of Kaivalya that he takes us in the last chapter. It's an amazing journey Patanjali gives us. In fact, I don't think anybody has analyzed the mind from that depth in that clarity which Patanjali has presented. I always used to feel that in Bhagavad Gita also, it's another yoga text. Yoga Vasishtha is a yoga text. Patanjali Yoga Sutras is the basic yoga text because that it gives the formulae for yoga. In Bhagavad Gita, in the 6th chapter, when Krishna is explaining various things, Arjuna was really surprised. He said, Krishna, you know all these things. When did you learn about? When did you understand? Krishna says, as Bhagavan, he says that I have taught this son before he was born. Imambam vivasvate prahuhu manuvikshvakave pravit. Again, before that. How do we understand that? Krishna is 40 years, he's on the battlefield. It is not the Krishna who is giving it, but the Bhagavan who is given it. That means to say, before even the creation started, yoga has always been there in the nature. So it has always been there. That's why Upanishads refer to it, then Vedas refer to it, Bhagavad Gita refer to it, Yoga Vasishtha refer to it. By the time it came to Patanjali, Patanjali felt that all this knowledge that is coming, he should put it in the formulae. Like the way that I understand a fast, similarity we can bring about. Geometry is always there in the nature. Only thing is when Euclid came, he thought that he will put it in the form of geometrical laws. So therefore, those laws he has given, it's not that he created geometry, but he put the ideas of geometry in the form of various laws, which we call it as aphorisms. Patanjali has done that work, extraordinary, wonderful work. If you can see, Patanjali has done that in the case of yoga. If you look back into the Indian culture, you see how many sages for how many thousands of years they have done the research. Whether it is Kannada, Pippala, or anybody that you take it, they have all given these sutras, and these sutras are much better than anywhere else in the world. That's why whatever that Panini has given the sutras for the Sanskrit knowledge, you see that no other knowledge can come anywhere closer to the Sanskrit knowledge, because the knowledge is based on these principles that are given by this culture. So it is our responsibility, with the background of Indian culture, philosophy, we take this particular knowledge to the world. Therefore, most ancient wisdom that we have in this culture, it is most important requirement for the future of the mankind. Yes, that's the reason why you see that a number of people from our culture, they have emerged to be the world leaders. But then again, that these people, they're excelling in their Western science. And at the same time, we should be able to see that next step. One thing is that from India, from the backward country, we have grown up, and today that we are at the forefront. But in the future, that the same particular culture, country, will take it forward to the rest of the world to see that whatever that our dream that has been there from the Ramayana, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, should become a reality, and that we should be able to do that. And I'm sure that several institutions work in that direction. And in that direction, Smriti Upasana case plays a very key role, because I see that Smriti has a capacity to bring so many speakers on one platform to give their various views, and each one of them respecting the other's point of view. What a wonderful journey today. I think this is what is the message that the world needs. And I'm thankful to Satyavani, who has brought all of us together, all the speakers, for 2 days and given a platform for all of us to see that we present our ideas. And our encouragement, as Nagaratna said, our association is there with you, Satyavani ji. For all the work that you do it, we are there with you all the time. Once again, thank all the speakers. Thank you so much. Namaste.
Namaste. With that, we are going to conclude with Mangala Shasanam, the peace, Shanti prayers. But before that, once I would like to just bring one of the slides that I presented initially when the summit began. Quick one, I will share my screen here. Please. What's happening? Oh, is that one? Okay, wonderful. Yeah, thank you. So, having convened here for how many hours should we say, with 2 segments, 7 plus 7, 14 hours. But it's not the number we were able to sit through, because that was the empowering message. Beautiful talks, very guiding, caring. I mean, we can give so many superlatives for what happened in this yajna today. Finally, my voice is getting a little near time to rest a bit and really cherish what just happened in the past few hours. So Samaṣṭi, the connect, what a wonderful, this is not going. No, it's not going. Wow. But finally, before we disperse, just for this event, I would like to bring in our sponsors for this great event, Dr. Jatavallabhula Krishna Mohan Garu and Annapurna Garu posthumously, and Suman and Ramesh Veeragandham and family. They mentioned it is an honor to sponsor the Vedic Summit. We have Dr. Sharda Purnasunti Garu from Veda Vidya Parishad, Chicago. And we also have Ravi Sharma and Sheshu Sharma Garu sponsoring this milestone event. The very first one that we conducted, it's been a virtual annual summit. So we will see you all next year as well. That is the hope. And we will make it even more, more eventful and meaningful and purposeful. Everybody mentioned about the yajna. So we did start our slides with the yajna concept. I mean, we had Manjunath, Dr. Manjunath Garu mentioning about 360 number, the power of 360, integrating yajna to the body as an yajna, and the actions we perform as a yajna. Everything is yajna. So that was beautifully brought out, and we kept on that. We did it until the end of the summit here. Quickly to recap, and not to take too long, Smriti is an avenue for self-knowledge. It is an endeavor to create a unique service platform to organically build a repository of Vedic wisdom. It's a nest seedbed of Vedic knowledge, wisdom, and that has been passed on from our rishis and scholars, ancient and contemporary, and we are honoring them. It has 3 channels: Veda, Vedanta, Jnana, and Anubhava. We also bring in expressions. Veda is knowing, Vedanta is experience of knowing, Jnana, understanding the experience of knowing, and also gain of knowing and knowledge. It connects people from different backgrounds and perspectives, and that's proved today. Smriti did achieve its goal, being very happy. And these were the slides that I had presented in the morning. The story of Upasana, it began as Upasana Expressions of Life with the regular blogs part. Then it took the shape and turn of a Bhagavad Gita project. And it went beyond with Smriti, with extended scholars. There was a town hall meeting. Then the banner of Upasana in 2020. Many scholars were corrected back then in 2020 until 22. There was a break, but we are here with the summit. This time for 24, we have a great start. And back to Upasana, it definitely draws, when we sit in that meditative state, the goal of our project, our congregation here through Upaasana-SMRITI. For today, we'll be doing many more. You all will be doing in your own different ways. We are all focusing, we cannot emphasize enough about harmony and health. And at this summit, we focused on knowing. When knowing becomes being, when knowing becomes life, when knowing becomes nurturing, when knowing becomes well-being. Health is a state of body, wellness is a state of being. So let's all aim to be better human beings. And with this, we conclude the summit. Please support, subscribe, and share. Pass on any comments and questions to email upasana10@gmail.com. We have our website repository, upasana.net, which has Bhagavad Gita in Telugu, Smriti Project, YouTube channel at Upasana, Facebook, smriti.upasana. With that, we will go to our concluding prayer. Shri Narendra Kapreji has sent a beautiful recording to bless us all for making this grand success. I'll play the recording. Wait, no, I did it in advance. Video. Not video, I think computer audio. No, it is not. Can come. Which one? Basic. Oh. It shouldn't. What is it? It's in the. Oh, wait. Stop share check. No, it's in here. Which? This. Smriti folder. Click on it. I have to share that. Wow, we are stuck at Manjunath. That's the one. I think, yeah, we got it. Yeah, please.
Om गणानां त्वा गणपतिं हवामहे कविं कवीनामुपमश्रवस्तमम् ज्येष्ठराजं ब्रह्मणां ब्रह्मणस्पत आनशृण्वन्नोतिभिः सीदसादनम् श्रीमहागणाधिपतये नमः। ॐ प्रणो देवी सरस्वती वाजेभिर्वाजिनीवती धीनावित्र्यवतु। श्रीमहासरस्वत्यै नमः। ॐ शतधारमुत्समक्षीयमाणं विपरिचितं पितरं वक्त्वानां मेळिं मदन्तं पित्रोरुपस्थेतं रोदसी प्रभृतं सत्यवाचं श्री सद्गुरुचरणरविन्दाभ्यां नमः। ॐ ऋचो अक्षरे परमे व्योमन्यस्मिन् देवा अधिविश्वे निषेदुः यस्तन्न वेद किमृचा करिष्यति य इत्तद्विदुस्त इमे समासते। श्री षडङ्गसहित वेदपुरुष ब्रह्मणे नमः। ॐ नमो महद्भ्यो नमो अर्भकेभ्यो नमो युवभ्यो नमः आशिनेभ्यः यजा आमदेवान् यदि शक्नवा ममाज्याय सस्यं समावृक्षदेवाः। सर्वेभ्यो देवेभ्यो नमः। सर्वेभ्यो ब्राह्मणेभ्यो महाजनेभ्यो नमो नमः। हरिः ओम्।
ఇంకొకటి
मङ्गलं कोसलेन्द्राय महनीय गुणात्मने चक्रवर्ति तनूजाय सार्वभौमाय मङ्गलम्। यन्मङ्गलं सुपर्णस्य विनुता कल्पयत्पुरा अमृतं प्रार्थयानस्य तत्ते भवतु मङ्गलम्। यन्मङ्गलं सहस्राक्षे सर्वदेव नमस्कृते वृत्रनाशे समभवत् तत्ते भवतु मङ्गलम्। अमृतोत्पादने दैत्यान् घनतो वज्रधरस्य यत् अदितिर्मङ्गलं प्रादात् तत्ते भवतु मङ्गलम्। त्रीन् विक्रमान् प्रक्रमतो विष्णोरमित तेजसः यदासीन् मङ्गलं राम तत्ते भवतु मङ्गलम्। ऋतवः सागराद्वीपा वेदा लोका दिशश्च ते मङ्गलानि महाबाहो दिशन्तु तव मङ्गलम्। ॐ तत्सत्।
Thank you all. We'll meet you at the next summit. Heartful thanks once again. Namaste.